Okay, good afternoon. Thank you for joining us. This is the September 13th Historic District Commission workshop. We have a lot of items to get through today, starting with a public hearing for the Irvin Building. We did this, I believe it was back in 2021, maybe 2022. The Kimberly Building came through as a recommended nomination for the National Register of Historic Places. And because the City of Charlotte and the Historic District Commission is a certified local government that puts specific requirements on the commission that are directed by the federal and state government. And one of our directives as a certified local government is to provide review and comment opportunity to any building, site, structure, object, or district that is proposed for the National Register. And at this point, the Irvin Building in Mecklenburg County has been proposed to be listed on the National Register. The report is posted online. There are also many photos about the building and its information about its significance, its developmental history, and important people associated with this building. What the commission would need to do is, as part of our requirements, is we're holding a public hearing so members of the public can speak to share their opinion about this. And then at the end, the commission will vote whether to recommend the building for designation to the state review board or to not recommend. And the mayor of Charlotte also has authority to make a recommendation as well as the chief elected officials. So we are going to Madam Chair, if you would officially open the public hearing. And I think what we'll do is we'll keep it open for the duration of the workshop. And then should no one choose to speak, we will close it and the commission will vote at that time. And as of now, I don't think we have anyone signed up to speak on the Irvin Building. Is that correct? Is anyone in the audience here to speak about the Irvin Building? Okay, great. Over to you. All you have to do is say you want to open the public hearing.
All right, I'd like to open the public hearing.
Okay. And if someone shows up to speak, we'll have them speak. And if not, we'll close the public hearing at the end of the workshop.
And are there any time limits?
Usually it's like 2 minutes.
Okay.
Like we normally do. But I'm also glad to entertain any questions from the commission about the process and next steps.
All right.
Okay. We also have two pre-application workshop items today, 821 Woodruff Place. So I'm going to jump right into that unless there are any other announcements or discussion points from the commission that people would like to share first. No? Okay. Shelly Hughes is with us. Shelly, are you online?
Can you hear me?
Hi, Shelly. Yes. Do you have video by any chance?
I can turn it on.
Perfect. Shelly,
Hi.
are you joined by anyone else or the property owners joining?
Yeah, I believe one of the property owners is on Bree.
I see Bree. Okay. All right, Shelly, you have about 10 minutes.
Okay.
So I have your presentation pulled up. Just let me know how you'd like to proceed. And don't forget, this is to get high-level, non-binding feedback from the commission about the proposed changes to this property.
Yes. So I'll go as quickly as I can here. Stop me if you guys have questions. So basically kind of high level points here are there's a row of houses here on Woodruff Place that are all somewhat newer. They were built kind of late 90s, early 2000s. So they're not true historic projects. But we have to still conform to your guidelines for this area. So this client had come to me a couple of years ago. This property is very landlocked. They are built setback to setback. So we have no room to add on to the house anywhere. And we initially came to you a couple of years ago to try to enclose part of the front porch, which you guys approved, but they never moved forward with the construction yet. Now the client has come back to me and asked, is there a way for us to go up into the attic space and create some space on the second floor? When we started measurements and kind of going through this project and this process, I consulted with Christy a couple of times on the guidelines for this because we have some tight constraints even at the roof line. So basically what we are trying to get some feedback on are two options. If we do dormers towards the rear of the house to add some space on the second floor, starting from the current ridge line, we can only get like a 212 pitch on the dormer roofs, which is going to require us to probably do metal roof on there instead of asphalt shingles. And so we weren't sure if that was something that the commission would approve. And then the second option that we are proposing is to raise the new dormers higher than the main ridge, and which is also not consistent with what your guidelines are. So we're trying to get some feedback because Christy and I just weren't sure talking about this, what we could get approved or what the commission would be willing to look at, or if you had other suggestions for us to gain some space on this property. So by going up a little bit higher with the ridge, we can get a little bit more slope on the roof so it can still be asphalt shingles. But again, like I said, that puts us a little higher than the main ridge. Things to point out to you is that these new dormers would start 24 feet back from the front porch and about 16.9 from the thermal wall. So they're pushed pretty far back. And if Chrissy, if you'll go down to where I had a street section drawn, I think it might be on sheet 8 or 9. It's important to note too that the way that the street is laid out, this side of the street is up pretty high from the street. So our first floor is about 18 feet above street level. And then these are also pushed pretty far towards the back of the house. And on page, I think it's page 8 or maybe 9. Hang on, I can tell you. I did a couple quick perspective sketches on sheet 9 from the street over top of photographs, which I put there side by side so you could see that you really can't see these dormers. They're so far back. So we're just trying to find out, are we going to be able to raise the ridge on these new dormers higher than the main ridge? Or if we have to stay at the main ridge, would you be okay accepting metal roofing on those dormers because they're so flat? So that's kind of the feedback that we're looking for. And one other little change that's in there too that we're also looking for maybe some feedback on is when we did the addition that was approved on the front porch, we used casement windows there with a grid, but everything else in the house are double hungs with no grid in them. We are proposing a little change at the kitchen too, to remove a door that's really not usable along the driveway side, to put in sort of a bay window that doesn't go out any deeper than the overhangs on the house so that we can rearrange the kitchen slightly because there's a door on the side there that goes right into the middle of the kitchen in a bad spot. Also, another thing to note too is that the two houses here side by side share a driveway up to a parking pad in the back, and it's a steep hill. So right now they have to come back down the driveway to go in that side door. So we're just trying to eliminate that and create a new entry point in the back of the house. So we're taking over a bedroom in the back that would allow us to create a staircase to that second floor and a mudroom, laundry room entry on the back near the parking area. So looking for feedback on what we can do with these dormers.
Hey, hi, Shelley. Just to remind me, in relation to the houses next on opposite side, either side of the house, what's the height?
It's
the
on,
streetscape.
there it is on page 8, right there in the middle. If you zoom in, you can see the proposed height that we're proposing next to the adjacent houses. There are houses higher than this on the street, but I know ones that are doing renovations and additions are staying within their current ridge line where we need to push up a little bit to get the heights to make this work on the second floor.
Okay, and this is option 2?
Yes.
Okay.
So option 1 would stay with the original ridge line.
Gotcha. Okay. Commissioners, any other questions or feedback? Yeah.
Shelley, how, and it might be in the documents, so excuse me if there are, if it is, but how much higher would the dormer sit above the ridge height? The current ridge.
All right, hang on. Let me see. I can tell you. It goes up 30 inches, 2'6".
Okay. You know, when we've had people who've wanted to raise the ridge height in the past. Our standards were amended to say, revised to say typically we don't allow that, but we have allowed it in the past. So it would just, for me as one commissioner, be about the impact on the street. I love three-dimensional drawings to show because you're saying it's pushed back pretty far.
Mhm.
Did you say 69 feet from the?
It's pushed back 24 feet from the front porch, so it's back pretty far. It's about 16.9 from the thermal wall. But
Okay.
as you can see with the streetscape there on page 8, we're also up quite a bit on the hill. So there's about a 40-inch brick retaining wall at the sidewalk, plus it still continues to slope up even more. So you
Yeah.
can't see this from the street. It's very pushed back.
Yeah, that was one of the other things I was going to say, like you all are perched up there pretty high and there's, you know, we're not supposed to look at vegetation, but I look at it holistically. There are, you know, trees and things that are also blocking. So I would be open to looking at that as one commissioner, just because it is perched up so high and it is set back so far.
Yeah, and we also realize like these are not truly historic homes, so we're hoping that maybe there's a little bit of leeway or exception that can be granted here, but also the fact that they are landlocked. They have no way to add anywhere else on this lot at all. So we're just trying to meet the head height codes for the building department as well as meeting your codes. So we're trying to find a compromise here.
Commissioner Goodwin?
Yeah, this commissioner feels that it would be a lot less impactful to do the metal roof and stay with the existing ridge line, unless there's some standard that says that we can't use metal roofs, but I think that we can, as long as there's precedent for that, and there probably is.
Any other, Commissioner Lineberger?
I agree with Commissioner Goodwin. That's exactly what I was going to say.
I'd
Commissioner
like
Wojcik?
to speak to the door change request.
Mhm.
There are a couple of things going on here. It looks like that is one of many of the houses there that has the foundation is butting up against the concrete driveway. Is that correct?
Mhm. Yeah.
So there's that, which is less than ideal, but additionally, the homeowner has to back their car out of the driveway in order to get into their house. Does seem like a bit of a, to put it mildly, a nuisance.
Mhm.
And so I would like to consider the option that they provided to replace that door with some sort of window treatment. I don't know if that's the ideal window treatment, but certainly they should be able to get rid of a door they can't get in and out of.
Yeah, and we brought this style of window around to the kitchen because of what was approved on the front porch 2 years ago, just trying to kind of stay consistent or bring that element around again. And then on the front of the existing house are shakes as well. So we're proposing shake siding on the dormers above to kind of bring that element around to the sides.
Commissioner Wojcik?
I do believe that we have approved a 2-pitch roof on a new shed dormer on new construction. So I feel like we have some precedents for it. But I'm not positive that it's in this same neighborhood. So that might be something that you could, maybe
We
Christie
do-
could help you with.
Sorry to interrupt. I would say we do know there are 1 or 2 houses on the street that have metal roofs on them, but they're different applications. So one had rounded top dormers that had metal roof on it. And then we've seen some metal roof on a couple of other properties, but we just weren't sure if it would be approvable in this particular application.
She must really be challenged managing.
Okay, next.
Okay.
Good. Thank you, Shelley.
Okay, so did we come to a consensus? So we want to keep the ridge where it is and use metal, or?
So the commission is just giving high-level non-binding feedback. So I would just advise you to take all the feedback into consideration and then make your decision with what you'd like to move forward with.
Okay, all right.
Thanks. Have a good one.
Thank you.
Okay, the next one is 224 West Kingston, and I believe we have the applicants in the audience. Eric? Eric, is there anyone joining online? Do you know? Okay, is Steven Singleton with your group? Yes. Okay, great. You have 10 minutes, so. And I believe there are handouts that match what is on the screen to make it easier for everyone.
Yeah, yeah, and those handouts are kind of a limited set. We did eliminate 4 or 5 pages, so just to reduce the packet size a little bit. So yes, Eric Weiner, Intech Group for the Kingston project. We were here last time as well. However, this project is a little bit bigger, has a history, and we definitely want to, maybe unlike some past groups' attempts at this, take the commission's feedback and really we value it. As discussed last time, the difference with this from past attempts, we are working directly with the current legacy landowner of the site that's owned it for a substantial number of years and wants to make this a legacy project for their family in the neighborhood. So much different mentality on this than past times. So since we presented this last time, I thought I would just talk about kind of what's different and open it up for comments. So as you can see, we have the site that is very much informed by the rezoning that happened on this previously. So it is a conditional zoning, and we're kind of tied exactly into these footprints, number of buildings, where they are, that sort of thing. So probably next slide. If you recall, our example building that we were going off of is the only other multifamily on the block, which happens to be directly across the street. I believe it's 241 Kingston, the white building there on the left. The building on the right there is a representation of what we plan to do for our middle building on the front row on Kingston. You can see a lot of similarities. We really enjoy kind of, frankly, the existing building, how it relates to a street, the big front porches, kind of the pedestrian experience it creates, and how good of experience it create for the people living there, quite honestly. So we actually really do like that example building. Next slide. So you can see this is just brief recap. This is our 3 buildings on the street. Based on prior feedback of the commission, before we're really trying to make our heights go down to the single story building to the left of our project, and as well as make it a gateway into the neighborhood from Tryon as well. And that's based on the past documented feedback of the commission from prior people's attempts. So I think we've achieved that hopefully fairly well. We've spent a lot of time working on that massing and everything. Now this is what is actually different. We took your feedback from last time. I think kind of we were having a tower element to hold kind of that gateway element where we're kind of going over height and stuff, and we revisited that. And we came back that we really thought the front porches were really enough of a gateway element, especially if we did the side of it correct. And we also looked at the massing of it, which was another comment, to just kind of break down the massing to a smaller scale on that. And I think we landed at something, frankly, that is better than what we had before. It's, again, very pedestrian oriented, relates to neighborhood. And I think it's still strong enough gateway from Tryon. And that is the smaller building next to the single family as we transition down. Those are the buildings in the back. And we really spent a lot of time on those, and I think they're much more developed, much more neighborhood friendly, pedestrian friendly than, again, these are the buildings in the rear, but prior submissions by other groups. I think we spent considerably more time on these and thoughtfulness, frankly. Next slide. And then we've done some 3Ds now, some kind of massing 3Ds. So the view on the top is the view from the neighborhood looking towards Tryon. We did put up some notes. You know, it's kind of disoriented, so we put some notes so you can kind of tell where we're looking on the top. Our subject properties are on the left there. The new Holiday Inn is in the background on Tryon, and then our example building 241 Kingston, you can see right there, which you can see the right-hand side of the street does sit up a lot taller. So our example building is sitting up and feels much taller on the street. Then we have the gateway behind, and hopefully you can kind of see the massing as it steps up and stuff and starts to have this pedestrian-oriented feel on the street and character, hopefully continuing through. And then at the bottom, we just did some quick shots showing the gateway view from Tryon, which is on the right, showing, that's through the driveway down the middle that the cursor is on. The one on the right is the gateway from Tryon, showing how this front porch with the columns and the covered canopy and everything can be a pretty strong gateway into the neighborhood. And then the view through the driveway, I think, is a good view showing how that's gonna be a pleasant experience, how the buildings in the back, you can start to see how we've lined up the stairs and stuff. So you're looking through the driveway and you actually see buildings that look like they're set up for it and stuff, because you will be able to see through the driveway probably.
Okay, you have about 3 minutes. Would you like to hear from the commission?
All right, commissioners, one of the, I wasn't here for the last presentation, but one of the things that kind of caught my attention were the window configurations. Are those supposed to be separate windows or gang windows there in the front building? Only those at the top, but what about on the first floor?
They're separate.
Separate? Okay. Commissioners, any,
Think high level?
okay.
Yeah.
Commissioners, any direction to give the applicant, or not the applicant, but for the workshop? Commissioner Wojcik?
Can we go back to the perspective drawing, real quick? So the inspiration house that you showed us earlier, that's existing and it's a historic multi-family, is that one that's on the right, correct?
Correct.
And then the ones that you are proposing to build are on the left-hand side, and we have a cluster, and then we have a driveway that runs through them, and then we have another cluster. Is that what we're looking at? When I say cluster, I mean connected townhouses. So the driveway is like in the middle
duplexes.
of those.
Yeah, the duplex is separated by the driveway in the middle.
Okay. So, I think that the revisions that you have done were helpful in bringing the height down. And I know that one of the, items were the transition, because I guess at the edge of that far one, you're no longer in the historic district. Is that what you were?
Correct. The
Okay.
property next door, the stop and go is not in the historic district and will
Okay.
be redeveloped as a tower probably someday.
So, but realistically, when we're looking at our review, at our requirements, the examples of what are in the neighborhood already or what we're referencing, and the one that's at 241 Kingston is the only historic example of multifamily in that area. Is that correct?
To my knowledge, yes.
Okay,
And
okay.
based on Christie and prior knowledge, yes.
Okay. I still feel like the fourth floor, it makes it feel really heavy with the way that the dormers project on a few of the designs. I think that the design is a little bit more successful when the dormers are facing the front, because you have more of a roof line that actually makes the roof system look more broken up, which helps the scale. But the designs where the dormers kind of come out the side, they don't really give you the relief of the massing on the front elevation, in comparison to the other designs. I still have a vision of real heaviness kind of up on that roof level, where I feel like I should be seeing roof, but I'm seeing siding and I'm seeing kind of mass, if that makes sense. So that one, oh, sorry, which,
I
The one
think,
that's in the middle, that feels much heavier to me. The one that's on the left, you have a lot more roof going across when it's being broken up with the dormers. And so that makes it feel more like a 2.5 story. Whereas the one in the middle, you have those dormers coming out on the right and the left. And to me, that you don't get the visual of a roof at all. You just get the visual of siding, which makes it feel very heavy to me and very blocky and more of a mass in terms of its presentation. So that would be my feedback, is that I think that it's more successful. That one feels very heavy because the sheds are going to the side, and instead of seeing a roof with the dormer, I'm seeing a wall with a door on it.
I-
So
It-
that's just my,
yeah, I think that's really good feedback. I guess our thought was looking at the example, when you look up at the building, you can see right in the example, everything starts to recede to the point that that upper floor, and it's set back quite a ways because of that 10-foot balcony that you don't even really see that element from the street. It'd be very challenging.
well, I know
I
the,
guess that was our thought, but I think you have a really good point that maybe we could add some shingled roof elements on that top floor.
yeah, I know the one on the right is up so high that I do think that it would be a little bit more skewed, but because where you're building, you're gonna be lower and you're gonna be on the left-hand side and lower, I feel like that's going to be more of a predominant architectural element, so.
Okay,
Okay.
we'll note the feedback, and I think we can definitely increase the mob showing roof presence on the front. On that
You
top.
say that again?
I think we can incorporate more shingle
Okay.
roof presence on that top level.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other feedback?
Just one quick question. Is this indeed a 3-story or is it a 4-story?
It's 3-story with a submerged basement level.
Well, so are you counting the upper part?
It's
Is it-
3-story.
Or is it, you're talking, are you?
So the steps going up are the same as the example on the left. So it's 3 stories from the level of the steps, and then we're doing a submerged basement. Like if you can envision the building on the left, if is that exact same condition, instead of it having a dark empty hole down there, we propose to capitalize on that space. So 3 stories plus a basement.
Okay, that clarifies that. Thank you.
Okay, yep, yeah, I'll make absolutely sure it's not 4 stories.
All right, thank you. Okay, and last, we're gonna hear from our city attorney, the Elizabeth, proposed local district. The commission, first heard this in May and deferred their vote until today, but there's new information, and I'm gonna turn it to our city attorney to explain the situation and, to both the commission and the audience at this point.
Okay.
Madam Chair and members of the board, so our understanding is we've received some objections from other organizations and members of the community. And as a result of those objections and commentary, we asked both the applicant and the organization that provided us with their comments for information on their particular organizations. We did receive, this was requested 2 weeks ago. We did receive information, the requested information from the applicants. However, the other organization only presented us with the requested information yesterday, sometime after business hours. As such, we haven't had the requisite time to be able to review the information and, if needed, provide any additional guidance to the board. As such, it is completely up to your discretion what you choose to do, but we would ask that you consider deferring the vote until next month, such that we can review both the information that was provided by our applicants as well as our members of the community, and if there needs to be any additional instructions provided to the board, that we can have the requisite time to research and provide you with the advice necessary.
That makes sense to me. Commissioners, I'm seeing heads nodding. So we probably should get a motion
Mhm.
going to defer this until next month so that we can give the city attorney's office time to review the information and move forward.
I'll make a motion. I would like to make a motion that we move the decision for the proposed Elizabeth Historic District to next month's October meeting.
Okay, do we have a second?
Second?
All right, it's been moved and properly second. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none. All right, let's vote. Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin,
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati,
Yes.
Commissioner Wheat,
Yes.
Commissioner Walker,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins, yes, vote passes 9-0.
Okay, thank you. Commissioners, I will also ensure that there's at most one pre-application workshop agenda at next month's meeting and no public hearing. So we will provide ample time for comment from the public and discussion amongst the commissioners about this at the next workshop, if
Okay,
everyone's amenable to that.
sounds good.
Okay? And yes, go ahead.
Really briefly, just to clarify, and correct me if I did my numbers wrong, it's 9-0 or 8-0? I believe we have 8 members.
8-0.
Thank you. I just wanted to make sure.
Yes, thank you. And so with that, commissioners, we need to close the public hearing for the Irvin Building. Hold on, let me check. We have one unknown caller, so let me see if they are calling in. Candace, can you switch them over, please? Hello, if you called in to the Historic District Commission meeting, would you please identify yourself and let us know your reason for calling in?
Hey, Candace, sorry, this is Brittany Lenz. I'm with the Wilmore School case later on. I was just listening to keep track of time. So no comments from me.
Hey, Brittany, thanks so much. I'll keep you all updated through email if you want to, save time and drop off. I don't think we'll get there for at least in 2 hours or so. Thanks. Okay, so there's no one in the audience and there's no one that's called in. So I think we can officially close the public hearing and then vote on if you'd like to recommend the Irvin Building for designation on the National Register.
All right, well, we will now close the public hearing on the Irving Building.
I think you need to make a motion and a vote.
Oh, do we have a motion? Commissioner Walker,
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to close the public hearing.
you have a second?
Second?
All right, been moved and properly second. Any discussion? Hearing none, all right, let's vote. Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin,
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati,
Yes.
Commissioner Wheat,
Yes.
Commissioner Walker,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins, yes. Vote passes 8-0 to close the public hearing.
Okay, and then you'll vote, you need a motion and a vote whether or not to recommend or not the Irvin Building for listing in the National Register.
All right, do we have a motion to, whether to recommend? Do we,
Heather, do you have, or Commissioner Wojcik, do you have questions? Oh, okay. Okay, okay. You're looking at me, so I'm like, maybe you have questions. Okay.
all right, does any commissioner have a motion?
I'd like to make a motion to, how do I word it, Chrissy?
Do you want to share your paper with her? I think you can probably read the top portion of that.
All right. I move that we, the Charlotte Historic District Commission, have reviewed and discussed the nomination for the Irvin Building and find the property meets the criteria for listing in the National Register of Historic Places as stated in Section 8 of the report. We therefore recommend that the property be submitted for listing in the register.
All right, do we have a second?
Second?
All right, it's been moved and properly second. Any discussion on the motion? All right, hearing none, let's go ahead and vote. Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin,
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati,
Yes.
Commissioner Wheat,
Yes.
Commissioner Walker, Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins. Vote passes 8-0.
Okay, thank you. And I have one announcement as staff, and it's that we have a new commissioner for McCrory Heights. The mayor has officially appointed Shauna Bell. Shauna is not official yet. She has to complete orientation with me, and we have that scheduled in 2 weeks, I think. And after that, she will be here for our October meeting. So we're very excited to have her join us.
Awesome.
And Nicole, I don't want to step on your toes, but just to make it clear that based on what Nicole shared earlier, the commission is not hearing any comment about the Elizabeth District today. Everything's being postponed until next week to give the attorneys time to review everything. So just want to let everyone in the audience know that. Okay, and please, we are still since everything's been postponed, we are still accepting comments. As usual, the deadline to provide comments is noon the day before the meeting. So it'll be 12 noon on October the 10th is the deadline to provide comments to be considered. Thank you. All right, are you ready for the agenda, or would you like a few minutes? Yes, we'll take a 2-minute break while we transition. Okay, I think everyone's back. Chair Hawkins, would you like to officially call the meeting to order?
I surely can. All right. The Historic District Commission welcomes you to the September 13th meeting. I'm Nichelle Hawkins, HDC Chair, and I call the meeting to order at 1:21 p.m. Also sitting on today's commission are Bill Goodwin, Kim Parati, Brett Taylor, Jill Walker, Krista Lineberger, Sarah Wheat, Heather Wojcik, who were present in the meeting room. Also present are HDC staff, Christy Harps, Candace Lighty, Jenny Shugart, Marilyn Draft, Nicole Hewitt, Assistant City Attorney, Jill Sanchez Myers, Senior Assistant City Attorney, Candy Thomas, Court Reporter. I would like to start by acknowledging that the commission has resumed in-person meetings. However, as a continuing health and safety precaution, the commission is permitting applicants and members of the public to participate using a remote online platform if they choose. Due to the hybrid format, I ask for your patience today as we proceed. There may be slight delays as we transition between speakers, participants, and presentations. Participants in today's evidentiary hearings were required to provide a copy of any presentation, document, exhibit, or other material that they wish to submit during the evidentiary hearing prior to today's meeting. All such materials, as well as a copy of the city staff's presentations and documents, were posted online prior to this meeting and may be viewed by visiting the HCC webpage. For everyone participating remotely in today's meeting, we ask that you follow the following guidelines. Please make sure your cameras are on using a video source during any testimony. Please mute your audio when you're not speaking. Use only one source of audio, either computer or phone. Do not put your phone on hold. Make sure you're in a quiet area. Please turn off or silence electronic devices and do not speak over the person talking, or you will be asked to leave the meeting. Please use the raise your hand tool. Please do not speak unless recognized by the chair or by staff. Because the commission is a quasi-judicial body, any speaker for or against an application must be sworn in. Any individual wishing to speak for or against an application was asked to sign up and provide any additional evidence in advance of the meeting. During the hearing, I will further open the floor to anyone who has joined the meeting today by telephone. When it is your turn to speak, please begin by stating your name and address. The review of each application consists of the presentation of the application and deliberation. The application is presented by HDC staff. The commission will first determine if there is sufficient information to proceed with the hearing. The applicant presents their testimony for the application. Other parties wishing to speak for or against will be given reasonable time to present factual sworn testimony based on the HDC design standards. The HDC may question the applicant and HDC staff members. HDC staff and applicant will be given an opportunity for rebuttal and final comments. The HDC shall close the hearing for discussion and deliberation. During discussion and deliberation, only the commission and staff may speak. An HDC member may request the hearing to be open for further questioning. The HDC will craft a motion for approval, continuation, or denial. The majority vote of the commission present is required for a decision to be reached. A final vote by the HDC will end the hearing. If you will be addressing the commission today, please raise your right hand and respond, "I do," to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth? Please be mindful that we have a court reporter present who is responsible for making an accurate and complete record of these proceedings. The reporter must be able to hear and understand. Everyone present must state their names and addresses before they speak. Speak clearly, loudly, and one at a time. The reporter will interrupt only when absolutely necessary to get clarification on what was just said or to alert speakers that they are having difficulty hearing or understanding. Are there any questions?
All right, our first two agenda items are consent agenda, and we are going to start with 918 Magnolia Avenue. Jessica, are you with us?
I am. I'm here.
Hi, and if you would please turn on your camera. And just confirming that you've been sworn in?
I have.
Okay. This application is for front porch restoration, and all of the information is in the packet. It is to remove some non-original shed roofs and restore the porch to the original condition. And all of this has been uncovered by architectural investigation, but we have not been able to locate historic photos of this house to show how it was originally built. And so without a photo, staff can't approve this project, which is why it's before the commission for review and a consent agenda item. So with that, I will turn it over to Chairwoman Hawkins.
Is there anyone on to speak?
We don't have anyone signed up to speak for or against this item. Candace, any callers? No callers.
All right. Commissioners, any objection with keeping this on the consent agenda? All right. Do we have a motion or do we have any discussion?
I need to note that Commissioner Taylor recused himself. Oh, sorry, I missed that. Sorry, Commissioner Taylor.
Okay. All right. Okay, commissioners. Questions? Commissioner Wojcik, you look like you want to say something. Okay. Commissioner Lineberger will help you out. That's all right.
I'd like to make a motion to keep this as a consent agenda item.
Okay, you can simply make a motion to approve or approve with conditions. The only time we need a motion is if you want to take it off the consent agenda.
Okay,
So
I make a motion to approve this application as a consent agenda item, as the project is not incongruous with the district and meets the standards for rehabilitation of building elements. Porches, 4.8 to 4.9, and the Secretary of the Interior standards.
would you like to add any conditions? Oh, sorry.
With the following conditions, that the applicant provide brick and mortar sample to the staff for approval, and all brick is to remain unpainted.
All right, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
I second.
All right, it's been moved and properly second. Any discussion, a question on the motion? All right, well, let's vote. Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin,
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati,
Yes?
Commissioner Wheat,
Yes.
Commissioner Walker, Commissioner Parati, Commissioner Hawkins, that's my name, it's Hawkins. Yes, motion passes 7-0.
Thank you.
Commissioner Taylor has returned.
Thank you. The next application is also a consent agenda item. It is 205 and 209 Grandin Road. And I believe Angie Lauer has joined us. Angie, have you been sworn in? And can you please turn on your video?
Hello,
Hi, Angie.
you see us?
We can't see you, but we can hear you.
Okay.
Have you been, oh, we can see you now. Have you been sworn in?
We have.
Okay. This application is for a shared driveway between 205 Grandin Road and 209 Grandin Road. So this is the shared driveway goes along here. And so this should have also been, nope, the my bad, shared driveway goes along here. This is the rectory that is part of the church rehabilitation that the commission reviewed earlier, and it shares the parcel. And then this is 209 Grandin Road. There are some existing condition photos with the cones showing where the proposed driveway will go. And dimensions. The driveway plan will be 2 carriage track driveways that end at the front thermal wall and then combine to create a shared driveway that is approximately 17 feet, 4 inches, and then taper back down to connect to an alley in the rear. With this, I turn it over to the commission for your review. We do not have anyone signed up to speak.
Okay, all right. Hi, Angie.
Hi, how are you?
Good, how are you? A quick question.
If you want to ask questions of the
Oh, this is-
applicant, this is consent.
This is consent, I'm
Yes, if
sorry.
you want to ask questions, no problem. You can ask me questions. If I can't answer, we can take it off consent and you can ask the applicant questions.
Yes, thank you. So I didn't notice, this is for you, Christy.
Okay.
This is, the fact that the driveway is already gone, but it was asphalt. And it seems like asphalt is present along that street. So that's just considered non-conforming. And we want to go back with something that's more
Correct.
in line with our standards.
Correct.
Okay, I just needed
Exactly.
to say that out loud.
Yep.
Okay.
And if you look at the staff recommendation, I am recommending that the center separation be continued to the rear of the building, if possible, and if not, then providing a different material to delineate this area while still providing functionality. So essentially what that would look like is, per my recommendation, this center strip right here be continued to give the appearance of 2 driveways.
Okay.
To make this look like it's serving 2 different houses. The ideal situation would be, extending the grass, but in the past, we have allowed like a brick or a different material to differentiate that. So, but that's staff recommendation and you are welcome to take it, leave it, or change it,
Okay,
or open it up. So,
all right. Commissioners, does anybody object to this staying on the consent agenda? All right, do we have a motion?
I'd like to make a motion. I'd like to make a motion to approve this project as it is not incongruous with the district and meets the standards for sidewalks and parking, pages 8.2 through 8.3, as well as the Secretary of Interior standards. I'd also like for the applicants to work with staff to bring the separation back to the rear of the building, and if not, use different materials such as brick, stamped concrete, pea gravel, et cetera, to delineate this area while, of course, still making it functional.
All right, we have a motion on the floor. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, it's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion on the motion? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Goodwin,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Wheat,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati,
Yes.
Commissioner Walker, Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
and Commissioner Hawkins, yes. Vote passes 8-0.
Thank you.
Thank you.
thank you, Angie. And Angie is also the applicant for the next application, 2310 Charlotte Drive. This application was continued from the July meeting for addition standards and accessory structure standards. The revised proposal includes the redesign of the front elevation of the addition, location of a corner board being changed on the right elevation, and a complete redesign of the accessory structure. So Angie, with that, I'm going to turn it straight over to you so you can further explain about the changes from July and let me know what page you'd like to start on. I'm on slide 10.
And Christy,
Yes.
before we,
Oh.
let's let the record show that Commissioner Taylor recused from this case.
Thank you.
First, Angie Lauer, ALB Design, 901 Berry Hill Road, Suite B1, Charlotte 28208. And also wanted to just make sure my Ann Williams was supposed to call in, so I want to make sure that she is on as well, just for the record. So, okay, so the project was continued in July for roof studies, front elevation, materials, as Christy had mentioned. And so what we did is take that into consideration. So slide number 12, I'm sorry, excuse me, slide number 12 shows you what was existing. And I think some of the commissioners didn't really have an issue with the setback of the dormer. However, there was detailing that felt was missing. And so we did kind of a neighborhood elevations survey to kind of hone in on specific Tudor style homes. And one of the things that we discovered was that they all had, triple gables or gable on gable detailing, and felt that we needed to introduce that to the proposed front elevation for the September meeting. And so you could see on the right-hand side, the front elevation where the side entry currently is, to create that gable to the front, match the same pitch. I think there was a comment last time about the different roof pitches that there were. So in matching the same roof pitch that's over the front door. And then what's a little bit kind of deceiving, this does sit back. It is not coplanar with the front wall. There is a separation, as you can see in slide 11. So if you go back to slide 11, Christy, I'm sorry. So slide 11, you can see that the thermal wall of that dormer is not in line with the front wall. So it does step back naturally, and taking use of the footprint over that shed roof that's currently there now. So that's slide 11. I'll get into the accessory structure separately because I think that's a completely different package of materials. So slide 13, I believe, is the right side elevation. And some of the comments were that the July submission felt heavy. And I know it says August here. We were not on the August meeting, but it's for September. So the configuration of the dormers felt heavy. And so we actually reversed the weight, the visual weight on the right-hand side, so that you now have a prominent gable that appears to go left to right. So Christy, just above your cursor, you can actually see the change of gable line and the roof lines as well. And then the existing, the rear set gable that's currently there, we are raising the roof on that a little bit, but we are not going any higher than the existing ridge of the house. So that rear dormer, or the rear gable, doesn't appear to be as forward heavy. And we did change the configuration of some of the windows. We moved the windows around while we're going to reuse an existing window. So the bottom left window of the right elevation is going to be repurposed. And you can see the square because currently there's two different floor levels in the house, but we are going to change that. And so that window is repurposed and moved. And then the other windows to match existing. So slide 14. So the rear elevation has no change, really, except for the addition of the shed roof over fixed doors. They are not operable, but it was the look from the exterior that we wanted to achieve. I know we talked about the pork chop eaves, and one of the things that I have just a general question for the commission about this and even staff. The majority of this house does have pork chop eaves over time as they were added, but the request in the staff analysis was to not do the pork chop eaves. And so with the addition of that small shed roof over the triple fixed doors, I think as a general question, would it not look odd to not match what's already there with that question, right? Like with that detail. So that's just a general question on our part. Slide 15. So slide 15 is the left elevation, which the only change is to replace windows with doors, and then we're going to add a trellis that leads them to the accessory structure. So again, that detail. One thing that I do want to point out is there is a fence from that you can't see into the backyard. I think there was a comment made the last time that you're visually looking into the backyard, but you can't just based on the natural grade. And there is a fence just to the paper east of those new doors that we're introducing. Yeah, right there, Christy. There is a fence there, and so we have this in photographs. So there's no change on this side except for the shed roof. There's some photographs in presentation. Slide. Let's go to slide 7, if you will. So some of the details that I wanted to address. So if you look at the front, how it sits back from the front plane of the house, and also where the chimney is, that's where the addition is that we're talking about, which would be on the upper level. And, you know, we discussed that the building is really kind of landlocked as far as its buildable footprint. And so we could go up, and this is the most logical place to alter the elevation. Slide 8. So again, looking at different homes that are surrounding, you could see that like 2306 Charlotte Drive has dormers on the side, 2300 has dormers on the side. And then slide 9 is an example of other Tudor homes that are in the area and how their relationship from front double gable to side dormers. So a little further in the middle of the page, you'll see a triple Tudor with white stucco. Just to the right of that, Christy, on slide 9, you'll see that the guidance of the dormer triple gables, and then also too on the corner of Dilworth Road East, and I believe it is bottom right corner. I'm sorry, the bottom right slide. So there's a lot of mix of roofs. Whoops, where'd it go? There's a lot of different roof combinations. So it's not like we're introducing a completely foreign style of roof to this house. And then, so that's pretty much the house addition. So we talked about the pork chop eaves and the fenestration on the right and the heaviness of the trim and the detail that brought the gable forward instead of back. And then I want to get to the accessory structure. So if you go to the accessory structures page, I believe it is slide 23. So we did take guidance from y'all as far as like, this was a foreign element, had different design, didn't really look like it was cohesive with the architecture of the house, and it could be anywhere in the USA. So slide 24, we introduced similar elements of roof materials, pitch, we did not increase the footprint. The footprint stays exactly the same, but it was changing materials. So it is going to be wood siding that matches the house, wood corner boards that match the house, the gable that we're introducing over that storage room door, pitch matches the house. And it is just for bicycle storage, honestly. It is not for habitable space, but the wood lattice does give them privacy from the rear of the property. Roofing material is the same, and then brick, unpainted brick foundation on the columns. So it's wood columns, wood trim, match architectural shingles, the boxing to match the main house, not the pork chop roof. And then I believe was there one more slide, Christy? No, that was it. So trellis material would be wood, and that trellis material does tie in just visually the connection between the new added doors in the back left corner of the house to this new accessory structure. And with that, I don't have anything else to add other than the question about how it is truly looked upon if you have an existing boxing detail on 90% of the house, but it's not allowed. So I just have that question in general. So
Angie, I can answer that.
Okay.
And of course, everything is up to the decision of the commission, but the goal is to bring the house into compliance. When something was, built incorrectly or not to the standards, the goal is always compliance with when new additions or new work is done. And that's the standard for all things, not just eaves, but all things related to all projects. I'm sorry if I overstepped, Madam Chair.
Thank
But
you, Christy. I
over to you.
appreciate that.
Oh, and I appreciate that too. I certainly absolutely am an advocate for bringing things back into compliance on all the projects that we do. It was just a question because on the back of the house where you have the two shed roofs, one's going to look one way and one's going to look another. And is that a timestamp of construction so that we can say that? Or is that just something that only in that case where you can physically see it, touch it, it's like human scale, would that be considered okay not to do that?
So Commissioner Goodwin, and then we'll take a look at why the reasons we were continued and go from there.
Okay.
Notice the abundance of pork chop eaves all over this house. And so I went to the standard. It's 6.14, number 3. And it says the triangular box detail, often referred to as a pork chop, should not be used on eave returns. And I take the operative word there is should. And this commissioner can make exceptions given the pre-existing conditions.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner Goodwin. So looking at the two reasons, I think we can start with, Commissioners, any other questions for the applicant? Sorry. Commissioner Wojcik.
Hi, Angie. Thank
Hi,
you
how
for
are
the
you?
resubmittal. So I know that we had a few things at the beginning that needed specifically to be readdressed, but as I was studying the redesign, I just wanted to make a little note because I feel like this might be confusing for some of the commissioners as they're looking at the drawings. But on your new elevation, Angie, I think that you can see the chimney I think the chimney's drawn in a location where you won't actually see it. And I don't want this to hinder the way that it's perceived. So where you have the new shed roof coming out, and then we have the nice steep gable on the front, just to the left of that, when I look at the floor plans, it doesn't, the front elevation, Christy.
Okay.
Yes, so right there to the left of that new nice steep gable, I don't think you're gonna see that based on the floor plan and where the wall location is. And so I just wanted to ask you about that before everybody started asking, commenting.
Okay. So
It looks like if you go with the floor plan, you have it actually blocked out
we
farther.
do. We do. That is correct. So you see it above the roof, because that dormer actually comes across in front of that chimney.
Yes, and I just think that kind of
Light
skews
drafting error.
a little bit. So I just don't want it to be impactful with people's view of what this proposal is gonna be, because you won't actually see that.
Yeah, we're talking about 8 inches of it with, maybe 5 courses or 6 courses high. But it is visible above the roof. And
Yes.
that we didn't change.
And then could I ask one more question? Angie, when you were doing this study, and I know that you borrowed that shed roof that you're proposing over the closet space from the rear elevation. When you're on that side elevation, you can see it on the front and the back. But did you ever consider just extending the front roof line where the dormer is over the addition versus doing a different roof pitch? And does that make sense?
You're talking about taking the existing gable and go paper east all the way across.
I think so. So above the little baby dormer with the hip roof, yeah,
Right.
above that roof line, did you ever look at just extending it to the right?
We did, and because it sits back, there was not enough headroom in there without changing that. It's compromised headroom as it is now. The only space, so where you see that little hip dormer, that headroom is clipped, but
It
to the
is,
left and
okay.
right, you barely have 5 feet in there because of its pitch.
I was trying to look at that to see what the elevations were, but it's hard for me to look at it on a computer. I'm better with it on paper.
Right.
Okay.
I wish I had, I wish I had given you interior photos. They're not required, but there is no headroom. It goes to zero, it just drops to zero.
Is that because of the floor heights or because all the other windows are at the same elevation?
Right, but if you look at the pitch of that roof and where it comes in, so go to the right elevation, Christy, I think is slide 13. So the existing.
Yeah,
So the existing roof.
go down though on that one to the left, Christy, in that same spot.
That's our proposed.
Yeah.
So we've actually raised, we've raised the gable.
Well, if you go to the existing gable and extend it over, you're only about a foot lower, which appears to be in plane with your ceiling height.
But it's further forward than the house.
I know, but
And then
it's
you have
higher
different
because
boxes. Yeah, I understand what you're saying about the boxing heights and everything and where it would terminate. It really was not the game plan to change that and to preserve that original roof.
Yeah.
So again, kind of going back to some of the standards, keeping the original roof. So Christy, if you can follow that line from the ridge to the eave.
Yep.
That's the original roof.
Yes.
And taking the same pitch and just moving it back and keeping the boxing heights in the same general location naturally lowered that gable. And so the thought was to keep the same pitch. I know what you're saying. If we would just extend that, then my boxing height ends higher. One of the concerns we had on another project was where boxing heights ended at different locations, didn't look
like that. Okay. I do very much like the new addition of the steep roof pitch on that front elevation. I think that helps a lot.
Yeah, we do too. We felt like looking at some of the other Tudor homes that are just within a stone throw away of this house really gave us the inspiration to go ahead and do that gable. It just changes the whole look of the house from what we had proposed. From what we had proposed. And an introduction of the same pitch, same material, same, basically a silhouette stepped back from the original gable. So Christy, just so that in perspective, if you can point to the lower gable of the front porch on that same elevation so that other members of the commission can see it. So that is down low. That's the front most forward facing steep gable. And then our gable is, yeah, there's another one there. And then that one, the third. So it is layered back as well as stepped up and down.
Thank you, Angie.
Thank you, Christy, for showing that on slide 13.
All right, Commissioner Goodwin.
Yeah, Angie, yeah, thank you for that clarification. I noticed also that the chimney would not be revealed on this front elevation, slide number 12. So with that shed dormer wall, just behind the steeply pitched gable, so that wall is going to be proud of the original roof line, and just not sure how that's going to work there. It seems that it's just bringing that dormer out. Might be a bit imposing, but it's hard for me to judge.
So in our sections through that specific space, we want to make sure that one roof doesn't totally overlap the other, right? Like we want to make sure that that material is appropriate, because as the main roof comes down and that shed roof kicks up over, like if you, Chris, I'm sorry, I keep pointing at my screen, where the chimney and the roof engage, just right above that. So one roof does tie into another, and that's the critical point. And a lot of that does get resolved in the construction documents, but that will not interfere with the main gable going up, but the shed roof that engages with it. So that chimney is really to be protected, in our opinion. And so whatever we need to do in that lower, like 5 courses by 8 inches, we will take care of that. So it's not seen. It is a slight drafting error. It is blocked out.
Okay, thank you. I just asked to consider if that shed dormer wall should be pushed back further to keep that area from, I mean, it is going to be basically right behind the steeply pitched gable, and it's going to kind of bring it all forward, and just concerned a little bit about massing there.
And if we have to step that back, a few inches, it doesn't change too much in the footprint of the house. So the floor plan is kind of indicative of that, but that window and that front wall are coplanar, right? So that the door below and that window are in the same plane, just like in the house. You have in the gable, everything is coplanar, but the dormer technically could step back a couple of inches so that it doesn't create that issue that you're talking about. But it's relatively minor. We are stepping, just a good point that you mentioned, we are stepping the dormer in, and you could see that they are not coplanar with the main wall down below. So in the right-hand side, just beyond window C, Christy, no, you zoom in on that same slide, sorry. Okay, zoom in. So the dormer is not coplanar with the first floor wall. So they are stepped in as well. Which,
that's helpful.
That we needed to do that. So, but if we need to kick it back just a little bit, we can. There will be a cricket between window C and the roof. You see that little tiny triangle is a cricket between the roofs to the left, just to the left, Christy, below the chimney. Come down. Come down a little further. There's a little triangle. There's a cricket of a roof right there. And it's not seen, but you do have to get water positively away from the siding of the house. So there is a little cricket in there.
Commissioner Wojcik.
Angie, can you do a perspective?
No.
Okay.
No.
All right.
I mean, that's the honest truth. No, we don't have the capabilities to do that right now.
All right, other questions of the applicant, commissioners? Commissioner Wojcik?
I know last time we reviewed this, Commissioner Parati was, I think, had some questions or concerns about that right side elevation. I was wondering if she felt like the changes addressed those.
Oh, we did pull it out.
And while Commissioner Parati takes a look at that, I'll wait. Oh, I'm sorry. I keep trying to have a deliberation conversation.
I do notice that we did pull that dormer in, Commissioner Godwin, so it is pushed in both directions. I just noticed that because that was one of the things we wanted to make sure we did. So if you zoom in on the bottom right of slide 13, Christy, you'll see that that shed dormer is not coplanar with the front thermal wall either. So we did push that in.
All right, Commissioner Wojcik?
Sorry, Angie. I guess I'm just having a hard time with the dormer, the front steep pitched roof and the existing roof line that's running away from us on the front elevation. So sorry, actually on the front elevation, Christy. And then we've got a shed dormer, we've got a setback gable that's running side to side. We have a main gable that's running side to side, and then we have a decorative facade basically for a steep, roof pitch. I'm having a hard time with what's happening in that little corner, and it could be fine, but my eye is telling me that something's not going to look right. And so that's the only thing I really have a question about. I feel like the things that you've done made sense in terms of massing and changing kind of the weight and changing the roof pitches and such. It's just that interior corner that's kind of bothering me.
So if I may go back, so on the original, I guess July presentation, what we had was a small dormer and a roof that returned onto itself. So you have a small window, right? So the concern, I believe, was that elevation needed some study. And one of the things that we saw was, so that little dormer that's there with the smaller window and the July elevation was, subordinate. It was pushed back, and that roof, the main roof, returned in front of it and just, cleanly died into the main house. Honestly, we would not have a problem going back to that if it simplifies it on the front, and then on the right-hand side, still make those changes with the windows and the dormer and the gable. And, if that is your concern, that it's,
No, I think what you've done has brought the window and the eave height and such back into proper proportion with the existing house. So I think the windows line up better. The void that was kind of above that side entry door is now gone. I do feel like we are moving in the right direction. I just,
So that gable that's on the front, as you know, is really an overbuild.
yeah.
It's an overbuild. And there is an example of that in the slide that I had. If we go down or up to slide 9. So if you look at some of the examples, they do have these overbuilt gables, right? They're just the visual interpretation on the sides. And so we felt like that was not an uncommon element to give you those eaves, those drops, that scale, the massing, proportion, everything that you look for. And we agree, there was too much space above the door before, right? When it's just too much space, that roof just kind of, not arbitrarily turned, but it turned. and hit the wall. This actually, I think, engages you. Even if you look at the original house, the photo on the upper right of slide 9, you can see how that roof ties back in, the original roof, excuse me. So again, it's not an uncommon element.
Yeah. No, I agree with you. I just am afraid that it's gonna, there's gonna be a water kind of catch or something that just, that's all. So, no, I totally agree. The applied rake design is completely appropriate. The pitch is great. And I know we won't see the chimney, so that visually, I think maybe that might be what's messing me up.
Sorry.
Commissioner Goodwin?
Yeah, I'm still having reservations like Commissioner Wojcik on this. I think that the steeply pitched gable, this overbuilt gable is a huge improvement, but still having it just forward of this shed roof and that wall, I don't know, I'm just real concerned about that, having that gable split that shed dormer like that. And I'm concerned about the massing and that it's bringing too much of the mass forward. But again, I think that the change that you made is a tremendous improvement over the straight shed dormer. Would it mess up the floor plan very badly to just eliminate the shed roof over that steeply pitched gable?
So if we provide the floor plans for you, and I believe that is on slide 15 or 16. Let's see. 17, 18, 19. Sorry, Christy. Second floor. And so that's a closet, and it could change the volume of the closet where you'd only hang in front of the window by eliminating that. So it doesn't, and I know configuration, y'all don't worry about the inside. We do. If we could, step it back a little bit, maybe a little bit more, but then it goes into the chimney. So as Commissioner Wojcik had mentioned, that you don't see the chimney at all. So your concern about the roof and the water is really not an issue. We just need to provide a small cricket, a very, very small cricket, to shed water away from that inside corner. Not something that's uncommon in construction where two gables meet a wall, or where a gable meets a wall.
All right. And so I do want to reference, I think it's the third sentence for this edition. We wanted the roof line complexity to be addressed. And it seems like the line of questioning, while the Tudor style has been added in front of that addition, it just seems like it got more complex than less complex to me, but maybe I'm misunderstanding that. Commissioner Parati?
Yeah, no, I agree. And Heather, I think the issue that I had with the right side elevation was the fenestration. I don't have that problem now. I've gotten over that. But I still have a challenge with the gable roof line here with the shed dormer behind it. It's not not simple, it's complex. And I think that was the challenge that we had with the other one. I think that the gable looks better, but we're sitting here talking about floor plans, which we're not supposed to be doing. And we're talking about water flow, but simply it's because the complexity of the roof line is still not where we need it to be.
If I may comment on that, Kim,
Please.
I don't think the roof is as complex as you think. Again, we do provide a roof plan. Christy, you can go to slide 20, I believe it is. Is there a roof plan? There is. Is there a roof plan? Slide 21.
There is, yeah.
So slide 21, you could see it is not a complex roof. It is actually a quite.
Right, the roof itself, it's that one part, Angie. It is the part where we have the shed dormer that's playing a backup dancer to the gable, you know? And so that is the challenge. And maybe I missed it, but because you gave a number of pictures for precedent for doing, I guess, the triple gable. Do you have any precedent for the gable with the shed dormer backing up to it?
Well, there are roofs that are like that. They're very common in a Tudor style, where you do have your eaves on Tudor homes that drop in front of walls. So that is an absolute, very, very, very common Tudor detail.
Okay.
Where you have that embellishment on a Tudor home. And so that specific detail on a shed roof is not an uncommon element. If you look at just the roof configuration of the existing house, you have all of these dynamic roofs working with each other. I don't think it's a competition of roofs, if that's what you're kind of.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, but I'm here, you know.
You know, you look at this existing roof plan, or even the one on the left-hand side, where you do see all these slopes and roofs and everything working together. And if the concern is the gable rake that comes down on a wall surface, it is done very, very common on a lot of the Tudor homes that are even in the district on Dilworth Road East or Road West.
Will you point out a couple that you included, just so I see what it looks like in real life?
In real life. Okay.
In real life, not as a drawing, but like as an actual picture
Yeah,
of it.
I totally understand. So in real life, I love it. So even if you just look at some of the examples, so if you go to the bottom right hand of middle of the slide, there's, let's see, trying to find one. There's on the left-hand side, in the middle, just to the, oh, I don't know what the address is, Christy, I'm sorry, 2000 Dilworth Road East is in the bottom of the slide 9. Keep going down. Next one, just to the left of that one, right there. 2001. Okay, so where you have different engagements of roofs that connect to each other, you know, the gable that comes down in front of that chimney engages with the wall behind it. Doesn't matter that it's, you know, a foot, 2 feet, 3 feet, 5 feet. That gable comes down in front of a thermal wall. So in front of the
It doesn't have a shed dormer behind it, right behind it.
No, but it has a wall and it engages with the wall, whether it's a shed dormer or not. It engaged with that roof that's a gable, right? So that roof comes down in front of that chimney and intersects the wall, whether it's a shed roof, whether it's a gable roof. It has the same design elements as that.
There, and I bear with me because I know I'm missing something, but we're also talking about, you know, consistent gable roofs, not gables and sheds and, you know, so.
Well, this house, for instance, it's actually, I think it's 2000, has 3 different roof pitches on the front. You have the real steep, traditional Tudor-esque. You have an engaged dormer where that window is with the little balcony on it. And then you have the side. And if you actually go around this house, which is one of my clients as well, if you go around the back, it has another roof pitch. So there's a variety of roofs that work together nicely. Also too, if you look at, there's another image on the same slide 9 on the bottom right of slide 9, Christy, that has a variety of roofs going on.
Yeah, I see it.
You know, so you've got the gable in the front, engages with the hip, engages with the shed dormer. And, you know,
That's all original, Angie?
I don't know that they are original or not. I mean, there's like one side has real deep overhangs. I honestly, I don't know. I'd have to rely on Christy for that.
I'd have to do my research on this one, Angie.
I mean, you know, you look at how this front, you know, the front entry engages with the front, and then it ties into the window, ties into the chimney. Then there's a shed roof off of that, and then you got a hip roof, you know.
I know I would call that a complicated roof. That's why I ask you if it's historic. Because,
well-
you're leading me astray if it's not, Angie.
No, I'm not going to lead you astray.
I know you wouldn't.
Materials, it does look like it can be, but I do not know. I know it's around the corner from this house, so.
I'll defer to our tutor experts on the
Right.
commission, and thank you for that education.
Commissioner Lineberger? Oh, sorry, Commissioner, I thought you were giving me.
Yeah, okay, yeah, Angie, I mean, the fact that the wall of that steep gable, that it flushes out with the below, I think that is excellent. I think that's a really good look, and we've seen numerous examples of that with the pictures that you've had. Just, this commissioner's concern is right behind that, you're going to have this thermal wall of the shed dormer, and it's going to be standing proud of the original roof, and it's going to be bringing that whole area forward, and I think it's going to be imposing.
Is it just that little bit of the shed that is the concern? Not necessarily where the window is, not the thermal wall of the window.
No, not where the window is. The thermal wall, the thermal wall of the shed dormer. That's going to be, and again, your drawing is showing the chimney. That chimney's not going to be there. You're going to see this thermal wall, and it's going to be standing out in front of the existing roof. And then that wall is going to have to make a turn and go back. And
The wall does not stick out in front of the roof. Look, the side elevation.
no, I'm not saying that it does, but the wall sticks out. It's a foot or two back behind the thermal wall below. It's close. It's almost out, proud with the steeply pitched gable.
Yeah, the main roof of the house that sits behind this dormer, if you look at the original house, the shed roof that you're talking about does not breach the wall of the original house, because the wall of the original house had windows there. Like there was a window next to the fireplace or to the chimney. There. I mean, you could see the outline of what is proposed. So the engagement of the cutout, that dark shadowing, does not interfere with that roof. Does that make sense?
He's thinking.
Okay.
While you're thinking,
Okay.
Commissioner Lineberger?
Yes, Angie, Christy, if you could go back to slide 9 with the photos of the other in the bottom or the middle, far left, middle, right there. Yes.
Mhm.
So that is certainly an example of a shed
Oh,
roof
yes.
with the, playing, as Commissioner Parati said, playing backup dancer to the gable. But in that, I think that maybe this helps understand, I think, the struggle that at least I'm having, and maybe some of the other commissioners, is the primary entry to the home and a major architectural element of that design of that home. So I think taking that element and using it on a secondary gable and a secondary detail that's, already has a primary entry, and then adding all the complexity. Certainly my understanding of the comment when we continued last time was a restudy of that complexity. We were looking for it to simplify. And I think it's just gotten more complicated. And I agree with the others that I like the detail, I like the gable. But I think that we were looking for a little more simplicity to come back. That's accurate, but.
All right, Commissioner Lineberger, Commissioner Wojcik.
My request would be for you to work with the existing gable that's running side to side and eliminate that shed behind the new gable and let that simplify the design. I can't tell you how to do that, but visually, that's what's going to help with that space in between the dormer and the new gable end.
Okay.
That's all I would suggest.
All right. Any other questions for the applicant before we close for deliberation? All right, we're now closed. All right, commissioners. Anyone want to start? Commissioner Wojcik, I feel like we can start with where you just left off with the advice or the recommendation. And perhaps, actually, let me back up.
Oh, wait. What about the back accessory structure?
Oh, we will now reopen. You are absolutely right. We did not comment on that at all. Accessory structure, any feedback, questions for the applicant?
Thank you for opening it back up.
No, that's my fault. Thank you for catching that. I mean, I like the direction that you went in. I will start with that comment. You definitely took the advice and the style of the matching or coming closer to the style, architectural style of the main subject property. So, any other questions on the accessory structure? Did we get, you mentioned the materials that you'll be using,
It's wood.
everything, okay,
Wood.
all right.
Angie, you mentioned that the lattice would provide privacy. It's a new feature that's been introduced. What other features did you explore to provide the privacy that they needed outside of the lattice?
You're talking about the slat wall?
Yeah, the slat wall. Sorry about that.
So it's like a louver. So it's a shutter has louvers. We felt like that was something that was not an issue material wise. Screening, you can't really screen for privacy. And really it was just a louver. The slat wall is a louver. So, and wood.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions? Commissioner Lineberger?
Yeah, Angie, on the roof line on this one, we had also commented on a restudy of that maybe more closely resembled the house. Did you do any other restudies or was it just the gable?
We did, and just changing the pitch of this, because it's so small, if I did match the pitch of the house, it just got really super large in the backyard. And so, just keeping it very, very simple in nature and just having a pitch that matched the side gable instead of the front gables. And again, that interlocked front gable over the door into the roof was another common element. That and if you look at the roof plan just on the bottom of slide 24, you'll see the roof plan and how it engages as well. Did the same detail. So no, as far as the truss on the side, it's really just a structural element with the exposed wood beam. And then too, just let me go back to the shutters. So basically the shutters are like a Bermuda shutter where you can operate them as needed. And the detail has, you know, it asked that if we can get that detail resolved with staff, we give them a more accurate detail of that slat wall.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions before we reclose for deliberation? All right, we're now closed. Okay, let's actually start with the reasons this was continued. If I can get there. All right, so number one set is for addition. Major redesign is needed. Restudy the overall design, addition to the house with a focus on the appearance of the front elevation. The roof line complexity also needs to be addressed. Consider the two-to-rest asymmetry when restudying massing, rhythm, form, etc. So it sounds like there was about a 50%, I guess, implementation of that, of what we were recommending there. There was the two-to-rest asymmetry introduced, but some of us are feeling like the roof line got a bit complicated. So commissioners, would love to get your feedback on what you think needs to happen here or how we should proceed on for number one. Commissioner Wojcik?
I agree with what you just said. I feel like there is definitely an improvement, but I do still feel like there's some complexity that needs to be simplified.
Okay. And I see some heads nodding.
Specifically on the front elevation. I feel like the side elevation was improved.
Okay. And then very quickly, and we'll circle back, well, very quickly, looking at the accessory structure, do we feel like it's become more congruent? The roof line, that is, and the structure in and of itself, the design of it. So that one, looks like they've addressed our concerns. Okay. All right. Commissioner Goodwin seems to.
I guess the one thing too is the pork chop eaves on both structures. And if this commissioner is okay with it, but need
Okay.
input from others.
I think if it didn't have that conditional language in there, then I would be no, because, you know, it's like, well, Chrissy said it, we try and bring things more into keeping with what our new standards as opposed to, you know, sticking with things that were done before. But because of the conditional language and because it would unify the house more, I'm in agreement with you.
Okay. All right. So considering that it seems we are about maybe 50 to 60% there, what is the commission's, I guess, feeling about how we want to move forward? Do we want to give some guidance? Let's do a bit of a poll.
Commissioner Wojcik, I think, said it really well. Like, obviously, we can't design it for them, but the new secondary gable roof line with the shed dormer behind it is something that clearly is a sticking point for a number of us. And I think Commissioner Lineberger said this well, that because in one of the pictures Angie provided, that gable dormer and the shed dormer backing it up, that was like the ta-da, right? That was the entryway. It wasn't the secondary. It's not the focus of the house. And right now it's pulling attention. So it would be nice to see it restudied.
Okay. Commissioner Walker?
Yeah, or an alternative to that might be if there's an example of these two shed dormers and gable dormers behaving in this way, that we could see it so that we could understand and lose some of our concern about the complexity of it.
Okay. I think that's fair.
One that's historic, right, Jill? Yeah.
Right.
Yes. All right, so I hear the makings of a motion. Do we have one? Any brave soul?
Still smiling.
We'll
It's a
help you
sign of
out.
bravery.
I make a motion to continue this application for the following reasons, and that is to restudy the roof form at the front elevation, to simplify the roof form and to improve massing. And the only other condition that I can think of at this point is that window and door specifications are needed.
Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion on the motion? Commissioner Walker?
Yeah, I wonder if Commissioner Phil would like to include, I can't remember your last name, the addition so that the applicant could perhaps show us an example of a historic structure with these two coexisting roof structures. I can't hear.
He's saying that perhaps she could bring that with the next, if this continuance passes,
Okay.
that could be brought. Do we want to add some standards though? So,
Roof forms were 6.13.
and 8.10 is accessory structure. And-
We approving the accessory structure?
So do we need to, okay,
Two motions.
all right, we need two motions then. Okay.
You can't hear.
Sorry, the other standard would be Chapter 6 additions, page 6.20 to 6.24.
And how about 6.14 for the trim,
For the what?
the
Oh,
pork
yeah.
chop eaves,
6.1.
number 3.
6.14. Yeah, 6.14, number 3.
All right, we've got some standards. The second still stands.
Yes.
All right, we've discussed the motion. All right, let's vote. Commissioner Goodwin,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Wheat,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati,
Yes.
Commissioner Walker, Commissioner Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins. All right, motion to continue. Part 1 passes 7-0.
So that would be the addition.
The addition passes 7-0. Now for the accessory structure, do we have a motion? All right, Commissioner Goodwin?
Yeah, I make a motion to approve the accessory building in this application, and that it is not incongruous with the district and meets the standards for accessory buildings 8.10.
All right, do we have a
Second.
second? All right, we have a second. Any discussion on the motion? Can we also add the 6.14 for trim, number 3? All right. Okay, still good?
Yes.
All right, let's vote. Commissioner Goodwin,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Wheat,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati,
Yes.
Commissioner Walker, Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins, yes. Motion passes 7-0 for the accessory structure.
Thank you. Can I just get clarity on the 6.14? Is it approved with the pork chop or not with the pork chop?
Approved.
With.
Yes, it's that conditional language that allows it, Angie.
Okay, that's good. Thank you.
Mm.
All right.
Okay, thanks, Angie.
Thank
The next application is 320 East Park Avenue. Applicants, please come up.
All right, and let the record show that Commissioner Taylor has rejoined.
And you both have been sworn in? Yes, okay, great. Okay, so the mic's on, just be sure to talk loud and clear into it.
Name and address, is
Not-
that correct?
Just 1 second, and then we'll throw it to you.
Gotcha.
This application, the proposal is in 3 parts. It's for an addition of a side porch on the left elevation. There are some fenestration changes proposed on the left elevation, as well as the right elevation, changing an entry door to a window. And then on the rear elevation, there's a rear addition and removing a screen porch that is a former addition and constructing a new 2-story addition, and approximately the same footprint. There are also some changes to window openings on the rear elevation as well. Materials are traditional to match existing. And with this, I will turn it over to the applicants. Applicants, if you would state your name and your address for the property, for the court reporter, please.
Sure. Sean Smith, 317 East Kingston Avenue, Charlotte 28203. I'm the owner of the home, and I've lived in Charlotte for 23 years. Currently live 1 block away. Fell in love with this home because the previous family that had been there for 35 plus years has done an amazing job of preserving the period character of the home. And so I just wanted to say as a brief introductory comment that the goal here is to really restore this according to its original beauty and grandeur. So that's the objective. Thank you.
Gina Holmes with Charlotte Environments, and we are 4730 Park Road, Suite D, Charlotte, North Carolina, 28210. That's our office. Do you need my address?
That's fine.
Okay.
Yep, thanks, Gina. And please start where you'd like. I have you on the project description, but if you'd like me to move on to photos or site plan, you just let me know.
Well, we have taken a look at the street and the, if you take a look at that one, we've got his home is sandwiched in between the left house and then these condos. And if you look at the property, there is quite the opening space in between. And so what we are proposing is a outdoor covered patio. It would be behind an existing brick wall and gate. We are really wanting to bring this home into, a true Southern feel. And it does not currently have anything other than a very outdated, not original screened porch. So if you want to go to the next slide. Yeah. So we are not proposing to change anything on the front elevation. The sleeping porch on the left side, you can see the red windows, those have been replaced. I think they were replaced with casements to become egress. And we are proposing 2 options of those windows per your recommendations. On the left side elevation, you can see that the windows actually are a 12 grid. So we could either match the current left side elevation windows, or we could come back with a new single 1 light window. And we are open to your recommendations on that. What we would like to do is use the existing front porch and roof line and do a new covered, yep, below. And you can see it there. We like to match the front columns. And ideally, we would like to do this in a brick unpainted foundation. And then I'm just going to kind of, this is a lot going on, so I'm going to just kind of do a quick summary, and then if we want to get into questions. And then around the back, you can see the left bottom corner, the screen porch we were removing, and ideally what we're wanting to do is a 2-story addition. This would put I know this is not important to the floor plan, but it does bring the house to have a primary suite on the main, and then it would also have a full primary suite on the second floor as well. So it really brings this home up into today. But you can also see on the bottom rear elevation that in the 90s, we think that this half round window was added. So that is also not original to the home. And we've got some photos of that as well. So this is the new projected addition on the rear, staying within the footprint of that screen porch. If you want to keep going, we got the Zootwell, the streetscape here. So I really feel like we're continuing the pattern of the street with adding some more width to the home. And then if you want to keep going, we can scroll through a couple more. Those are just some of those.
Could you bring the microphone closer to your?
Sorry,
Yep.
it's hard to look at that.
You can pick it up if you need to.
Okay. So anyway, if you want to open up to discussion, and then we can try to answer questions. So just want a brief summary of that. No callers?
All right. All right, commissioners, any questions for the applicant?
I have some.
Oh, Commissioner Walker.
Hi, thank you for that presentation. I was curious, did you do some research as to the location of both doors and windows historically on this house? I agree with you also that it is a wonderful house and the previous owners did keep it alone, which was nice.
Are you talking about the door, the side entry on this, the left side?
Well, on all 4 sides, it looks like there are several places where you're proposing some window changes. So my question was just whether or not they were going along what you thought was the historic
Sure.
openings in the
Yeah, I
house or
can
just
ma-
new openings?
Why don't we start on the left elevation, please, Christy? Towards the front of the house, the shaded blue in the bottom, there was a broken window that the previous owner repaired with a non-conforming window. We're going to rebuild that to conform. We believe those windows are original or historic. Don't know for sure, but that's the intent there. The new entrance into the kitchen area from the covered porch is replacing windows that appear to be of consistent theme around the home. And we're trying to create more light into the area while maintaining that theme and aesthetic. And kind of, I guess, rhythm is the word I've heard a few times too. Same with the rear entry along the right elevation. We want all of that to look really consistent with the front elevation of the home going around to the right side. Because of the open lot that's on this side, the open yard area on this side, this is somewhat visible from the street. So we really want that aesthetic to be consistent. And in the rear, where we're proposing new windows in the rear elevation, I think it's really to make it appear uniform and have kind of a consistent or solid, if you will, rhythm. Particularly the 4 windows in the bottom center, replacing somewhat of a odd non-conforming window pattern in the bottom center, and replacing the screen porch, which really I don't believe is conforming. On the right side elevation, we think, simplifying the picture and the rhythm by taking out the doorway and the entrance and the walkway up into what was the mother-in-law suite, so to speak, replacing that with a consistent window with the historic ones that were there. And in the 2-story bathroom upon bathroom addition, using the exact same windows as well. Does that address your question?
You mean as in taking those windows and just moving them someplace else?
Did move, we were planning to move one.
We're moving one and building a few.
So I think to add on to the question, are the windows, I think in the rear, or the windows that are being removed, particularly on the main floor, are they historic?
No, they are not. Good question. Good questions. They're not. Yep.
What about on the other elevations?
On the right side elevation where the porch is replacing, I'm sorry,
No.
left side elevation. Got my left and right backwards. I do not believe that those are historic either.
Okay.
I can't say we have photos or evidence of that. I know that we looked at photos, but this was several weeks ago.
Because that's gonna matter, right? It matters if they're historic windows. And
Well,
So what we're also saying is that there's this existing brick fence here. From my understanding is that have changed windows on the sides of historic homes in the past. There is a issue here of getting into this house from this side, and it's very tight. And at a new code standard, it is not accessible.
non-conforming,
Not,
yeah,
yes. And
definitely.
so this has been added on and chopped up over there. And so at this point, we were proposing to replace with a new door system to get into the house. It would also be safer. I understand that it is not the existing historical, but part of it is on the back half of the home as well. And it's
Yeah,
behind the.
And just to be clear, there's a little bit of a snake entrance as you approach, yeah, right there, you have to snake around that little wall, and then there is a doorway that enters this direction into the existing kitchen, and it's definitely an awkward entrance. And we're proposing to create two entrances around that same corner, both of them straight on, if you will. One into the mudroom, one into the kitchen.
okay.
If I may, I think I can explain why that condition is there.
Mhm.
It appears that if you look at the floor plan, hold on. So the front porch was infilled at some point. You see, this used to be the front porch, and that was a door.
Mm.
Wait, I'm on the wrong one. This door was off of an original front porch, like this was all front porch. And it went in, and then by infilling it, it created this like
Oh, okay.
weird hallway configuration. And that's what they're talking about with kind of like snaking in.
Got it.
So that's the issue. So no, I don't think these windows are original. They may have been on this wall right here, but it's anyone's guess at this point.
Okay.
And then it's really helpful to see here that the addition is, off to the back and the side. And they're creating a new covered porch, and that's where that new entrance is to kind of fix this configuration.
Well said.
Is that helpful? Okay.
Yeah, well
Thank
said.
you. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yep, sure.
Thank you, Christy. All right, commissioners.
Couple other
Commissioner Walker.
questions. The foundation for the covered porch will match the house's existing foundation, right?
Yes, it will be brick and remain unpainted.
Right, great. And then the covered porch itself, is that about, I think I saw it was like 20 by 20. I was trying to,
Roughly, I think a touch larger than that. Yeah, 430.
okay, and then it sits about 30 feet from the front of the house?
At least. Yeah, at least.
Okay, and then the only other,
And it is behind a brick wall that goes around the backyard. So there's a gate and a brick wall that's off the driveway.
I eyeballed it, and you might know this answer better, but with this front porch, which I guess this side porch rather, you're not gonna see it so much from the street. it appears that the width of this house will be twice the width of its neighbor. Does that sound about right?
Well, sure. It's 3 lots put together. Probably the best analogy, if you have the photo of all the homes on the block, the best analogy for this home is 300, which is same block across the street, where there are covered porches or porticos, one on each side for symmetry. And it's a similarly sized lot for 300 as it is for 320. It's right there. Yeah. Yeah. So that's the best analogy that's in the immediate vicinity. There's also one on the opposite corner. We don't have a photo of it. That Cleveland home is a similar analogy with a large, wide porch and slight bump out on the porch on one side.
Thank you.
Mhm.
All right. Other questions for the applicant?
You gave us options for fenestration with the sleeping porches. And is one commissioner, just to make it concise with or unified with the other fenestration, the 1/1s is what I would recommend.
That's great.
Is one commissioner, and think what you're doing to help breathe new life into this place is wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. If there are no other questions for the applicant, we can close for deliberation. All right, commissioners. Thoughts about, so did we cover all parts of this?
Tree removal.
Oh,
That's actually not part of this
it's not
application.
part.
Okay.
That was stuck, but that was an administrative error on the previous landscaping application. It was a letter that came in late was stuck on the back of this package.
I say, I saw it at the very end and I
Yeah,
thought,
and we're
what
gonna-
is this? Okay,
We're going to revisit that further down the road in a separate application.
thank you.
All right, just to reiterate, we'll go ahead and close for deliberation. All right, Commissioner Parati, looks like you want to say something?
I want to talk about the sleeping porch on the second level. I think it's tastefully done. And, you know, staff made note of this, and I agree that in order to make it look consistent, the single light windows is my preference. Anyone have any other thoughts about that?
Listed as option 2, I believe.
I agree.
So it looks like we're good with the sleeping porch, right?
Mhm.
And I don't have an issue with the right elevation, the change of the entry door to a 1/1 window. s- Anyone else have any thoughts on that?
This particular application, I think the comments refer to new construction, but I believe that what we're looking at is rehabilitation of building elements, and so we would be better served by looking at guideline 4.14 and those that are listed under windows.
Mm-hmm.
There
You
are
want
a
to
lot
read
of
it?
window changes in this particular application, and I think a lot of them perfectly make sense, but what we have to do is look at this vis-a-vis these guidelines, and are these all okay
No.
within our guidelines?
Right, and we've established that these are not historic here, the ones that we're talking about in the red.
Correct. Oops, they're closed.
So with that being the case, then, you know, if they were historic, then we might have more of a conversation, but non-historic,
Can I ask about, oh, go ahead.
Commissioner Lineberg.
On the, Christy, can you go to the rear elevation, the two rear, the proposed and the existing? The one on the bottom right, yeah. What about that one? Because that one comes out and becomes a much smaller window. Is that a historic?
I will say that, let's say for the sake of argument that it's historic, we've typically fervently protected those windows that could be seen from the streetscape. Now, obviously, we love preserving windows, but if most of these windows are not historic and this is on the on the rear elevation, I don't have a problem with it going.
So then this particular guideline that states, avoid adding new openings or changing existing openings on primary elevations.
It's not primary.
It's not primary.
It's not a primary elevation.
It's rear.
Rear.
So primary is just the front.
Primary, as I would define it, would be what you can see from the pedestrian right of way. That's why we really, really fight tooth and nail to say if what's on the face of it and what's on the right and left elevations that are, you know, closest to the street. If you recall, we've allowed quite a few times when there were programmatic changes going on with the house for openings to be widened or changed if it was further back.
Commissioner Wojcik.
You know, we typically do ask them to reuse windows too, if possible. So if there's historic windows on elevations, on any elevation, we could still request that they reuse those as.
And yet, this is one of those houses that where many of them are not original, and for the few that are left over, we don't know if they are. I don't know if that's a fight to fight.
I believe they are reusing at least one window.
They did say that, yeah. And then building others, I think, yeah. So it sounds like they're taking great care to I don't even want to say restore because it was, I mean, it's been well kept, but they are doing a lot to maintain the language of the original house.
Okay. Commissioner Lineberger.
Can we move on and can I ask another question?
Yep.
What about the chimney that is shown in at
The rear elevation, and they're proposing to remove these kind of utilitarian chimneys in the
Okay.
back. They're not visible from the street. Typically, if they're not visible,
yeah,
it's a,
right.
yeah.
Okay.
We should probably look up a standard now because we're
Yes.
going to need it.
Commissioner Taylor.
Question, the transoms above the new doors, are those leaded transoms, leaded glass, or are those mullions?
We're closed right now. You want me to reopen?
Yeah, please.
We'll reopen. Go ahead, Commissioner Taylor.
They're leaded.
Leaded, yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. Leaded,
It's above the front door.
leaded to match
Yeah.
the front
Yeah.
door.
So you have, I think there's two new sets of new doors and both of those are leaded glass transoms.
Correct,
Okay.
to match the front door.
Okay.
All right, we will reclose. All right, so it looks like we're pulling together some standards because someone's ready to craft a motion.
We haven't talked about the port, hold on. Never mind.
All right.
Porches.
All right, does anybody have a motion they'd like to float? And we'll help out with standards.
I'll make a motion.
All right. Commissioner Parati?
All right. I move to approve this project in that it is not incongruous with our standards for, let's see here just a moment, for additions 6.20 through 6.24. Also, for windows, let's see, excuse me, just a moment. It's, one more time, Commissioner Wojcik. Mm-hmm.
4.14, number 6.
Okay. And for chimneys, 4.7. For porches, 4.8. And let's see if there are particular numbers I would point out.
Chimney is number 4.
Okay, so 4.7, number 4 for the chimneys. And let's see. Just a moment. I would say for porches 4.8. Number 4, even number 5. Number 3. Those are the ones I would use for that. And of course, always going to throw in Secretary of Interior's standards for rehabilitation, 2.5. I think that's a great one for this. And I believe, oh, and then additions. Additions, let's see here. Yeah, I gave 6.20 through 6.24. Okay. Yes, friendly amendment.
Did you reference option 2 for the sleeping porch window?
And we, as a commission, would prefer option 2 for the fenestration of the enclosed porch. Okay?
All right.
Please just add that you are not reviewing any landscaping, trees, or site elements.
Sure. So we will not review at this time any landscaping pertaining to this property. Yes.
Did you say, and window details trim approved by staff, maybe approved by?
Oh, I did not. No, thank you. So, and then we would like for staff to review the window details of this particular project. And Commissioner Lineberger, will you give me some standards to go with that?
6.14, but let me check.
Okay. She's checking.
6.14.
Trim window details 6.14. Okay. Any other friendly amendments?
All right, we've got a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, motion and second. Do we have any discussion on the motion? All right, hearing none, let's vote. Commissioner Goodwin,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Wheat,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati,
Yes.
Commissioner Walker,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins, yes. Motion to approve passes 8-0. Thank you all.
Congratulations.
Thank you so
Thanks.
much.
I'll be in touch with a letter,
Yeah.
approval letter.
Thanks for everything.
Thanks for all your help.
Yeah.
You're welcome. Have a good day. Okay, would anyone care for a slight break before we start with number 5?
Yes.
So 10 minutes?
Yes.
Okay. We are taking a 10-minute break and we'll reconvene at 3:15.
Appreciate the discussion.
Okay, we ready?
Yes.
Commissioner Zermatt, our attorney, will be back momentarily. The next application is 424 to 428 West Boulevard. This is the Wilmore School. Let me pull up the plans. We do have some people signed up to speak on this project, and we also have some information in the agenda supplement about this project. The agenda supplement for anyone joining us online is linked on the same page as our agenda. And this application has been to the commission in the form of a workshop. So there's been, I think, twice previously, some high-level, non-binding feedback about this project for new infill development around the Wilmore School. Again, that it was all not in the official setting, so, not to be confused by what is before you now. And I know it's a big project, so as we approach all big projects, we focus on the big things first. So I ask that you maybe not get into materials and details and all that, but focus on the context, size, scale, massing, to help focus your review. So with that, Madam Chair, if you would please swear in anyone who has not been sworn in. If you're in the audience and have not been sworn in or don't know, just please raise your right hand at this time.
All right. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
Talton, I'm going to turn it right over to you.
Okay.
We are on slide 6. So this shows the location of the historic school. And with that, the floor is yours. Please speak loud and clear into the microphone. And if you can help me by referencing slide numbers to let me know where you'd like to go.
Perfect. I'm Tarleton Long, principal at Avery Hall. We're a Brooklyn and Charlotte-based design and development company, so acting both as design architect and developer on this. This is in partnership with the Scarborough family and in collaboration with our executive architects, BB&M Architecture. So jumping to the existing conditions, I'm sure you're familiar with the site, but it's 3.5 acres in Wilmore, bound by West Boulevard, Mint, and Kingston. On the south side of the site is an existing school building that's been vacant for several decades now. And we have committed to preserving the historic school through an adaptive reuse. In that process, we plan to remove the highlighted portions in red, which are 1970s additions kind of over the original historic building that Landmarks also supports doing. The balance of the site is a large vacant parking lot with a steep embankment down to Kingston and Mint, with a lot of kind of overgrown mixed vegetation on the embankment. And then there's a series of street trees around all the frontages that our goal is to preserve all of those street trees, as well as add new trees in some locations that need them. Jumping to Kingston Avenue, a view of the site here, you can see the kind of steep overgrown embankment up to the parking lot. There's about a 12 to 13 foot grade change from Kingston up to West Boulevard and the existing surface parking lot. And I think what's key to show in these images along Kingston and Mint is that because this embankment is so steep and significant, the school building is not currently visible from either Kingston or Mint. Even in the winter time when the leaves are down, that grade change really obscures the view. But then once you get up to Mint and West, the school comes in view. You also notice in the bottom right image, there's a sign there that we'd plan to save and incorporate into the new development. Next slide. So turning the corner on West Boulevard, this is the view of the school. Highlighted in white is the 1970s addition that we would remove, and in its place, restore the original design of the West Boulevard facade. We have those drawings in order to do that. And then the balance are images of really the parking on both sides of the school, front and back. We can jump down to, let's see, maybe slide 15. So in previous workshops, we kind of discussed nearby buildings that we could reference for height and massing, particularly the church, both across Mint Street and down the street with 3 and 4 stories. Next slide.
and also discussed this concept of considering height when measuring prominence over the adjacent curb. Wilmore has a lot of grade change throughout the neighborhood. Our site certainly has a lot of grade change as well over the adjacent streets. So when thinking about height in this context, there's precedent for prominence in excess of 50 feet over the adjacent curb, including recently approved and built townhomes on Worthington. Next slide. A setback is also important context to consider. I think one of the things that makes Wilmore a very dynamic, interesting neighborhood is there's a variety of setback conditions in the neighborhood. It is not uniform. And that's evidenced here surrounding the site on the north side. The setbacks range from around 20 feet, 23 feet on the side streets to 12 feet at the Pasta and Provisions just up Mint to 29 and 38 feet along Kingston. And the next slide. Similar story south of the site, so a range of setbacks from 20 feet on the side streets to 14 feet of the house directly across Mint to around 43 to 47 feet along West Boulevard. Next slide. And these are just images showing those kind of range of setback conditions from the very urban Pasta and Provisions to the kind of in-between to the more suburban style setbacks. So diving into the overall site plan, just to orient you, the school building that we would preserve is in gray, and the new building is surrounding outlined in white. Starting with site access, we're proposing to preserve the existing access off of West Boulevard, as well as the existing surface parking in front of the school, but also introduced a through lot drive aisle, a one-way drive aisle connecting to Kingston. So it'd be an exit only onto Kingston. This drive aisle serves two purposes. One is for life safety. Fire trucks, ambulances need access into the site. The site is so large that we can't just rely on street access. The other benefit is that it creates additional buffer with the east property line. And it's also important to point out that all of these access points off West and Kingston are for the surface spaces only. We would have about 28 of them, and those are to serve visitors and for the retail and assembly space function in the theater space in the school. The balance of the parking is all fully buried in this two-story below-ground structured parking under the new building, and that's for residents only. It's a secure parking garage, and ingress and egress would both be served off of Mint. So none of those users would need to use the Kingston exit or West Boulevard. Walking through the setbacks on the site plan, we had a lot of feedback in the workshops about the sensitivity of Kingston Street in particular with setbacks. The blue outline is kind of where we started with the standard MUD zoning setbacks. We've obviously made a lot of adjustments since then. One thing we incorporated is a notch in the northeast corner to a more generous 40-foot setback to more clearly or more similarly mimic the houses down Kingston, and then stepping forward to a 30-foot setback to the corner of Mint, and then turning around Mint. The setbacks have a wide range of variety here, mostly because we have a rectilinear building following the curved street. They range from 30 to 50-foot setbacks, and these steps in the massing help break down this longest frontage of the new building. And then at West Boulevard on the corner, on the ground floor is where we'd introduce a small retail space for our restaurant or cafe. Initial feedback from the workshop was that we were kind of too far forward and too close to West Boulevard with this portion of the building. So we moved it back a little bit to about a 40 to 46-foot setback, which is more similar to the other houses along West Boulevard. In terms of heights, again, thinking about the kind of more sensitive parts of the site, the massing really steps down towards Kingston. So on Kingston Street, we have a 3-story base for most of that frontage. And then there's a setback to a 4th floor going all the way to Mint Street. And then turning the corner along Mint Street, we use a similar strategy with a 4-story overall massing. The difference here is we're following the hill up to West Boulevard. So about halfway down, the building steps up with the hill. But then at the corner of West and Mint, we stay at that 4 stories. In only the center portion of the site do we have the 5th floor where Kirsty's
Christie's cursor is now. A couple other things to point out, the mechanical systems would all be in the hatched area in the center of the roof so that not to be visible from anywhere around the site. And we would also introduce a fence and screening along the east property line. We don't have those details yet, but they would follow the historic district standards. Next slide. So walking through the elevations, this is Kingston Avenue, showing the predominantly 3-story brick masonry base, and then popping up to the 4th-story massing on the corner to kind of create a prominent position on the corner, and then a setback to a 4th floor where we transition to a lap siding material. And then along Mint Street, you can see how the building follows the hill up, again, 4 stories on the corner of Mint and Kingston, and then ending with 4 stories on Mint and West Boulevard, where we introduce the ground floor retail and a change in material and fenestration pattern to indicate that different program. Next slide. So this elevation of West Boulevard, this shows how we would remove the 1970s addition on the school to restore the original facade of the school building, as well as the 4-story new construction building to the west, again showing that retail corner on Mint and West and the change in materials there. And then finally, the east property line shows starting at the 3-story base along Kingston, stepping up to 4 floors and transitioning to the lap siding, and then the middle of the site, the 5-story massing. Next slide. This is a section through the entire site running from West Boulevard to Kingston Street. 2 important things to point out here. One is how we're bearing the parking here in order to keep the overall building height as low as possible. But also the other benefit of that is none of the structured parking would be visible from any of the frontages. This also illustrates how, because of the stepped massing and the sheer size of the site from West Boulevard to Kingston, these view planes show that the 5-story massing in the center of the site is not visible from either frontage. Next slide. This is a rendering of what it would look like along Kingston Avenue, showing the 3-story brick base. We would select a brick to match the existing school building, setting back to a 4-story and a transition to a lap siding there. This also shows some tools we're using to break up the massing. Every 60 feet, we're stepping the building to break up the massing, and then every 30 feet, we're introducing a brick reveal detail, kind of running vertically along the facade to kind of create a hierarchy of breaking down the massing to a scale of more of a 30-foot increment that's more of a townhouse-like scale. We're also introducing individual unit entries directly to the street with entry sconces and paths to the street, as well as private yards to create that semi-private zone before the public realm. Next slide. This is a view of West Boulevard, showing the removal of the 1970s addition and the restoration of the historic school facade, as well as enhanced landscaping and kind of cleaning up the frontage along West Boulevard to restore the grandeur of the original school building. And then our 4-story building coming around the corner at Mint and West Boulevard with the retail just visible in the distance. Next slide. In terms of materials and details, we don't need to spend too much time on this, but we think it's important that we point out that the main cues we're taking for the design and the architecture is the historic school building. We think that that's most appropriate given we share the site with the building and it is a landmark building. So we're looking at things like the stone base detail, the stone parapet, the oversized divided lights, the soldier coursing over the windows. We also think that the new building should make subtle nods to the bungalow craftsman style architecture surrounding the neighborhood. So this is a house across Mint with a similar brick veneer, but also showing the welcoming front entries and the transition to a lap siding on the upper floors. Next slide. And this is a section detail through the facade at the Kingston Avenue frontage, showing the brick to match the existing school brick, the oversized divided light windows with quite a bit of depth of those windows from the face of the brick to create depth and shadow, the soldier coursing over the windows, the stone base detail, as well as the stone cornice detail, again, in reference to the school building.
This also shows our tools of breaking down the massing, the stepping every 60 feet, and then the facade reveal every 30 feet, as well as the transition to the 4th floor setback and to the lap siding above. And then finally, for Kingston Avenue, we'd have individual unit entries. These kind of portal-like design is influenced by the main entry to the school building with entry sconces and unit numbers, and then the private yards with landscape elements to create that transition from the building to the public realm. I think with that, we can open up the questions and discussion.
Okay, we have some callers.
Okay.
People joined us online. I would also like to turn everyone's attention to the agenda supplement where information was submitted by residents. So we have something from Megan Bailey, Justin Bell, some illustrations, and Mike and Sam. So, and I think Sam is with us. Sam, have you joined us?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Do you have video capability?
Okay, can you see me?
Oh, perfect. Hi, Sam. Sam, were you just sworn in?
I was sworn in the beginning, yes.
Oh, okay, perfect. Sam, if you would state your name and your address for the court reporter, please.
Okay, my name is Samantha Skanes Menchaca. I'm at 417 West Kingston Ave. It's just one house down from the site on Kingston, so I'm very familiar with the current conditions and I've been following the workshops and everything, so.
Thanks. Sam, feel free to share your thoughts. We do have your written comments as well as your exhibits. So just let me know where you'd like to start.
Okay, we can start right there. I have my written comments in front of me, so this is perfect. I'd say, to start off, I think the majority of the Wilmore residents are excited about proposed development at this site. It's been abandoned for quite some time with just, school buses and broken windows. So I think in general, just someone, proposing a development on it is exciting, but this type of massive, block style of apartment, I think is what everyone fears in a historic neighborhood. Right now it's zoned for 26 townhomes, and this is really like what you see in South End. I understand that the garage is below ground, but the terminology used for this building is towers, which I just think in of itself is not really complements the single family homes in Wilmore. We're not at all keen to the 4th ward, which there's another slide for that. But on this slide, these are pointing to the historic or the sites that they cited to, and 2 of them are not historic. Really, the only ones that are the churches. And there's one church that it goes up to 50 feet. That's max height, and the standards say that you can't go any higher than the tallest historic building. So 50 feet would, and I think it's actually 49.5, would be absolute max height that they can go to, and it's that one that's closer to the school. But as you can see, there's still a row of single family homes in front of that, so it's not directly adjacent to. And when you go onto Kingston Drive, which is the interior, I mean, you can't see that church at all. So sure, while you can see the church, from West and Mint, you can't. I mean, that's just not in the context of all of what Kingston is, which is purely just single family homes. Okay, next slide. Yeah, okay. I know that in the 4th ward, there's precedent for doing these taller type of towers, but as you can see, the 4th ward is drastically different than what our context is in Wilmore. The 4th ward is on the right, and you can see those big, more apartment style buildings, and I'm sure a lot of them have towers, but if you look at our Wilmore neighborhood, we're all single family homes. There's not a single building in our neighborhood that is taller than 3 stories, not one. Next slide. So this is historically what the school site looked like, and on Kingston Drive, you can see it was 7 separate parcels that were likely intended for single-family homes, and I think probably over time, they needed more parking space, and so the school acquired it and turned it into a parking lot. But Kingston is, I mean, it's just the context of Kingston Ave is very different than West and Mint, and it was historically intended to be part of our single family homes on that street. And I know in the standards it says that new multi-family buildings should respect historic lot lines and parcel sizes. You need to break in the wall plane to emulate spacing of historic buildings. And this type of large block apartment style building just doesn't do that. And I think that is why it's currently zoned for 26 townhomes, because townhomes do that, while just the gigantic block apartments building does not. Okay, next slide. So as you can see, I know they call it a 5-story tower in the middle, but actually if you're on the street, it's 6 stories based on the grade. Visually, it looks like 6 stories. So while the grade may go up and the building itself may only be 5 stories from the ground in the middle, if you're on the curb, it looks like 6 stories. Okay. Next slide. So he said that the school is not visual, like you can't visually see the school from Kingston. It's just not true. There's a picture I took right there that's next to my house, and you can see the school very clearly. And what they're proposing is to put, 5 stories in front of that, and you are definitely going to see the five stories from this angle. He said, from most angles you can't see it, but they don't prove that. And from where I'm standing, I mean, I'm going to be able to see the towers. Next slide. So this is just to make you guys aware of what zoning is going to require anyway in terms of height. You can't have height within 100 feet of a residential property line be over 50 feet. So zoning is going to require that portion that is in red at least come down to 50 feet. So that can't be per zoning above 65 feet. So if you guys kind of like want to work in step with zoning, I just want to make you guys aware of that. That's going to be a height reduction required by zoning. So this is setback. You're supposed to follow the line of the houses facing forward. So they're required to follow per the standards for that red line. The green line is the sidewalk. So as you can see, the majority of the portion on Kingston right now is just a few feet from where the sidewalk currently is. And the setback that they cite though to the property next to me, which I think is shown in the next slide. That is all a front porch, a screened-in front porch. So they cite that. You can see the line. It's kind of small on my screen, but what is it down to? They cite it as 47 feet, but they're measuring from the screened-in front porch, and they need to measure from the thermal wall. So the thermal wall for that is going to be closer, to somewhere in between 47 and 66. My house, which is the one next to it, is more keen to 66. And so they need to not take the 47 into consideration if it's farther back than that. I mean, someone needs to come out and measure it. I'm not going to do it myself. Slide. This is just showing that even when there are larger buildings in our neighborhood, there are massive setbacks. The churches, it doesn't look so, they don't look so large based on the massive setbacks in front of them. And right now, the proposed development, it doesn't have that massive setback to be able to justify 3 to 4 stories high as what they're proposing right now. Slide. Okay, so this is what would be facing interior properties, and they have balconies and units that are facing those interior properties. And in accordance to the guidelines, if there's a courtyard, the units need to be facing the courtyard and not facing the interior property. Is the way they have them right now. Next slide.
I think that's it, Sam.
There's one more comment that I have, that zoning is also going to require that they have a minimum 10-foot buffer with a fence along and a privacy landscaping along that interior property line, which we haven't seen any proposals for that. All right, that's it.
Thank you. We also have Mike Lewis. Mike, are you with us? Hi, Mike. If you're talking, we can't hear you. Mike, would you like to try and call in instead? Candace, will you send Mike the call-in information, please? Thank you. I don't think we have any more callers, but so we can move on to questions of the commission, and when we get reconnected with Mike, we can circle back to him.
Okay, sure. Thank you for your application. I do want to say, as one commissioner, I'm pretty sure there are going to be questions about the height in relation to the single-family homes that are within the context of this location, as well as the massing. So just want to make sure that you're taking that into consideration, taking those standards into consideration. Great deal about setback and all of that, but the actual presence of this structure as it impacts the single-family residents is something that's going to be pretty crucial in this application. So commissioners, questions for the applicant?
Yeah, I would really love your response to some of Sam's comments.
Sure. Maybe let's start with what seems to be a priority, which is height. So just to clarify, we're running kind of parallel paths with zoning. We did get the comment about the 50 feet within 100 feet. It's just that comment came after this was submitted. So just so it's clear, we're running that parallel path. And so the updates on the zoning side will come kind of concurrent with our feedback from the HDC side. Understanding that height is obviously a big concern with this site. We've tried to take a very thoughtful approach with this stepped massing, with the most sensitive part of the massing going to Kingston Street, and then basically gathering the bulk of the massing towards the center of the site. And I understand Sam's particular concern because she's 2 doors down and actually would have that lot line view that maybe others may not have. So I get that concern. What we're trying to do here is, at the end of the day, the seller here is Charlotte-Mecklenburg Schools. We're trying to get to a plan that works for us so that it works for them. And in order to do so, we need a certain amount of density. But we're trying to be very sensitive to neighbors as well as the HGC guidelines to understand how can we best massage that density to a point where it works for the neighborhood and for HDC. And so that's where we've started here. Initially, when we had the workshops, there was a lot more bulk kind of towards the periphery, and we've reined that in to some degree, and we're looking for feedback to kind of keep that process moving.
Just high level, I remember our workshop, and I said that the star of the show was and is the school.
Right.
And that everything else should be like the backup dancers to the school,
Remember that?
right? Yeah. So, yeah, because the school is Beyonce, and it feels like you just brought in Taylor Swift, right? So they are competing in a sense where, again, I look at things holistically as a commissioner. So I'm not just looking at the height, I'm looking at the height, I'm looking at the width, I'm looking at the setbacks. If a mouse was in your face, it would feel a lot different than if a gorilla was in your face. And so with something that is so high and so wide and the material's so heavy, it feels a little overpowering right now. And it doesn't seem to, even though you've taken cues from the school, it doesn't seem to play the background to the school. It seems very much to be stealing the spotlight. And so I can understand the concerns that neighbors like Sam have because there's nothing like it around. And I know you've pointed to some other structures in the area, but we do historic like for like, and there's nothing like this that's 5 stories high. So will you speak to, I know that this is the beginning, but we did have a workshop on this. So why? Why is it still so imposing?
So I think part of today is to get concrete feedback on what HGC's priorities are. So if it's height and it's setback, or combination of the two. I think since the workshop, we have incorporated quite a bit of feedback on setbacks, and there's been a lot of changes there. We've also tried to shrink the 5-story portion as much as possible to the middle of the site. Hearing feedback right now, it sounds like that 5 stories is perhaps the top priority over perhaps setbacks.
I would disagree. I'd say, again, that those things work holistically. We can't point to the height of one building and then the width of another building and then the setbacks of yet another building. It's how it all works in concert.
Understood. And then if we can go to the rendering on page 25, I think. So in terms of giving the school space to breathe, I think at the end of the day, a lot of the work we're doing to kind of restore the school, remove those unfortunate additions, not putting anything in front of the school at all, is really giving the school that breathing room. And I think this rendering is emblematic of a future condition in which the school is actually much more prominent than it is today on West Boulevard. We're also sensitive to the building coming around the corner, and we increased the setback from West Boulevard to more closely match what the houses along West Boulevard currently are set back to, so that there be consistency along West Boulevard. The school is obviously quite a bit further back than the typical houses along West Boulevard. But that approach would be consistent with kind of the rhythm of West Boulevard and how that school sits within that context.
All right. So I just want to be clear. I think this view does a good job with making the point that Commissioner Parati is making, of the analogy that she used. For me, it doesn't look like the school is the front and center or the star. It looks secondary to this other building that is 4 or 5 stories. So I guess what additional thought can be given or consideration can be given for bringing that down some or making it more secondary to the historic structure that's on the site and to the neighbors that are single-family structures.
Yeah, so I think one tool we have is to relook at setbacks again, specifically in this view, the West Boulevard frontage. In our view, you know, this development is kind of in the center of the neighborhood. What's interesting about Wilmore is there's kind of nodes of commercial activity, such as the Possum Provisions just up the street. There's a community center catty corner to this. We view adding a little bit more urban density to this corner, along with ground floor retail, creates a new neighborhood node. And in feedback, I know use isn't really part of your consideration here, but in feedback, the neighbor was excited about the concept of a restaurant or cafe here. And we think a little bit more urban setting for that is appropriate. We obviously understand there's a balance to that setback relative to the school as well as the rest of the neighborhood. So in hearing your feedback here, it seems like we need to look at that setback in particular, how we can make that more generous so that the school gets a little more breathing room.
All right, Commissioner Wheat?
I would say for me as one commissioner, my biggest challenge is context. And I'd just like to know, specifically speaking to the Kingston elevation, which is all single-family homes, what is the historical context to allow for this multi-family unit? It's unique that we had another case earlier today with a multi-family unit on Kingston, and it's a duplex. And I would like to know what other context you have.
So I think what we maybe don't want to lose sight of here is that it's very rare for there to be 3.5 acres with one owner in the middle of a historic district. Also in a historic district that's just outside of Uptown, less than a half-mile walking distance to the light rail. There are lots of precedents for multifamily buildings within single-family zoning in Dilworth and other places. So I understand that currently there's single-family houses all along Kingston Street, but this is a obviously huge site. It's not like a single-family owner would buy this and build a huge mansion. We think that this neighborhood, this location is appropriate for multifamily because it's urban, it's connected to transit, it's near a lot of jobs. It's the exact type of housing we think makes the city great, as well as provide an opportunity for people to live in multi-unit housing who may not have the ability to make that leap to single-family housing, which is steep right now. So I get the point, but I think the context of the scale of the site lends itself to something that is much, much more than a single-family house. 3.5 acres obviously is just vastly different scale than the typical quarter-acre lot on Kingston.
Chris,
I can just help answer that question too on behalf of the applicant and for the commission. Right across the street, these are all quadruplexes, and the commission approved, I believe this is 1706. They approved a new construction here in the appearance of a quadruplex, but is actually just attached townhomes, like 2 townhomes. But it's all 4 of these lots are 2-story multifamily quadruplexes right across the street, just to help the commission and everyone else orient themselves.
Yeah, thank you, Christy. And before I go to you, Commissioner Walker, I just want to say what we are not losing sight of is the fact that just what Christy just said, we do have duplexes or multifamily units where there are single-family units all throughout districts around Charlotte. We're clear on that. The context, though, for what you're proposing is what we're trying to get some understanding of where you're getting it from, because we're not seeing it. And so I just wanted to make sure to clarify that we know that multifamily happens throughout these districts. Commissioner Walker?
Thanks. Yeah, to further what Commissioner Parati was talking about, I was just looking at some of the, reading your descriptive here, and just for clarification, it looks like the frontage on West Boulevard is 75 feet, which I guess is the original school. Is that right?
The front, I think I'm referencing the new building is about 75 feet wide along.
So how,
If you go to the site plan. So that leg of the new building on the left is about 75 feet wide.
okay. So then on Mint Street, it looks like it is 360 feet long,
Yes, that's,
and Kingston is 300 feet long, and then I'm guessing facing residential, since it's opposite Mint Street, that is 360 feet long as well?
no, that'd be about half that, because you can see that the Mint is about double the length of that frontage.
I think those numbers help us understand more how overwhelming this presentation is to the school itself, given 75 feet versus 360 feet. That helps in terms of me understanding the impact of your design here. Thanks.
So just to be clear, the 75 feet is not the dimension of the school. It's just that leg of the new building. The school itself is, I probably don't have a dimension on here, is probably well over 200 feet long. So that 75 feet is just that leg of the new construction, not the school building. The portion facing West Boulevard.
Can you point that out for me, Christy?
Right here.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
right
exactly.
here is what he's saying is 75 feet.
Okay.
But he doesn't have labeled, the length of the school.
But just looking at scale there, you can see that it's maybe 80% of the length of the Mint frontage. So maybe it's 250 feet, something like that, the length of the school building.
Okay,
Thank you.
all right. Commissioners, other questions? Commissioner Goodwin?
Yeah, while we're on that slide, I mean, the one thing that strikes me, and help me to understand, is the line there at the street, that's the curb, and it says property line at the lower left. Is the property line at the curb?
It actually varies. It's inside of the curb. You can see the blue line that's the MUD standard setbacks. The other dashed line that's black, it actually happens to go right over the blue line along West Boulevard. That's the property line. So NCDOT has a pretty big right of way. So the property line is actually kind of behind the sidewalk. And it varies by frontage. It just depends on the right of way for each street where that ends.
Well, also on that slide, the thing that really strikes me, no matter where the property line is, that the setbacks, when you're looking at the houses over on the left, these buildings are so much closer to the street than the other homes anywhere around. And I think that you will be addressing that. That's the one thing that strikes me is the setbacks. And then also to the height, got an issue with the height as well. And I did have a question for you. I think you said that there were two structures that were 50 feet tall. Did I hear you say that there were two 50-foot tall?
Are you talking
structures?
about context?
Yes.
So if you go to, let's see, maybe 14. So in discussing height, at least during the workshop, we had this discussion about height of an actual structure over the ground it sits on versus height over the adjacent curb, because there's a lot of grade change in this site, including at the Wilmore site. So in this instance, the height of this building over the adjacent side curb is just under 50 feet. And then I said a couple other instances as well.
I don't know what building that is. One of the callers said the only two historic buildings around were the two churches.
This is the church.
The church, directly across.
Oh, that is? Okay.
I would advise the commission that the measurement being shown is to the sidewalk and not to grade.
Correct.
And we always do grade.
Yes.
We do not do sidewalk.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, agreed with that. So bottom line is that the proposed height is substantially taller than any of the historic structures nearby. And I went out there too and just looked around the site, and yeah, it's just surrounded by these 1- and 2-story family homes. And then, you know, the Calvary Church is, you can hardly even see it from the site. It's kind of down the hill and there's a lot of vegetation. So I just wanted to add that. I think one thing that I really appreciated is the one perspective drawing that you did showing the you know, the lines as you go. Let me see, that's
Maybe
showing how how you won't even see the 5-story section. Yeah, that slide there. So although this commissioner is still concerned about the height of the buildings closest to the street. So but that's really helpful.
This site section, but it's showing, it's not showing from Kingston. It's showing from Mint.
that's a section north-south. So
North-south, so this is
Kingston on the
west.
right, and yeah, it's
West.
looking west.
Looking west, so this is West Boulevard
That's
here.
right. And Kingston on the right.
Kingston there, okay. So you don't have one of Mint?
No, we don't.
Okay.
That would be, I think that would be very helpful.
Okay.
And perhaps, you know, this commission would be amenable to taller buildings toward the middle if you can't see them. But this commissioner is still concerned about the height of the buildings from, you know, West and Mint and the other streets that are nearby. And again, in relation to what else is around, is the surrounding properties, the surrounding historic properties. And also in relation to the original school, you're getting so much taller than the original school building, so.
So one thing to point out with the school is that the floor-to-floor heights there are far greater than for the new building. So even though it's only 2 stories, it's just about 10 feet lower than the 4-story building because the floor-to-floor heights are so much greater.
That's a good point to make. Mhm.
Commissioners, any other questions for the applicant?
Sure, we haven't touched on the school. You said that the windows are beyond repair.
Yes, we can provide more photos. I've
Mhm.
toured the building multiple times.
Yeah.
They're beautiful windows, but unfortunately, most of the glass is gone. And the frames are super, super rotted. I don't know if you're aware that this school's been vacant for a very long time and not been cared for, unfortunately. So our assessment is that the windows, there's simply just not enough left to actually restore them. That being said, there's some great hardware on the windows. Unfortunately, they've been painted 20 times over the years, but underneath it, there's some great brass hardware. So there's little things like that. Maybe we reincorporate the hardware into new windows. Obviously, we haven't got, you know, we're more focused on massing and setback at this point, but happy to include more details on the window conditions for the next meeting.
Thank you.
Commissioner Goodwin?
I just wanted to make a comment on the windows too. When I went out there, I did look at the windows and I agree, these windows, so many of them are just beyond repair. So many have been broken out, but not only that, in many cases, the entire sashes are missing and they've been
Yes.
boarded over. The wood is terribly rotted in many places. Some of the sills are just falling apart. So I would vouch for that these windows it would not be practical to try to restore them.
Yeah, it's going to be important just for the sake of consistency with all of our applications to get what you're already promising to bring.
Yes, okay.
All right.
I just had one more question, just out of curiosity. The proposed project here has approximately how many units?
So we're still, our goal here is to build a little bit larger units than typical. So the unit size, I mean, the unit count has gone down from what we've stated in the zoning. I think initially we said 270, but it's gone down to about 220. Because we're hoping to gear this project more towards young families, a little bit more mature demographic than these kind of typical apartment buildings might have. So that's still in flux. I know you guys don't really look at plans, but we're still studying that exact unit mix and how large we might go with the unit size.
Thank you.
Great. Any other questions for the applicant? Okay. Hearing none, we'll close for deliberation.
Madam Chair, as you begin your deliberations, just want to remind the board that your discussions and final decisions need to be based upon your standards. I know there's been mention of some aspects regarding zoning. And so to the extent that, any of that has been discussed and has nothing to do with your standards, just reminding the board that your final decisions need to be based upon the standards.
Thank you, Attorney Hewitt.
Yeah, thank you for that, because I wanted to say that and then forgot to say it. Like, our standards take precedent over anything that zoning is doing. So it's important for the neighbors to know that, the community to know that, and for us all to know that. I think, Chairperson Hawkins, it's important for us to do high level, because if we're starting with the first point, it's context. And I'm in agreement with Commissioner Wheat in that it feels like it is not, contextually, I don't see how this building fits in. I think that that's enough said on that point. If we go to setback, I don't think that we've done, or the applicant, this application meets our requirements for setbacks. Spacing, don't think it meets our requirements for spacing. Orientation, massing and complexity of form. So I would love, in the interest of time, for us to maybe deal with those high-level things, because there's a lot of work to be done before we start to get into the minutia of everything else.
Agreed.
Well, and remind the commissioners that you do have 3 options with your vote as well.
So we can break it up, because this is 2 applications in one. So the rehabilitation, I would still like to, I'm for what they're doing. I think giving the school a little bit of love, showing it a little bit of love in preparation for the family that's about to join it is nice. I do want to see, in keeping and remaining consistent with what we've requested from the applicants, documentation that the windows are beyond repair before we just green like that. But I think that that is one, well, maybe one motion. And then looking at the beast, beautiful beast, that is this new construction, that I feel like that's another one.
I don't know. I mean, do you really feel like it's 2 different ones? I personally think everything could go into one.
Can be continued, yeah. Because of the windows, we're gonna have to, I would recommend continuing it. And I don't think that at the first crack at this, we should be denying anything. I mean, it doesn't meet our standards. However, I think saying it doesn't meet our standards, please see these first few points that, are included in Chapter 7, we work it and come back, then that would be part of a continuation. I don't know if we would need to dig deeper. What do you guys think? This first round?
No, I agree with you.
I'm just gonna comment. I personally, as a commissioner, struggling on the context question. I get both sides of that context question, that this is a unique site with potential that's historic, that I can envision parts of more urban area in this area that Wilmore has. So I really struggle with that, because I get both sides.
I will say contextually, it's kind of laid out, not kind of, it is laid out in our standards. You're supposed to look at, it's an apples to apples comparison. So context would be any multifamily that's in and around this area. So I think that would the church count? I would think that the church would count. The quads right across the street, those would count. So that would be context. So this would be great context, I think, for South End, South Boulevard, not for historic Wilmore.
Yeah, I just, the sites across the street aren't 3.5 acres.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that is a factual difference.
Mhm.
So the whole height and mass and setbacks, I don't struggle with. I get all that. The context, just as my comment, is what I struggle with.
Would it help you to compare the context to spacing? If you look at our spacing guidelines for new construction and multifamily and how those work together?
Sure.
Yeah, because like I think maybe the commission, that might help the commission with these big sites. Like we did this on East Boulevard with building separation. It was 2 lots that they combined, but you were still wanting that spacing and the rhythm of the street. So maybe if you combine your context with some of the spacing, that might help.
So,
I'm sorry, one more. Page 6.6, it's in the bottom photo. Caption says modulating the mass of a new multifamily building should emulate the spacing of the surrounding single-family historic dwellings. So that's where your context and spacing can work together.
Commissioner Wojcik?
So is multifamily residential?
Yes.
But part of this is commercial. So I mean, I feel like the standards are different because there are different restrictions in terms of setback requirements and things like that.
Commercial is so small. It's on that one corner. So you can look, it's just that one little corner here. I'll show
Okay,
you.
so we are under,
This is, here, the site plan. This right here, this square,
yeah,
this is the commercial.
okay, that helps me.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, everything else is multifamily.
When you went to 6, I was like, wait, I thought this was that.
Yeah, good question.
All right, any other comments from commissioners? I feel like what Commissioner Parati did say, and I do think that that's where we need to keep this, is very high level, and it sounds like we may want to give some direction for restudying. Commissioner Lineberger?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just probably reiterating some of the same, but when I review these applications, for this one, I went straight to the beginning of chapter 7 of our standards. And the number one thing is context. So when I look, I didn't get past this first page in reviewing this because it does not meet, for me, my interpretation of this, like number 2, 7.3 number 2, where a site exists with a buildable area for a non-residential building, the immediate historic context takes priority and should be respected. Number 3, non-historic buildings within the historic district and in the area of the proposed new construction should not be considered as the design context for any new construction. And number 4, in transition areas from single family to denser development, and this specifically applied to Kingston for me, that by zoning allow more variety of uses, the historic context surrounding the site should be respected in terms of height, massing, roof forms, materials, modulated facades. So just those points, that it does not do that for me. I mean, it does not meet those standards. So there are, I just would advise to start there when you go back, because to say it's not possible to reduce the height or to go with less than 5 stories, it is possible. I mean, we've seen many projects that have been infill, that have respected the neighbors, that have respected the historic setback established like we see on Kingston. So, and I really would love to see this school and the adaptive reuse of the school. I think it's fabulous. But it just needs more work.
And because we're looking at it, Commissioner Limburger, as a residential building, it would be chapter 6, but same thing. I mean, it's saying non-historic buildings within the historic district and in the context of the proposed new construction are not considered as context for any new construction. So we need to be looking at historic. When transitioning from single family to denser development area that by zoning allow larger multifamily developments, the historic context surrounding the site must be respected. The historic context surrounding the site must be respected in terms of height, massing, roof forms, materials, etc. That whole section 1 through 5 is very helpful in terms of understanding context.
Okay. So it's, Commissioner Goodwin?
Yeah, I'm trying to get a better handle on this concept of spacing for multifamily development. So, Christy, you pointed out page 6.6, and you've got a site for the new multifamily building. What that means is that you can still have a building that extends across all of those lots. It just needs to be broken up. Is that correct? So there's not really spacing. You create spacing by breaking up the building. And it says right there on that same page, number 2, new multifamily buildings should respect historic lot lines and parcel sizes. For multifamily buildings that are more than 1 lot width on the primary elevation and street, the mass of the building should be modulated with a material change and/or architectural change that creates a break in the wall plane to emulate the spacing of existing historic buildings. So you can have the continuous building. It just needs to be broken up architecturally, and not so the spacing is not. It's not like actual spacing between buildings.
A great example of that was on our project on East Boulevard, right at East and. No, it's further down. It's right before you get, it's by Copper. Yeah. That was done so well. That's one that I think is definitely worth checking out, because we had a similar conversation with residents about that, and the way they broke it up and made it respectful of the neighborhood was wonderful. And it was a larger lot. Two lots.
Yeah.
Sounds like everyone's saying the same thing, and we are on case number 5, so it's 4:20.
All right.
Okay.
So who has a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Okay.
So we would like to continue this application. One, as far as the rehab goes, for documentation that the windows are beyond repair. And for the second part of this application, the new construction, I would point to chapter 6. We'll start with context. 6.2, go to setback. 6.5, spacing. 6.6, orientation. 6.7, massing and complexity of form, 6.8. And I'll stop at spacing 6.6, height and width, 6.9. And I will go on to say we have not looked at the details of this application because high-level things need to be addressed. And for good measure, as a cherry on top, because I think that this is a great one always to reference, Secretary of Interior Standards 2.5.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner Parati. We have a motion on the floor. Do we have a second?
Second.
There's a second, right? I'll give it to Commissioner Wheat. Any question on the motion? Discussion on the motion?
Did you include chapter 7?
I didn't,
It just started with.
say it again.
You just started with, you just did this.
Because we're referring to it as non-residential, I use 6.
Okay.
We can include chapter 7 for good measure because of that one retail building. Yeah, so friendly amendment accepted. I'd also like to include chapter 7.
All right. Still second? Okay. All right, let's vote. Commissioner Goodwin,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Wheat,
Yes.
Commissioner Walker, Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins, yes. Motion to continue passes 8-0.
Thank you. Our next application is 227 West Park Avenue, and I believe our applicant has joined us online. Keith was Leslie, are you with us? Hi, Keith.
Hey, guys, how are you?
Good. Are you by any chance able to turn on your video?
It was on before. Yeah, hold on, give me a second here. When I first logged in, it was. How do you do this here? Getting older, I don't know how to do these things anymore. Oh, there it is, there it is. I see it.
Have you been sworn in?
I did when you guys, twice. I've been on for quite a while since
Great.
we started, and then just recently, I think you just swore in again. No
Yep.
one saw me do it. I'm happy to do it again if you guys
No,
need me
it's
to.
okay. We'll
Okay.
take your word for it.
Yeah.
Is Andrew joining you?
I don't think so. I don't think he's on.
Okay. Well, then we'll go ahead and get started. This application is an after-the-fact window replacement. The proposal is to remove the original wood, 3/1 double-hung windows, and install new JELD-WIN sightline wood 3/1 double-hung windows. The size and location of the openings will not change. And then the applicant also states that the original trim is rotted and will be replaced with new trim to match existing. So cast your minds way back to 2018.
I don't think anyone was there except for maybe you, Christy.
Maybe Kim was there?
I was here.
Kim was there.
Okay, Kim. All right. Yep.
Okay.
All right.
So the addition to the primary structure was approved by the commission in 2018. The COA is there. It's also in the packet. The approval stipulated that the original windows were to remain. And then staff approved a driveway and accessory building in December of 2018. We also have that COA listed. Staff discovered the original windows were removed from the house. In our process is if we have a good working relationship with the applicant, we reach out to them first rather than slapping them with an NOV and saying, hey, let's fix this, let's work together. There is attached correspondence. Staff and the property owner came to the agreement that the new JELD-WIN windows installed on the main house would be removed and installed on the new accessory structure, which would allow the original wood windows to be reinstalled on the main house. This has not occurred, and staff cannot approve the removal of original windows. So the applicant is before the commission today asking to keep the replacement windows in the main house. But I will remind the commission that this is an after-the-fact review. Even though the work has already occurred, you are to review it on its merits according to the design standards as if the work has not occurred. So the staff analysis is below. We do not have documentation of window and trim conditions. And, but the commission has previously approved the Jeld-Wen sightline wood windows on new construction when existing windows are demonstrated beyond repair. So with that history, it's located mid-block on West Park Avenue in Wilmore. And he has provided context and adjacent properties and then some before pictures. So this is what it looked like pre-addition. Keith, I'm going to start you on slide 6.
Okay.
It's pre-addition photo. If you want to walk through the presentation and let me know what slide you'd like me to go to and anything else, I can drive for you.
Okay, give me one, let me just pull up the agenda.
Do me one favor first.
Yeah.
State your name, spell your last name, and and your address for the court reporter, please.
Sure, it's Keith Wesolowski, Ram Construction. My name is Keith, last name is Wesolowski, Wesolowski. This address is 227 West Park. We are Ram Construction at 401 Rensselaer Avenue. And I apologize, I don't know if there was anything else you need me to state here.
You did perfect. Feel free to proceed with your presentation.
Okay, I don't know where I can actually scroll through the presentation. I think that the key here is that's obviously the before house. This is quite a few years ago, which is nuts because it's hard to believe it's 2023 already. As you get to my age, you get older quicker. The biggest thing was the windows on that house was, as you can see that picture right there, the house was destroyed with termites. The house, I don't know who lived there previous. I believe it was a rental. The owner owned a few properties I know in the area, and I believe he just held them all as rentals. So there was no upkeep being done on the house or houses that he may have owned, and I never looked into it if the other ones needed it, but that house was destroyed with termites on it. So the original windows, when wanting to reuse them, they basically fell apart. They just the termites were up in the bands, they were in the sills, they were not salvageable on the placement or replacement of them. So the replacement sight lines were left in place there, and I think this came up with the COA or the final inspection for the HDC when they went out there. And again, Christy would have to let you know when that was. It's been a while.
For that, actually, Keith,
Yeah.
because a neighbor reported the windows. A neighbor and former commissioner actually reported the windows.
Yeah, okay.
So it was before, it was while construction was going on
Okay.
with the addition.
But yeah, the windows weren't able to be salvaged. I mean, there's just termite damage throughout. I mean, including the house. I mean, the house was everything and anything in that house. So it was a pretty major renovation on the new addition. And then obviously the garage that's in the back is completely new, but unsalvageable as far as that. And Christy, you were highlighting something earlier on that, Andy, the owner, and Meg that still live there had expressed, that to us, but there's nothing we could do with the windows. So they said, leave the other ones there because there was nothing we could put back. They're just not fixable on that. So, but everything as far as the sizing and the application and the reinstallation, everything is what you guys look for. They match. There's no difference in sizing. There's no difference of application. It's the same correct windows. It's just that they're not the historic windows in the front. I think it's the 4 front windows is what it was. You guys let me know what else I can give you here.
Scrolling through your presentation with the Jeld-Wen packet.
That's all the sight line. I mean, that's just the verbiage for the actual windows that are used on that house, consistent throughout, also consistent on the garage as well.
And then you have some before and after photos.
Correct. The upper obviously are the before and the lower are the after. That was even from, I think, last August, so even a year ago on it. And that can just kind of shows the house. If you go back to that slide, Christy, you were just on a second ago. If you look on the lower bands right there with the siding and whatnot, you can just see how that started out. Yeah, correct. And there on the low, and now that started out moving up. Just, it was in rough shape on the overall. I think we restored it well. I mean, I get a lot of calls still on that house from neighbors on that street that have asked us to come back and do some work on their houses amongst the area. It's a process to get through these days, and it's just difficult on the stuff. But that's definitely been a good house on the overall.
All right, Commissioner Wojcik?
So can somebody explain how there was an agreement to put the old windows back when apparently they were rotten and couldn't be put back? Why?
I think because the homeowner was the one that tried having the conversation with the HDC. We were not part of that conversation, and the lack of knowledge of construction on the homeowner's side, and nothing against him. Andy's a great person. And our thing is always to be friends with who we build for in the end. He's actually a volunteer police officer, assistant police officer, or part-time, or whatever it may be, called in for large events on things. But I think that was where the rub lied. Is I wasn't privy, I don't even know if that's the right word to use, was not part of that conversation, or nor was anyone with RAM. So we probably would have liked to have been part of that conversation on the stuff.
And have all the windows been replaced?
Yeah, all the windows were replaced in the house. That was always part of the approval, was the 4 ones in the front, I believe, that were also replaced. That's what we're talking about on this.
Okay.
I'm sorry to
Kristen.
interrupt. If you look on page 22, so I'm going to go to page 22.
I'm just gonna shut my door here real quick.
Want make sure that things are being portrayed accurately.
Yeah.
Where it's Andy has said he's updated RAM on the action items, and
Sorry about
that was
that.
agreed to. So I just want to make sure the record is reflecting accurate information. Thank you.
I was going to point out page 17, where Andrew says, garage is 85% of the way there. We've got the baby due on August 9th, so we're trying to drive RAM hard to completion. As to the windows, have a contractor who is going to repair the glass and such, and we'll plan to get that done in the fall after we settle in with the baby. But all in all, everything is on track. And then we're looking, that was back in, let's see, July 8th, 2019. And then it is, where is it? Just a moment. There's another one that says, oh, I don't want to paraphrase. Let me read it. Oh, here it is. We hadn't heard anything for a while. This is, again, Andrew. And also, we'd seen a few houses in the neighborhood that have replaced their windows. So just assume that this issue maybe had resolved through a new acceptance and renovation policy. And so, I think if the applicants had come before us, as is typical, and proved that these windows have termite damage and it's beyond repair, we probably would have accepted these. The challenge for me is, I've heard a number of people say this about our commission, that they would rather ask for forgiveness instead of permission. And so I don't know what kind of precedent that sets to say, okay, well, you know what? The windows are gone. They were probably bad. These are windows we've accepted. Everything's cool. I just have a hard time voting in favor of that. And I'll let you, please, Keith, address it. I
Sure.
read some of the emails and
Yeah,
what I
I'm
think
not
about
on
it.
these
And so I'd love
emails.
to hear your thoughts on it.
Yeah, I think, again, I think it goes back to, you know, what happens is, and we get this often, in construction, is there's certain things that are, you know, allowable and able to be done in construction. There's certain things that are not. And it's one of those things where, when it comes to projects, and I would imagine, especially in the historic district, since kind of what you're alluding to right there, so much falls on the line of basically a communal sort of approach to things. You know, it's a little easier if we're included on some of that stuff as well, because we get it often where people think that you're able to do something where you're not. And I would imagine that on this, you know, you can't just recreate something when something is too far gone. I mean, that comes with anything you go to restore, sometimes cars, you know, houses, whatever it may be. There are things that actually, unfortunately, have to be, you know, terminated when it comes to, you know, thrown away, and another alternative route probably needs to be looked at. And that's what I think with, you know, when it comes back to these windows, you know, sure, can you restore certain things? Absolutely. People restore houses. This is what you guys are in the business of doing, or what we're in the business of doing, what you guys are in the business of doing as well. But there are aspects that you come across that are just irreparable, irreplaceable. So I think a little bit of it gets blurred when they think something's a little bit more obtainable than what it maybe is, and they're trying to help or work with you guys and or work with us, and they're kind of caught in the middle on it. You know, the biggest thing would be is on something like that is more having us involved with, hey, is there someone that, you know, we know that can repair these things? Because if you just call up and say, hey, look, I've got some old windows, and you, I don't know, Google it or whatnot, of course someone's going to say something on the phone. Sure, we can look at the windows, we can repair them, you know, take a look on that. But unless you physically hand deliver something to someone, let them actually kind of really, I guess, get into the detail or the minutia of what there is they're trying to repair, that can be a little more of a daunting or tedious task. And, you know, in construction, it's out there. People will, a lot of times, yeah,
I'm sorry to interrupt.
sure.
Did you get the answer to your question?
No. Keith, have you worked in our historic neighborhoods, in our historic districts before? Do you have experience for working?
Yeah, once or twice we've done something.
Yeah. Were you aware of the windows, having worked in the historic district and being the expert on it?
Not an expert on windows. Not an expert on the historic district.
Okay.
All right.
I mean, you're the one that insinuating I'm an expert on it, but no, I'm not. We do a damn good job with it. It's just, unfortunately, not an expert on it.
Okay, Commissioner Lineberger?
Yeah, Keith, why, I guess, why was the decision, this may be off topic, but the decision, why is Andrew not here presenting? I mean, I'm trying to understand who made the decision, whose decision it was, and really it ultimately, adhering to the standards ultimately always falls on the homeowner.
Yeah, I would imagine, I mean, this is about the third or fourth time that it's come back over the last year or two, and I think it's more the scheduling. This isn't something that's, you know, in front. This is something that's from a few years ago, and I think last month and this month, I'm just going to assume there's probably some scheduling conflicts with things, because last month it was on the docket, and I think it got pushed to this month. So as far as him not being here, I don't know as far as timing and whatnot, and what they have going on in their lives. On that, I do know that he spends a lot of time working on the West Coast, out of town quite a bit, traveling.
I guess what I'm getting to, my question really is, did he make the decision? Did he call you and say, I want to replace these windows, they're too far gone?
Yeah, we can't order or replace anything without the homeowners obviously signing off on orders.
Thank you.
All right. Any other commissioners have questions
I got a
for the applicant? Commissioner Taylor?
I assume because it's not in the packet, there's no pictures of the condition of the original windows.
Only the pictures of what you see in the house right there. I was looking for pictures. I don't have anything from that far back, unfortunately. I was actually trying to find them, but don't have anything from back then.
Yeah, that was my challenge. I don't have anything to be able to make a clear assessment or decision one way or another.
They're also asking to replace the trim too, so I don't know that we've talked about that. If you have any questions related to the window trim.
Do we have pictures to show the current condition of the trim?
I've already done it,
Oh,
right?
oh.
Yeah, the trim and the windows were all replaced.
Previous condition. Okay. Commissioner Wojcik?
Was the trim reinstalled and with the dimensions and requirements of our
Correct.
standards?
It's all uniform throughout. That is correct. Yes, it was.
I mean, it looks like it. We'd have to.
So what is the material? Can you confirm that? I'm sorry, it was a.
Pine.
Fine.
Okay. Any other questions for the applicant? All right, we can close for deliberation. Commissioner, who wants to kick us off for this discussion?
So we have an email thread that's pretty clear. They knew that they were supposed to restore the windows. When we voted on it, we talked about it. It was included in our motion. Andrew, the homeowner, said that it was going to be done. And then it, yada, yada, yada. Oh, I thought we could do this. And so as one commissioner, I am not in favor of voting for this.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Parati, for your feedback. Commissioner Wheat?
I have to agree, and I think our standards are pretty clear as far as windows are concerned. And, you know, we talk a lot about windows, but they're pretty clear.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Wheat. Other commissioners, anything different or anything to add to the comments already made? Commissioner Wojcik?
I think we probably would have approved the trim because it does look like it was replaced as a like for like replacement. And those pictures aren't great, but there does seem to be some rot, at least around that front left window. Plus they were doing a renovation at the time, but, oh, sorry. I agree that we would have, I think that we probably would have approved the trim being replaced, like for like, because we typically do that, but I don't think that we would have approved the windows without documentation that they were damaged with no ability to be repaired.
Okay.
I would say to Commissioner Wojcik's point that the standards say whenever you cannot restore, you can replace, but documentation has to be included with that. There have been people who've been crying, saying that their windows were beyond repair, and we held their feet to the fire and said, we need documentation. So I don't see why pictures that we have to blow up that look blurry are not, in my estimation, documentation of damage done.
Okay. Anything else to add?
I'd like to make a motion.
Go right ahead.
I'd like to deny this application on account of they do not meet our standards for Windows Chapter 4.
2 through 4.14.
4.12 through 4.14.
And do we want to say anything about the trim?
I think that that would be included in,
6.14, I believe.
let's see. Yes.
Let's keep going and then
Do we
can
just
get-
need a,
It would be under rehabilitation of building elements. There's a thing on trim.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm looking, it's 4.14. It's here somewhere. I've seen it. So, yeah, I'll stick with that.
Okay. All right, we have a motion on the floor. Do we have a second?
second?
All right, it's been motioned and seconded. Any discussion on the motion? Commissioner Goodwin?
I have a question. Where does the applicant go from this point? Is it deny and
He has options. Yep.
deny and reapply? Okay, thank you.
All right. Let's vote. Commissioner Goodwin?
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger?
Yes.
Commissioner Wheat?
Yes.
Commissioner Walker? Commissioner Wojcik?
Yes.
Commissioner Parati?
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor?
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins? Yes, motion to deny passes 8-0.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Keith. The next application is 820 Woodruff Place. It was continued from the July meeting. Angie, are you still with us? Hi, Angie, I see you.
Okay,
Okay.
back. I'm back.
We know that you're sworn in.
I just texted client too, so I want to make sure that James and Vida are able to join as well.
Okay, well, let's get started and we can
Sure.
have them join us. if
Okay.
they Come. This application was continued from the July meeting for a restudy of the scale, massing, and height of the proposed ADU, restudy of roof forms, and then provide materials, dimension, and details of the primary structure that are to be replicated, and then also consider studying this in perspective form. So the revised proposal is outlined on page 1. There are some fenestration changes. The accessory structure was redesigned and the height has been reduced. With that, Angie, I'll turn it over to you. If you would like to state your name and your address for the court reporter, please.
Angie Lauer, ALB Design, 901 Berry Hill Road, Suite B1, Charlotte 28208. And Vida is online listening. So, okay. So, you know, as you just said, we were commissioned back to redesign, restudy, massing, scale, height, fenestration, and we did. We opted to reduce it significantly from 2-story, which the primary house is 2-story, down to 1-story. This, as you know, the lot, based on slide, the one before you, I can't see the numbers, Christy, I'm sorry. So slide.
Well, numbers aren't really clear here. 8.0 cover sheet.
Yeah, so the one where the site, the lot is pretty much dissected with the FEMA floodplain and community floodplain. And so the back right corner of the property is partly in the floodplain. And therefore, we do need to have special construction for any part of the structure that is within that floodplain. Thus, we have to be at least 2 feet higher than the lowest point in the back right corner. So there was a question about the foundation height, and the foundation height is 2 feet higher than grade. And so we already know that that's our basis, our starting point. And then the consideration to change this, to go from 2-story to 1-story, it was just a program change in the scope of what the owners had wanted, and realized that you know, the house was 2-story, the addition on the back is a part 1-story, so decided to lower everything. We did want to match fenestration materials that were on the house. The one thing the house does have is painted brick foundation. So in order not to paint brick as a new foundation, it would be a stucco finish. So the slide, there you go. Now one up, Christy, where it shows the back of the house. There you go. So it does have the entire brick on this house is painted. I'm not sure when that was done, but you know, any masonry on this house is painted. We're opting to do a smooth stucco parged foundation on this accessory structure so that at least we can match color. And then the wood lap siding on here to match the house. Again, one of the other things that I do want to point out is all the window trim on the on this existing house that is not masonry does have smaller trim. So we were trying to match the trim that was on the house, which is like 2.5 inches versus like a bungalow or cottage style that's 4 or 5 inches in trim. So when we said match existing, we're matching existing on the house, and the dimensions, we want them to be in proportion. So that was one of the questions that also appeared on here, was that the trim appeared narrow. And if you look at the slide that Christy is currently on, you could see that the trim is smaller in nature. However, what we're doing is we're spreading the windows apart. We do feel that the windows needed to be separated on the front elevation of this accessory dwelling. So materials match existing, a little bit of spacing differences. If you look at the front elevation of the house, if you can go to the elevation slide, Christy. Which would be next slide. There you go. So on the front of the garage, they do have a triple window, and this is the July proposal. So one slide down, you could see that we went from 2-story to 1-story. And I don't mean to jump around about the windows, but on the next slide, you can see, sorry, it doesn't show the numbers, Christy. I'm sorry. Normally I can tell you which slide you're on, but
Well, it's not showing on my side either.
Okay. Well, thank you
So
then.
you're doing great. We got this.
Okay. So the current slide that Christy is on, which is on page A 4.4, you can see the triple windows in the front of the existing garage. We wanted to simulate those, and they are similar in size. So the July presentation, while it was 2-story, still had the window and the fenestration patterns of part of the original house. We talked about foundation railing. So the back of the house, based on some of the original photos, it is an iron rail, and we will match the iron railing on the 2 steps or so that we need for the grade change. So we want to match as much of the original house as possible. And I would hope that we could work out those fine details with staff being interior of the lot and not being able to be seen, but yet part of the project. So any steps that lead up to the finished floor of the accessory would be iron rails to match existing. You asked about the stair material. The revised back of this house, which was staff approved, if I'm not mistaken, is going to be concrete steps or a slate on the steps. And so we're going to do concrete based foundation with slate as far as a surface material on the porch of the structure, simply because we need to be of a durable material, and we don't want any wood in that floodplain area. So the 2 feet up would be concrete. Stucco. The next thing you asked about was, were there any trees being removed? No. The trees that are being removed are actually the banana trees that are kind of in the inside or the interior of the lot. In the back right corner, there is just shrubbery, but nothing of substance that would need to be removed. The fencing that's there now would be replaced as the new location of the gate that would be connecting the house and the accessory structure, and that fencing would be wood to match existing. And again, I ask that if there's any details of that we can resolve with staff, that we can do that. Because if you look at the front elevation that's on page 4.4, you can't see the gate because it's kind of behind the garage. So I will defer you back to the site plan, Christy, which is on page 3.2. So you can see the gate is kind of hidden in the back. 3.2, next page. Keep
We have a 3.2. We have a 3.0. This is 3.2 there, but it says 3.1 on the page.
Okay, I'm sorry. Yes. So the gate is actually kind of tucked behind and it's right there. There's just a small portion of the gate that would be visible. And so I would just ask that if we can get staff to approve that. The roofing material is architectural shingles to match the house. Any landscaping plans would be approved. We are also engaging a landscape architect and civil because it is in the floodplain. We're working directly with them to get all of the necessary new UDO requirements that are required for plan submittal. And so we are engaging a landscape architect to work out those fine details. So I believe that's it. And the only thing I ask if there's any minor changes that they could be resolved with staff. And, you know, as far as height, we significantly reduced the height. If you look at the streetscape that's in here prior to, you know, it was a 2-story addition or 2-story ADU compared to the neighbor's house now. So if you can go to the streetscape, we have a streetscape in there somewhere. There you go. So yeah, zoom in on the bottom. You can see the July submission and the September submission compared to the neighbor's house. Okay, I think that's it. I don't know if Vida has anything to add, but I think we're okay.
All right, thanks, Angie. Anybody on to speak for or again?
I think it's just the one caller. Caller, would you like to speak on this project?
She had nothing
This
to
is
add.
Gia Harvey, yes. Yeah, nothing to add. Thank you.
Okay, great, thank you. Okay.
All right. Commissioners, any questions? Commissioner Lineberger?
Angie, thank you for listening to us and reducing the scale dramatically. It fits the context so much better than what was proposed previously.
Yes.
Those windows, so I guess for me, I'm looking at them, the triple windows on the front elevation of the ADU. Have you, since it matches or mirrors the addition, did I hear that correctly? That you were trying to more replicate I know the front at the garage. But since they're closer to the addition and it is a siding application versus the masonry brick, what do you think of, it just seems like it would be it's really choppy, having just that little bit of siding in between.
So I have no problem merging all three together. You're talking about the triple, and that is the storage room. It's not, you know, heated square footage or anything. So if you look at the floor plan of what's there, it truly is the storage area. So it can absolutely be one more page, Christy. That's the July submission. There you go. So that's a storage area and can definitely be combined
Well, I'm curious what others think, but it just seemed like it'd be a cleaner look.
So just to have trim between them, like a traditional 6-inch trim instead?
Right.
Yeah, no problem with that.
I would really like to see on the roof forms, I would really have liked to see that be a little simpler. But I'll see what everyone else thinks on that as well.
So the house is a lot of hips. If you look at it's just hip roof after hip roof after hip roof. And then you have these pop-up dormers. So
Yeah, I guess I was basing it, when you look at the front elevation, it's just got this real classic simplicity to it, the roof form from the front. You don't see the back. You don't see all the crazy, hips on the back.
And two, let me just say this, because this is one thing that we talked about very loosely last time. From the street, you drive up and then you drive back down.
Yeah,
So
that's a great change.
It's really hidden from your view. So if you look at the front elevation streetscape wise, it's so far buried. It's just buried back there. And looking at the back of the house, because primarily this is really their view from the front, you see very little of it. It just felt like it was the most appropriate roof form and shape to fit.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Parati?
The hips don't lie. But no, I agree with Commissioner Lineberger. It is so, thank you. It's so much better meaning, I think, compatible not only with the house, but with the site and with the neighbors. And because that lot, and I know it fairly well, does dip back, I don't have any problems with the roof forms on this one.
Okay.
All right.
I think that it plays backup dancer despite all those hips. Right?
Oh, you guys, you're making me laugh. Thank you.
Awesome. Any other questions or comments for the applicant before we close for deliberation? All right, let's go ahead and close. Okay, commissioners, let's start with what did you have a motion, or you want to discuss why it was continued and whether or not it was addressed?
I mean, motion sounds great.
I did too,
Let's keep going.
Commissioner Parati,
I think I want to kick this one over to Commissioner Lineberger.
Oh.
Commissioner Lineberger, just the triple windows, they don't bother me that they're not triple gang windows, just because the ones on the front of the house, it seems like that would have been a consistent rhythm. And so that's what I'm thinking.
I can go either way.
Yeah. I'd like to hear just the other thoughts about it, maybe. Yeah.
It's not typical construction,
Mhm.
just because of the material
Mm-hmm.
usage. With masonry, a little bit different than with siding.
Okay.
I do think that there's a consistent repetition, but normally you would either space them farther apart or you would make them look connected.
So then where do you think we should give? Like on the rhythm or on how it's usually placed?
I would like to look at one thing real quick.
Any other?
I'm curious how our contractors would advise.
I think you could do it either way. It's just that you don't want those pieces of siding between the windows to get too short.
Mm.
Definitely not 4 inches. That's too short. Maybe 6 inches. And that may be what she has there. But I would say at least 6 inches, but And I think that that would look good, or to mold them together, you know, with 6-inch molds would be great too. Either way.
Okay. Commissioner Wojcik?
I looked at the triple that's on the back of the house, and they are trimmed together with it looks like a 4-inch mole, maybe a little bit smaller, but it is ganged together. I think I would lean that direction because
Okay.
those would be the ones that you would see in relationship to each other.
Okay.
Okay. It sounds like we're at a motion. Was it Commissioner Lineberger?
Sure, I'll go. I would like to make a motion to approve this application as it meets the standards for accessory structures 8.10, and that the applicant will provide any door, window, and siding details for staff approval. And that the window detail on the front elevation will be a triple gang window with trim between.
Okay.
Is there anything else? Do I need to do site? Do we feel like we?
Did you mention material? Never mind.
Did you cite standards?
Well, I did 8.10 for
Okay.
accessory structures.
Okay, thanks.
Is there, should I, do you want me
I
to?
just missed it.
Oh,
Thank you.
okay.
Did you mention the trees, Commissioner Lineberger? Making sure there are no trees to be removed. It was, she said
There are
it,
none.
but maybe we need to put it in writing that there are no.
No trees impacted.
And the applicant will not be removing any trees from the property for this construction.
Okay. Do you want a standard for that one?
8.5.
Okay.
Please.
8.5, there's trees. I think.
3.5
I think it's
or
8.5.
8.5? Say 3.5 is too.
All right. We've got a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion on the motion? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Goodwin,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Wheat,
Yes.
Commissioner Walker, Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins, yes. Vote to approve passes 8-0. Thank you, Angie.
Our next case is maybe a little long. Do we want like a 5-minute break? Yes? Okay. We'll be back.
I need some. I should.
5:15?
Can't drink no coffee right now.
It's fun.
I'll be in there all night.
Hey, the next application is 1921 Charlotte Drive. And I believe they're here with us today. Hi, Stephen. Stephen, have you been sworn in? Yes? Yes. Okay, great. So this application is 1921 Charlotte Drive. It was continued from our August meeting for the items listed at the top of the memo here shown on the page. And there have been revisions to the proposal, design change largely on the Kenilworth elevation with entrances added and different details added. They've provided the requested information about the trees, the 3 mature canopy trees to be removed, information about windows, information about shutters. There is information in the agenda supplement from neighboring property owners. And I do have to correct a mistake I made last meeting that I told the commission wrong. And it was the fact that this application has been grandfathered under the legacy zoning. So under the old zoning ordinance, it's being reviewed that way. So that means for this case, the commission is reviewing all tree removal. The heritage, because they elected to go through the legacy zoning, the heritage tree clause is not in effect for this particular case. So I apologize for leading people astray last meeting, but just know that trees are on the table for the commission to review.
And prior to getting started with the applicant's presentation, Madam Chair, I would just like to note for the record that Commissioner Walker will be recusing herself from the consideration of this particular case. It came to our attention that Commissioner Walker is a member of the Dilworth Community Association, and that association, if you all remember, have submitted a formal letter in opposition to the project. As such, under 160D-109, due to the close associational relationship, we have recommended that Commissioner Walker recuse herself from this particular case. However, she will, if she so chooses, speak later on as a member of the community. And just to clarify for the board, it is my understanding, and Commissioner Walker explained to me, that she has not had any ex parte communications. The only reason that we are recommending her recusal is due to the close associational relationship.
Thank you. And with that, we'll turn it right over to Stephen. Stephen, if you would please state your name and your address for the court reporter, please.
Stephen Overcash.
Ooh, turn on your mic. There you go.
Stephen Overcash, 2010 South Tryon Street, Charlotte.
Okay. And Stephen, what slide would you like me to begin on?
We'll start with the site plan there, and we've been in quite a few times. We're not gonna repeat and backtrack. The biggest thing that happened a week before we presented last time was that engineering had said, by the way, we want you to do streetscape. That had been a controversy before along Kenilworth. So we had not really had time to redesign before the meeting. Now we do. That gives us a great opportunity. We've reoriented the building. Now we actually do have good frontage. We have good visibility on Kenilworth right now. It's a bunch of overgrown cedars and evergreens that we'll be able to clear out, but they do want street trees. Sidewalks very similar to the other side of Kenilworth. So that's one of the biggest changes that gave us the opportunity to look at that elevation a little more seriously, a little more creatively, because it's visible now. It's a front door. So what we've decided to do, and we'll see it in the elevations, is to make that elevation appear as 3 single-family homes. So they are connected, but they each have a different image. We have another entrance. It's another orientation. We also have an entrance onto Ideal Way, which we had last time. We didn't change that. So from there, I guess we'll just go ahead and go to the elevations. We did address verbally in our narratives. I think there were 9 of those categories they wanted us to address, and we've addressed all of those. This is very similar to before. We didn't change that elevation. I think we had some positive feedback on it before. So this is the side toward Kenilworth where we decided to make it look like 3 different single-family homes with different materials. We do carry the base, the foundation throughout, and we are proposing using the same brick for the foundation. Any brick would be the same as the existing hotel. But you can see that we looking at different window details. We went back to the neighborhood. We took a lot of pictures, more where there's some greenhouses, sunrooms on some of the homes. That was an inspiration for the middle. There's little porches. Some of the window details, we do agree with your comments that we did misdetail a couple of things around the surrounds around the brick. And I believe the apron was incorrectly detailed. All of the comments that you've sent, we don't have really any problem with any of the comments. There was the question of what are you doing for trim and columns and all that. It's going to be all wood. So we are going to detail everything out of wood. The spacing was a comment that came up, so we went back to within 300 feet of the hotel. Took, I think, half a dozen or more pictures where the spacing between houses are 8 to 12 feet. We're 8 feet 7 inches, so we feel like we're in keeping there. Next slide. These are just the height scale. We're certainly within the height zone of neighboring houses. Back to the renderings, you've seen some of these. Not sure why we didn't add the trellis. That was a comment on the elevation. We'll certainly go back and add the pergola to the elevations. And then you can see the trees and the view from Kenilworth. We are proposing flowering dogwoods along Kenilworth. There are power lines. We have to go with small dwarf trees because of the power lines. Once again, we are asking for removal of 3 oak trees. We're planting, we're going to be +3. We're planting back 6 additional of the same species. Along that hedgerow, there was 4 crepe myrtles. They were in bad shape because they didn't get sunlight and they look horrible. So when we remove the hedges, we're going to replace those with flowering dogwoods. So we're going to have eventually 6 more trees on site than there are currently there. Next slide. And they're just the details. So overall, like I said, the only comment that we really have that we want to address where the dumpsters are, we showed a wood fence, a screen. The reason being is we'd love to do it out of masonry. Is that's on top of a sanitary sewer or storm sewer easement, and we can't put solid masonry. We have looked up the details in the guidelines. I think it's on it's section 8, and we'll certainly mimic one of your fences that you recommend with the vertical post and the spacing between the little bit better spacing between the pickets. So I think we can agree to everything that you commented on, and from there I'll
Thank you.
open it up.
All right, we have 2 callers. I'm not sure if they're on WebEx or if they've called in. Hello, if you have called in to the Historic District Commission meeting, could you let us know if you're calling to talk about 1921 Charlotte Drive?
I'm on my computer. Yes, I'm calling to call about 1921.
Hi, Tiffany. Tiffany,
Yes.
do you have video by any chance?
Yes, sorry, there I am.
Tiffany, have you been sworn in?
Yes, I have.
You're on it. Thank you so much.
Okay, sorry, go
yeah,
ahead.
if you
My name, yes.
name and address, you got it.
I'm
Thanks.
Tiffany George Keat, and I'm at 1238 East Worthington Avenue. I'm on the corner across from the parking lot from East Worthington and Charlotte corner, so directly across from the site. I am completely opposed to this project for many reasons. The first of which is the complete loss of green space. Once the parking lot is enlarged and the new building is put up, there is zero green space left, which is in direct opposition to your stated mission standards. So that is a problem of mine. The second, and probably the biggest, is we are all seriously opposed to the removal of these oak trees that they're proposing to get rid of, and this idea that they can plant new trees and that makes up for the old trees is silly, because it's going to take so many years for those new plantings to resemble, give the shade, give the flood help that the old trees give. And in addition to that, I have been watching this renovation / business start, and all they have done since they moved in is plant stuff and let it die. So I'm super concerned that once we allow them to cut down these trees, they won't take care of them the way they don't take care of all the arborvitae they planted that are now gone and ripped out. And I can look out my window right now and there are 3 dead bushes lining the parking lot. They just, no one's there, or it's no one's job to take care of these. So I think with our site plan, for me, it's a huge concern to think that these plantings, which take more care and more water, are going to be tended to, because they haven't been yet. I mean, the landscaping in general has not been well taken care of. So for that reason, I'm opposed to the trees coming down. Also, the permanence issue, trees help with flooding, and we're going to lose 3 huge oaks. We're going to get a parking lot, and then we're going to put a new building in. It's already in a place that floods. And so I have a problem with all of those things are just going to make the flooding that happens in that low spot where their lot is even worse. I'm opposed to the scale of the project. I think if you look at the overview shots on the presentation, you can see that the building that stands there now is already bigger than everything surrounding it. And to add another building just makes the scale even bigger. The orientation issue, I don't think, has been addressed as well as it. I don't even know what you do, but in the first renovation, as we have talked about before, they've taken the front door and made it into an apartment, 1 room, so nobody uses it. The side door that they're proposing that goes on Ideal Way will be the same, only 1 person will use it. So those at most, so there are 2 doors that, of the 30 or so people coming, only 2 rooms can use those. And the back, I know that the zoning or planning commission or whatever is making them do that, but there is no street traffic, there's no parking, there's no sidewalks, there's no crosswalks. So to think that the remaining guests are going to go around that front door on Kenilworth is silly, frankly. They will all enter through the parking lot, through that side door, the way they do now, or through the stairwayed new building that they've created. So I think that is still not resolved adequately. I'm confused that when people add an addition, they're supposed to relate it to the original structure that's there, and then also make sure it relates to the neighborhood. And in this particular case, because the building is non-conforming, it's almost impossible for them to follow those standards. They shouldn't follow the original building, and to slap a completely non-related building next to this non-conforming building just makes the whole thing look worse, bigger, and more unusual to the neighborhood. And if, I don't know, I can't remember, but if you're calling it new construction, I also am, think that having 2 buildings of the same size that don't relate to each other on such a small lot with the spacing so close it looks not good. Will make the thing look worse. And I also think if these trees get removed, what little bit of camouflage that that they offer that makes that original ugly building look a little bit better will obviously be gone. I think that this owner bought this non-conforming house, a building, and then in their very lengthy and significant restoration made no effort to make it conforming to the neighborhood, and now wants to slap a conforming building next to it somehow. For me personally, I think they should not be allowed to mess with this building if they can't follow the standards of referencing it, and they can't. So for me, that's kind of, I think that makes the project like almost impossible to achieve. And then I just think that in a primarily residential area, that these businesses should have to conform to the 50% square footage of an addition rule, the permanence rule, you know, all of the things that homeowners here have to abide by. I think the businesses, especially in a primarily residential area, should also be required, which maybe you can't do anything about because of standards, but that I do think that is a problem. And I also want to suggest that some of the pictures, as I said the last time I was here, are much further away, show bigger houses that they use for examples. And also the spacing pictures are a little misleading because it's, you know, it's front door to front door as opposed to this back to back situation they're doing. So it's not like two houses sitting right next to each other. They've got these two buildings back to back, which I think makes the spacing look tighter than it does when it's separated on a lot with both front doors facing forward. So I thank you for your time. And again, I am very opposed to this project.
Thanks, Tiffany.
Thank you.
Russell, are you with us?
I am.
Hi, Russell. Do you have video by any chance?
I do. Let me figure. There it is.
Okay. And have you been sworn in?
I have been.
Oh, wonderful. Okay. If you would state your name and spell your last name and your address for the court reporter, please.
Okay. My name is Russell Ruchterstall, which is spelled RUCKTERSTUHL. And I live at 1227 East Worthington Avenue.
Thanks, Russell. Feel free to make your comments.
Okay. Thank you for letting me talk to you again for the third time about this project. Again, I feel this project does not meet the HDC design standards and that significant design changes may still be required to address outstanding issues with city planning. But I will reference the appropriate design standard for each of my comments. First, I want to highlight the screening requirements from section 8.3, parking. I still do not see a screening plan or visual representation of the screening provided for the side yard parking lot. This parking lot is highly visible due to being a side yard parking lot and the elevation changes on Charlotte Drive. The limited landscape currently shown is inadequate. I would also like to request that this standard be added to the list of standards for the applicant to address if this project is continued next month. The next issue I want to discuss is section 7.6, the orientation, requiring the front entrance to be oriented to both streets if it's located on a corner lot. And in this case, we have 3 streets it actually needs to address. Again, this standard was not listed on this month's continuance, but I think it should be included if the project is continued to next month. The new plans appear to show that the pedestrian entrance on Charlotte Drive has been reopened to the sidewalk. But as Tiffany pointed out, it opens into a single guest room. And that's true with the entrances on Ideal Way and Kenilworth in the new building. These entrances will not be acceptable to meet the PEDScape requirements for the building as confirmed by my discussions with city planning. Changes to the design required to meet these PED standards are not reflected in these plans, making them incomplete. The next issue I'd like to discuss is the spacing, standard 7.5. The applicant has listed the separation distance as 8'7" and made the assertion that the spacing meets what you would see from a quaint alley or a detached garage in the neighborhood. Yet the spacing shown is smaller than any of the existing spacing on the neighborhood elevations on page 17 of the application. This project must address Ideal Way as it addresses any street front, making the separation between the new and existing building a side yard, not an alley or an alley to a backyard or garage. This is also a good time to point out that the floor elevation of the new building is not identified or shown accurately in the Ideal Way elevation on page 18. It doesn't reflect the existing slope of Ideal Way down from Kenilworth to Charlotte Drive. It shows it equal with the finished floor of the existing building. Finally, I want to briefly address the removal of the trees. This is the third month this project has been in front of the board, and the applicant has just determined who's responsible for reviewing the removal of these trees, a critical project parameter that drastically affects this design. With HTC being responsible for the removal of these healthy heritage trees to support this building design, I want to point out that section 8.5 of the design standard does not state that existing tree canopy should be considered as the applicant asserts in the documentation. Each tree removal should be considered individually. Wrapping up, I just want to express my frustration that 3 meetings into this application, the applicant has so many basic design parameters that have yet to be determined. And as Commissioner Whitlock stated last month, the board does not really know what they're voting on. Please continue this project to next month and work with the applicant to answer these basic questions and confirm that city planning's input has been incorporated before wasting any more of the board and neighbors' time. Thank you.
We have one other possible speaker. Yes, okay. Jill, please come up. I think the microphone at the podium should be working. And if you would state your name and your address for the court reporter, please.
Jill Walker, 1140 Linganore Place.
Thank you.
And I was sworn in at the beginning of this meeting.
Yes.
Okay, so I'll be very brief since both of the speakers spoke in, I think, great detail and for obvious reasons, and just to be a good citizen, I've recused from this project. But all I do want to say is that what we're looking at here and all we see on this lot is a building that is currently a list of violations to our historic district guidelines. And just as an eyeball, some of the ones that I saw were, and some were mentioned already, is that the parking lot in the front setback is not screened, that the curb cut into that parking lot, which if you look at the survey by Mark Suter, I believe it was, shows the parking lot curb cut to be about 27 feet 4 inches. And I think that's probably a good bit wider than what our historic district guidelines state as 2 lanes. I think a lane is 8 feet. So it should be somewhere around 16 feet, but it's 27 and 4. Additionally, there is no defining front entrance. The fenestration issues, I don't have to go through windows, doors, trims, etc. The foundation of the current building is non-conforming to the street. Massing and form has not been broken up in any way that I can really see. And I'm not sure what that meter box is right there on Charlotte Drive. I think you can see that on page 8. But I know that I wouldn't be allowed to have that in my front yard. So I would just ask that the commissioners consider that this particular building should be brought into compliance before anything else should be considered to be added to this particular lot. That's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I don't believe we have any other speakers.
All right, thank you. Commissioners, questions for the applicant?
Would love to hear you respond to the comments made.
Okay. A lot of times they say, well, it doesn't meet this, doesn't meet that. You know your book better than anybody. I'd like, if there's some specific, they say height, the massing and the scale and the context doesn't work, but they don't really, in our mind, it does. I've responded to all 9 things that you asked me to respond to. It was an unfair question. I came out of this committee the very first time we presented. We did relate more to the original, and it was the gentleman that's not here that said, hey, and everybody was smiling and nodding. You don't really have to relate to an ugly duckling. Why not address another street and give it its own character? So I think that's what we've done. I think we've done a good job of disguising, trying to from, at least from Kenilworth, and as you come in to not cover up, but certainly distract from the ugly duckling. We know that we got things for planning department to do for screening and parking and all that kind of stuff. We will certainly do that. We'd never get approved from planning. The gentleman said we don't meet planning with. That's another whole issue that we'll have to address. Oak trees, I understand. They do eventually grow. Those two of those are 100 years old. Every time I drive through Dilworth and Myers Park, there's another one. That's the lifespan of that species, is about 100 years old. So I would rather go ahead and prepare for the future and put in some fresh ones that are going to eventually have even a bigger canopy than's there now. We are asking, to remove those 3 trees. The impervious stuff I don't think is an issue that can be brought up at this, or the 50% addition. All I can do is I don't know if that's something you can discuss at this meeting. If a gentleman doesn't take care of his landscaping, I can certainly bring that up to take a little bit better care of your landscaping. But I would just love to hear specifically if somebody says, no, you're not addressing the street. It looks to me like we're addressing 2 streets. But if I've read your guidelines wrong and I've misinterpreted them, I'm willing to listen to that. But I think we've addressed the streets pretty well. I think the height scale and massing is exactly what you see in the neighborhood. We thought we did a nice job with breaking it into 3 buildings. Now that's the front, to break down that scale even more. We went around and photographed and copied details of trim and windows, and there might be a couple of things. I've read your comments that we did incorrectly on the windows. That can all be corrected. So I think overall, we have respected the context and the high scale and mass. We can't do anything about the original building. I wasn't part of that renovation. I don't know if it can be discussed if we're not touching it, if that's a part of this discussion legally. Can you go back and talk about something that this committee has already approved? I don't know. I don't know the legalities of that. That's my comments.
I think the only thing we can require would be like the screening of like the backflow preventer, because
Right.
that's a standard requirement, right? But no, you're right. If you're not touching, a non-conforming part of a site or a project or a building, then it doesn't need to be brought into compliance. But when you do make changes to that, that's when it needs to be brought into compliance. You're right.
And just to clarify, I cannot give members of the public legal advice. I'm here to advise the board.
It's fine.
All right. Commissioner Taylor?
So your height, scale, and massing, you say have been addressed. The new building it appears to be wider than the existing building. It appears to be taller than the existing building. And it's really hard to tell because there's not a grading plan. The perspective is inaccurate right now. That is if you look at the existing grade out there, that's not where the existing building is sitting compared to Ideal Way. And what's the proposed plan for the finished floor elevation on the new building compared to Ideal Way and the existing building? I mean, it's not represented anywhere on these plans.
I have been there. It is going to be very close to Ideal Way.
So it's going to sit above the existing building by 3 feet?
No, it will not. It will not. It may be a foot or 2, but
a grading plan would tell us that.
That would be great. We'll get a civil engineer to help us locate that exact grade.
And then you've called it an addition, although it's clearly, from our perspective, it's not an addition. It's another building.
Correct.
And it's a commercial building, not a single family building that you keep representing on or referring to on alleyways and 8 or 10 feet wide. But they're it's a little bit of apples and oranges comparing a hotel to a 1-story bungalow or whatever it is, a 2-story bungalow. They're different. So the height, scale, and massing, you say you've addressed, but it really has not been addressed yet because it's not an accurate representation of what the final product would be because there's no grading plan, and two, the existing perspectives that you've supplied are not representative of what's out there or what would be done. So I would say, no, you haven't addressed those. That's the big thing. There's a lot of little things from, then there's the trees, which is still way up in the air, but then all the way from the windows to the foundation to all the smaller details that are not part of our standards that need to be addressed.
So I'm confused. So you've reviewed it closely and you come back and you give these comments and I didn't see anything, why wouldn't that be? You did address some things about the windows, but like if a foundation is incorrect, why is that listed? And to the point of saying it has a soldier course and that's incorrect or something. I'd love to know why it's incorrect. But you've reviewed it, you've given me comments. We're always glad to address the comments.
So I'll look 7.11 in our standards on foundations.
Okay.
Go. I'm not going to quote it for you, but you can go look it up.
I've read it. Okay.
I mean, that's all I have is that it's not, the plans aren't accurate right now. If there's not a accurate representation of height and scale and mass, mostly because there's not a grading plan. And then there's things like the windows and the foundations and other things like that. But those are minor compared to the trees and the.
Okay, understood the trees. You said that we're taller than the existing building, and that may be true, but they're pretty similar. We went around with all the neighborhood and compared ourselves to the neighbors, and we're right in the target of.
Is that an accurate plan elevation?
Yeah.
It can't be. They're not at the same floor plan. And if you're going to be at Ideal Way, those are going to be at two different finished floors. I mean, it's just. I mean, I've been out there too. I've looked at it. I mean, a grading plan would tell us that. I do not believe that's an accurate representation.
We'll get a civil engineer to locate the finished floor. That's a good point.
Okay.
Good point.
All right. Thank you. Commissioner Wojcik?
So when I went out to the property to look at the spacing and the trees and the parking lot, I was focusing on the replacement trees and how that was going to work with the existing property and the location where you're proposing 1 through 5 trees to go, which are supposed to be new shade trees. So they would be similar to replace the oaks. There are power lines over there. So how does that get addressed? Because obviously you're not going to be able to you're not going to be able to plant a large heritage tree when there's power lines running on that property line.
I'll get the location of those power lines and make sure that we can do a large maturing tree there.
Okay.
All right. Other questions for the applicant? Okay, let's close for deliberation. All right, commissioners. Commissioner Wojcik?
Well, Commissioner Taylor said this last time, we don't know what we're approving because the drawings are not properly representing what the site conditions are. So until we get that, I don't think that we can approve or not approve because it's not appropriate.
Let's back up for just a moment. So this was continued. Thank you for reminding me. Typically, we've said we probably want to start there and see whether or not the items that they were continued for were actually addressed. So, the first item was, I think this is context, 7.3 is 7.5, 7.13, 14, 16, 8.4, 8.5, 8.6, and 8.12. So, just in the first one alone, can we just take it one by one to see whether or not that did happen, Commissioner Parati?
I don't think it did.
Okay, so we got a no for number one. At least 7.3. 7.5 is spacing. So spacing was not addressed appropriately. 7.13 was cornices and trim. Oh, Commissioner Goodwin?
Back on the spacing, I mean, we had talked about this with the West Boulevard project, that if it is broken up, then that is emulating spacing. So I guess my question is are we not satisfied with the way that the building is broken up?
It's broken up in terms of materials though, right? Like it's not the project that we were kind of holding up as a standard. It was, there's spacing there. This was done with materials. So it still, for me, looks like a wall that's just decorated differently in different places.
Okay. Commissioner Wojcik?
Well, I'm looking, I still think the spacing between the two buildings is a predominant element. I mean, the real spacing, not just the visual spacing.
You're saying could you
The
repeat?
clearance between the two structures. I feel like the clearance between the two structures is, there is not enough space between the two structures.
So the ideal way
Void of
elevation.
space, yes, the ideal way elevation, the void of space, the void of mass between the two masses is too small in comparison to the masses that are there, that are being proposed to being there.
So 7.5 was also not addressed.
Correct. All right. No. 7.13 is cornices and trim. Did we see that addressed in this application? Commissioner Taylor, you want to respond to that?
So I did not get in this last time because I listed off a bunch of things and we just said, all right, we need to concentrate on the bigger picture. But there's a handful of details in here, particularly around the steps and the breezeway, and it's hard to tell how visible they'll be, but it's not called out. The access steps are called out as wood with closed risers. I mean, that could be any number of things. It could be treated wood. It's on the back of the unit, but then the breezeway, it's called out. I'm trying to remember. It looks like I don't think it's called out as beadboard or anything. I think it's just called out as some sort of, I can't remember what it is. There's a detail on one of these pages that it needs more explanation as to what that is. It's not called out, as I recall. But again, that's getting, in my mind, that's getting into the minutia of there's bigger fish to.
Okay, that's fair. And we can move to, I think doors and windows is a large enough item, is it not? So 7.14 doors and windows. Do we feel like those were addressed in this iteration?
No.
Okay.
I mean, they added a couple of other doors, but no, it's contextually, no.
All right. I'm gonna skip materials because I think that might be a little lower level than we are looking to go at this point. or-
Yeah, but even then, there are challenges.
Okay. Trees is a major item and that was brought up quite a bit. Commissioner Wojcik?
I'm very concerned that the restrictions for the power lines are going to impact the ability to replant anything substantial. They have power lines on Kenilworth, and in between the townhouses and the parking lot. So though they're proposing these trees being planted, I just don't think that the spacing, and they might plant them and then they're gonna prune them to death because they'll be invading the power lines.
Do we have an assessment from an arborist on those 3 trees? I think I mean, it's been said that they're 100 years old and they're at the end of their lifespan. I think it's fair to ask for an assessment from an arborist on
Agreed.
that.
And that is part of 8.5, so that means we don't have what we need to move forward with trees. Fences and walls. 8.6.
No, because we don't. The
Okay.
garbage enclosure is not what it's apparently changed from what these plans were or are.
So okay, and the other item is
Lighting, lighting.
there's lighting, and I also wrote down orientation because I'm hearing that come up as well. And I think that's a kind of a fundamental standard that we'll want to make sure gets addressed.
Chairperson Hawkins, we've talked as a body before about what happens when an application comes back and more than half of the items we've recommended have not been addressed. We just went through everything on this list. And let's say there are points of contention where the applicant would say, no, I added a door, so I addressed that. We're still 80 to 90% repeating what we said. And we said that we would deny those applications because we don't have time to relitigate things over and over again. So I would like to put that back out there just to remind our commissioners that, you know, people we want to get through our agendas, and we can't keep doing that if we're telling people the same thing over and over again.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Just listening to the board's deliberation right now and having been here through the different iterations of this project, the one thing that I would ask the board to consider is it appears that from the original project that was presented in July to the project that was presented in the last meeting, there were some significant changes. As such, it would be possible for the board to consider that the items that were asked to be addressed at the last time were items that would have been identified for the first time, provided the significant changes that were made in the last presentation. I say all that for you all to consider as you put together your current guidance, as Chair Member Parati has indicated to you all, but to consider also the history of this project and the significant changes that may or may not have been made in between presentations.
May I add, as it relates to significant changes, what significant changes are we referring to? I'm sorry.
I thought that the original presentation that was made in July, from the July to the August presentation, that there were some changes to the original that would have put this project in a different light. However, that was my impression at the time. I believe that you all, being the subject matter experts and having had more time with this material, would be able to make that determination. I just kind of ask you all to consider what changes were made, as well as what feedback you provided and what changes you requested from the first and the second time, as you consider the possibility of whether this applicant did comply with your recommendations at both times.
Okay. Thank you, Attorney Hewitt. All right, Commissioner Wojcik?
Can I ask something? Well,
Sure.
I still feel like it was very clear, that Commissioner Taylor explained to us the grade issues between the drawings and the site at the last meeting. And without having that, to me, that's one of the very big things, because we hold homeowners to very high standards with secondary structures on their properties and the heights and the configurations. And if these drawings aren't represented properly, then we can't make decisions. I know that there's a lot of detailed things that were on that list, but I'm not even paying attention to that because I'm still trying to figure out, we know now that we're responsible for the trees to know if can even be removed. If we're not gonna approve the tree removal, then there's no way the structure is gonna get built anyway. So I feel like we're just like chasing our tail. And then with the grading situation and already issues with flooding, there's got to be a grading plan so that we know what the elevations of the existing structure and the new structure are in comparison to the property, the sidewalks and the roads around it. So I feel like we just need to go to the big stuff and not worry about this little stuff right now because it's taking so long to go through all this.
That sounds like I have two things. That sounds like a motion. And number two is what you've also done in the past is you've encouraged applicants to take their time on the revisions. And, there is a tight turnaround. The revisions for next month will be due next Friday, the 22nd. And so with all of the things that you're asking for, I don't know that that's enough time. And maybe you need to recommend skipping October and coming back in November with a very thorough plan, but that would be, of course, your purview and up to the applicant.
I'd like to also say a denial will also allow the applicant time to really sit with some of the comments we've made and come back prepared.
Okay. Well, I think we are at a point where we can entertain a motion. Or we can go around the horn and just see if everybody, if
Need a
you're.
motion. We got more cases.
Okay, I know, but we need a motion. I can't do it. Commissioner Taylor, you're smiling.
I make a motion to deny on the basis of, one, we don't have accurate plans specifically to the grading plan that would show a lot towards height, scale, and mass. Two, I believe we talked about getting a tree survey last time. We have some more language on trees, but it's not I don't think we have a professional survey or opinion from an arborist. I think we need that. And then do I need to number off all these?
We'll help you out. So
Trees are 8.5.
spacing 7.5, orientation 7.6, height and width 7.8, foundation 7.11.
massing, 7.7.
Fence and walls 8.6 through 8.8. Lighting 8.11. Doors and windows 7.14. Height, width, and scale 7.8 to 7.9. Foundation 7.11. Materials 7.16.
Okay. Yep.
Second.
All right, it's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion on the motion? All right.
I would just, got to respect everybody's time and other people's time. So I second your idea that let's, come back with more accurate plans. So these people behind us can get through their projects also.
Agreed. I think it helps everyone, including the applicant.
All right,
I would add I think you just said this, but in another way, a complete set of plans that we can accurately evaluate the project, that has all the information.
okay. Do you accept?
I do.
I do.
All right,
Okay.
let's vote. Commissioner Goodwin,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Wheat,
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins, yes. Motion to deny passes 7-0.
Okay, thank you. We'll be in touch. Yeah. We've got to keep moving, but we'll talk later. Okay, next application is 1012 Condon Street. I think the Hollands have joined us online.
Yeah.
Hello, have you been sworn in?
Yes,
Wonderful. Do you have video?
I do.
We'd love to see you if you can turn it on.
Sure.
Would you like me to announce that we are anything about the rest of the cases tonight? It is 6:14. I did forget to announce that number 12 is not being heard tonight. They have deferred. So we're on case 9. Do you think we can make it through 11?
We can try.
Okay,
But I think-
we'll try to make it through 11. Okay, great. So for everyone who's joined us online or in the room, the commission is going to try to hear cases 9, 10, and 11 tonight. Case 12 was deferred by the applicant, and cases 13 and 14 will be heard at the beginning of the October meeting. I will also send an email with further details. But do we have any?
Couple of things.
Yes.
Commissioner Walker is back.
Yes.
And I live very close to this
Did you receive
address.
a letter?
I don't recall receiving a letter. I did not see a letter.
Within 300 feet? I don't think you're within 300 feet of this. I will double check.
Okay.
Would you let's let Kim run the meeting, just in case you would need to recuse, and while they are giving their presentation, I will double check for you. Does that work?
Okay.
Unless the attorney has a different.
So at this point, Madam Chairwoman, I think you would have two options. It sounds like it would be proper for you to recuse yourself, given that there might be a possibility that you would have a potential conflict. Or we can go through the conflict of interest inquiry with you on the board and make a determination. I think it would be important to learn if you do have a conflict of interest, but if you do decide to recuse yourself at this point, we wouldn't need to go through the sort of that inquiry.
I'll go ahead and recuse, keep things moving.
Okay. All right. Sorry for that pause, Ms. Holland. Okay, this application is for window replacement. This is in the McCrory Heights Local Historic District, and the proposed project is a replacement of 3 original metal windows. There are 2 windows in the gable ends, and then there is a window on the rear. And the applicant is requesting to replace them with new white vinyl windows with grids between the glass that match the other replacement windows on the building. And to note, the other replacement windows were existing have been existing for years and were existing when McCrory Heights became a local historic district. So that's an existing condition. The commission, has no purview over that because that's how the house came in. But what the commission can review is the request, this current request to replace these windows in the gable ends. to match the older replacement windows. And then here's the third window on the back. Ms. Holland, if you would please state your name and spell your last name and your address for the court reporter, please.
Hi, yes, it's Lakita Holland, Holland. And my mailing address is 1016 Condon Street, Charlotte 28216.
Thank you. So is there anything you would like to add about the project? The floor is yours to share what you would like to with the commission.
Pretty much, you're doing a great job with revealing some of the flaws with the window. Inside the back window, the families that live there, they cannot open the back window because it's so brittle. Yeah, those are the insides. And if you go to any of the corners, like right there where you are, you can see where there's a lot of brittle, broken pieces from the window. And you can see the wood and the brick. But in between there is where the window is really old. And yeah, very good. Yeah. And but those windows can open, but it's the back window on the lower level that's more concerning because that window cannot open all the way. Yes. That window cannot open all the way without it's really stiff. And one of the windows cannot, one of the part, I don't know if you've seen these type of windows, but they have like the you have to wheel them open from the inside. So the both sides of the middle window, you have to wind them open and shut. And only the one that's closest to the back porch can open, wind open and shut without problem. But the one furthest by the grill, that one is the one that cannot wheel open at all and without doing more damage to the window. But yeah, the pictures really tell it all.
Yes, it's hard to see the screen, but I think on my computer screen, it's easier. But this is like a huge gap, like it is separating from the trim and everything.
Right, there's no screen. You talk about the screen that you're viewing it from?
Yeah, the screen we're viewing it from, it just on the screen in the room that we're in, it's hard to see.
Yeah, but right where your mouse is, that is an opening. That's where you can see outside, yes.
Yeah, it's completely separated.
And just to make the house just look more uniform, changing those windows out to look like the lower level as well. That's pretty much it.
Thank you. We don't have any callers.
All right, commissioners, questions of the applicant?
I do have a question. Our design standards state if you are replacing windows, if we do deem that they can be replaced, it's 4.14, number 17, maintain the original number and arrangement of panes. So would you be open to replacing not with the vinyl windows that are not in compliance, but something that's more in compliance with our standards?
Meaning what, replacing it with white metal?
We've approved recently an aluminum clad window on a commercial building that had windows, I guess, of this era. So it would be something like that. But it would essentially have the look of the original window, of those metal windows.
But they would be white.
I don't know that we would specify color. Do we require? Yeah.
Because
it could be white.
So you're saying that the framing of the window as it is right now,
So essentially it would have those same pane, same look.
The same pane, the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, was that 9, 2, 4, 6, 8. Yeah, 2, 4.
Could operate as like a casement window. They build windows that look like this, but operate and open easy for you. We would just want them to kind of have this look.
Are you giving me an option?
I defer to the commission.
Well,
Just
I
asking a
think,
question.
whoa. First, in the past, and you know, these are metal windows. We haven't to this point dealt with a lot of metal windows. But in the past, pictures alone, Ms. Holland, have not been sufficient. Like we had to have a contractor or an expert in this field say, yep, they are definitely beyond repair. Chrissy, these are different because they're metal, so will you speak to that so that it's on record about why it's different?
Absolutely. So wood windows, you can take it apart piece by piece, and if there's a rotten piece, you just repair that piece or add a new piece. And these are one unit. And metal is so hard to repair. And you know, looking at the condition of these, especially I think the pictures of the inside condition with the separation of all the trim, and the testimony that they're offering that the windows don't open. You know, I think that is what happens when metal windows age out.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I would like to say then that, you know, again, pictures alone are not enough, right? But because these are different kinds of windows, we are applying a different kind of.
Right. This is similar. You had a project on, I think I put it in the memo, 313 to 315 West Kingston. It was a duplex project. And
Yeah,
they had the
yeah.
same situation. And the commission said, yep, we understand you can't repair them because they're metal. But, you know, here's what we are going to ask.
Okay.
And I would say that here. So vinyl is something that we don't accept, but going back with comparable materials in a comparable light pattern is, as one commissioner, what I'd be looking for.
Okay.
Okay. Commissioners, any other questions or comments? Commissioner Goodwin?
Yeah, I was just looking at our standard for rehabilitation. Says replace a wood window with a wood window when possible. Aluminum clad wood that meets these standards may be considered. Requests for vinyl windows and other fiberglass windows must be reviewed. Do we have a standard that says we cannot use vinyl windows under any circumstances? Because this commissioner feels that because so many of the other windows, I mean, there's far more windows that are now, they're the white vinyl windows. And for the sake of consistency, this commissioner would favor if we can allow the vinyl windows to be consistent with what's already been done.
Are you asking me a question?
We're digging through our standards to try and answer it. No, Ms. Holland, that one wasn't for you. Before I get to that answer though, I tripped on this one. Number 414, number 17, maintain the original number and arrangement of panes for mid-century modern houses in Oaklawn. And I would imagine that this would be for Macquarie Heights too. The original configuration is typically a horizontal 2-pane sash and frame, but maintain the original number and the arrangement of panes is a big one. So, there is something about vinyl windows in here. And I'm trying to find it. We're all trying to find it. Oh, that's interesting because number 19 says that requests for vinyl windows, wood resin composite, or fiberglass windows must be reviewed by the full HDC. So that means that we could,
that's always kind of been there as a
Yeah.
catch-all, should the windows, window manufacturing processes change.
Mhm.
Should they get to a place where there's something that can be approved, the commission's not yet approved vinyl fiberglass, because they haven't been shown to have the same characteristics
Mhm.
and dimensions and proportions. And then the commission is also, yes, this is how something came into the district, but also making sure that any changes do conform to standards. So you have a lot of different things to weigh. And I think, we don't have specs or anything either, so that might also be a consideration.
Oh, that's helpful. Thank you. Commissioner Wojcik?
When you say specs, Christy, do you mean dimensions of the windows, like the mullions and the frame and such? And that's what we're trying to repeat.
Correct, yeah. And usually if an alternative material is asked, you look for a sample, but this is kind of a unique situation.
Yeah, and this is, hold on. Commissioners, any other comments while we look for?
And, staff's glad to work with the applicant as well if you give us specific directives,
Mm-hmm.
like you usually do.
Sure. So because we have because we generally say go back with something that looks like that old thing in dimensions and materials and all of that. If you all could work with Ms. Holland on finding something like that, then I'd be happy to defer to you. Anyone? Yes.
No, I was gonna say, I think that case on West Kingston, they found something, and if, we can see,
Mm-hmm.
I'll have to look in our files to see what that exact window was that
Mhm.
you guys approved there, but it was one of those that it's a casement and they were able to build it. I don't know if it was a JELD-WEN, I'm
Yeah.
just not sure.
Ms. Holland, would you be willing to work with our staff to go back with something that's comparable and potentially not vinyl?
It's gonna end up not being vinyl.
As one commissioner, I wouldn't vote for vinyl, no. I've never voted for vinyl. We've never, since I've been on this board, approved vinyl. And so I wouldn't start now. However, if you would be open to working with Christy and the staff on what we did to help one of the residents in Wilmore, then I would, as one commissioner, I would feel confident in voting that way.
Okay.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. Anybody have a differing opinion? All right. Well, let's write a motion. I can't. I'm playing chair. Yes.
Is
please.
it, I'm sorry.
Oh, so sorry. And we didn't close or anything. I'm out of practice. Yes, Ms. Holland?
What about what was brought up by the previous commissioner in regards to the house just looking uniform? So what you're gonna recommend or suggest, is it gonna, I guess I'm just.
Oh, we're not gonna have your house looking jacked up. No, we're gonna ask you to work with Christy to find something that looks uniform and is comparable to what you have now.
Awesome. Okay.
And we don't get into color really, so if you want white, sure. We're not gonna say you have to go back with a black
Okay.
window, so it's, yeah.
All right.
Thank you.
Do you have anything else you want to say before we close for deliberation?
No, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay, we will now close for deliberation. So we have a wonderful staff that's quite helpful. Let's push this over to them. Commissioner Wojcik?
Yeah, so I have a question because, all of our window standards that are specific to repair.
Mm-hmm.
And
No, they're
Oh,
not.
there's replacement.
Replacement ones.
It starts on 4.14, number 10.
Yeah,
For number 10.
the middle column.
Oh, I see that. Yes. Okay.
So you could start off actually with number 10. Okay.
So I move to approve this application because it is in following our guidelines with standard 4.14, number 10, and that we request the applicant work with staff on actual window specifications to be selected for her replacement.
A friendly amendment? Yes. If we could add in number 13, number 14, number 16, number 17.
Accepted.
Thank you. Okay. So motion made by Commissioner Wojcik, seconded by
Second.
Commissioner Wheat. Any discussion of the motion? All right, well then, let's vote. Commissioner Goodwin,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Walker, Commissioner Wheat,
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati, yes. Motion passes 7-0. Thanks, Ms. Holland.
Thank you.
Let the record show that Chairperson Hawkins has returned to the dais.
We'll be in touch next week. Okay, the next application, and they've been here all afternoon.
This is nice.
Come on up, Matt. 421 North Poplar. And I know y'all have been sworn in. I'll keep my comments really high level. This is the former Booth Gardens in Fourth Ward, 421 North Poplar. It's a complex of 4 buildings constructed in 1977. The exterior materials are vinyl windows and T111 wood siding, which it can't be repaired, basically. There's brick accents and wood trim. The property is under new ownership, and they are looking to make some exterior updates to all 4 buildings. The changes are the same on the 3-story buildings, and then the 1-story building has a little bit of a different proportion, just given its height and size. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to the applicants. If you would state your name and your address for the court reporter, please.
Yes, I'm Matt Majors with Axiom Architecture. Our address is 333 West Trade Street. That's Charlotte 28202.
And I'm Joseph Corradini with Axiom Architecture as well.
And we're representing Related Affordable, a division of the Related companies out of New York, and they are the current property owners.
Thanks. I'm on page 5 with showing the kind of layout and map of what's around you. Let me know where you'd like to start.
That's fine. This project was in front of you guys, I believe, in 2018. At the time, the previous property owners did basically some minor renovations. They painted the building. It was formerly the Booth Gardens project by the Salvation Army for decades. It was kind of an army green for years and years, if you guys recall. So what you will see in existing photos is the paint job that they had done over the T111. The project consists of 3 residential buildings and 1 clubhouse and leasing office building, so 4 total structures. You can go to the next slide if you don't mind. Yeah. So let's skip past this for a moment and show some existing context. This is the property itself. You can keep on scrolling for a second if you don't mind. There are 3-story structures with elevators. This is affordable housing, low-income housing. Our our client are going after tax credits with NCHFA. And their main goal is to do more significant interior renovations to this project. So what we are doing, and you can see some surrounding Fourth Ward context you guys are familiar with, and you can stop right there, Christy, if you don't mind. Thank you. The reason we're here, obviously, is it's exterior reskinning of the building. So we're proposing to go on top of the existing T111 siding on all the buildings, including the clubhouse, with varying applications of fiber cement siding. Some of this, as it may be a little hard to read up there, but there's a combination of lap siding of varying sizes, along with some board and batten applications as well. And there will be a new roof. It will be replaced with, I think, a matching or greater asphalt architectural shingle, 30-year shingle or better. There's very little brick on the project. I know you guys don't want that painted. We would love to, but we're not asking to do so. The bulk of it is the T111, as you see here, and you probably know very well. Otherwise, we're in the process of creating drawings. When we submitted this to you guys, we were early on. We gave you these sketches. Happy to answer questions about some of the parts and pieces of the skin, but would love to hear your input and see what else you might need to know or see later.
All right. Do we have anybody on to speak for or against?
It does not appear so.
I believe our client might be listening in, but she did not sign on to speak tonight. So
Okay.
thank you, though.
No call.
Thank you. All righty. Commissioners, any questions for the applicant? Commissioner Goodwin?
Yes, I've got a couple questions. Applaud you for work on this building. I'm excited to see these improvements done, provided they are approved. One question is the board and batten siding. It's my understanding that this board typically, we've approved that before, but only in limited circumstances, maybe dormers or accessory buildings. So making a pretty significant design statement. You've got the different width siding, and then you've got board and batten as well. Just trying to figure out what is the reason for having, the difference.
Yeah, no, perfect question. Really, it's about composition and expression of different textures from what's been for 50 years of, a T111 box. It has verticals. That's been the existing forever and ever. So to some extent, I would say there's a gesture to keeping some verticality to some components, but introducing some lap siding with varying sizes, we feel is a more modern approach to refreshing this and giving it opportunities for probably, and we're not showing it, and I know you don't comment on it, but paint variations. There could be 2 or even 3 tones of paint applications that can occur within these breakdowns of different elements and sizes of siding and types of siding. So all of those above is a reason. And we feel that when in the fiber cement world, which we know in single family, new and renovation in this setting is not smiled upon, but in multifamily, we know it is very much accepted and a viable way to do this. So we're trying to make that hardy material, if you will, something more interesting with these compositions.
Do you know if there's a precedent in in historic properties in this district for the board and batten?
I've seen it in pieces like you had alluded to, and some gable ends and some of the Victorian and some of the Victorian-like context around Fourth Ward. I don't think we have that in imagery shown here, but I know it does exist. And one other note about the board and batten, we've been talking about the detailing of this as well, and the intent is that it's actually going to be more of a reversal where it's a wide board and a narrow reveal. And that in our minds, a bit more of a, almost a crisper take on it instead of having the thin board and the wide kind of recess. So we tend to sometimes call that a reverse board and batten, but that's in detail, the intentions we're trying to.
It's like an inverse. So instead of the small board coming out, it's pushing back like the T111.
If you can imagine having like a smooth plank subsurface, but it's finished and painted, then you apply, I'll say probably a 1x6, and then the remaining space, the reveal would be like a 2 or 2.5 inch space that would be almost corduroy feeling if you want to go.
So on the siding, we typically expect the thickness of the siding to mimic historic siding, wood siding. And so we allow this on new construction if you use the Hardie Artisan series or something equivalent to that that's thicker than the standard cement board that's relatively thin. Have you looked into that? And
I know it
maybe
really well.
Need a specification basically we need a specification on the siding material.
And I would ask that you guys consider the affordable nature of this low-income housing as well, as part of the discussions. I do know Artisan quite well and know that it's very costly, and I understand the reasons you guys do ask for that as sort of an exception to using fiber cement. We're applying this over. Go ahead, Chrissy. Sorry.
No, I can provide some insight into a past project, if it would please the commission.
Yes.
Right across the street, this house right here, I'm not sure the exact address. It was built in the 60s or 70s. It came to the commission 2016, 2017, 2018. It had masonite siding on it that was really thin and failing. And they made the case that since the masonite was thin, that they should be able to use the thin Hardie because that matches the profile of what was that building was originally built with. So that might be a consideration for this because T111 is also very thin. And so I think, Matt, we even discussed this in some of our conversations, is that's why they were, one of the reasons why they were seeking the thin Hardie was because the profile matched what's on the building now more closely than the Artisan. So there is some precedent for some wiggle room in these 1970s buildings when you're replacing a material that just isn't repairable.
And if I can add one other thing, if you don't mind going back to one of our elevations, the sketches there. Part of, you ask about the composition and changing of pieces. You can see sort of super framing the stack of 3 windows. That's a thick continued casing, basically, to give it a break. So you don't have really the sea of the thinner 6 or 8 inch lap siding. That's the thin fiber cement. It's clearly there, but what we're doing within the window pieces and those marching pieces of fenestration is also adding these pieces of trim that help anchor framework and embellish really the various components of this fiber cement.
So with, excuse me, with those surrounds or those casings, if you will, would they be made of also cement board, perhaps
Yes.
the 1 inch
And
thick? The
more
1
than
inch
likely, I
Hardie?
think what we're detailing is a 5/4 board that is very available and very ready from whether it's Hardie or Allura or other fiber cement makers. So it's got some depth and some shadow line to it as far as
Yes,
trim goes.
I'm familiar with that product, and it would work well with the 5/16 Hardie cement board. So you are removing all the existing window trim then? That was one of the questions on the staff notes. You're removing all the
The
existing
trims
window
go
frame.
away. Yeah, the windows remain. Those are 5-year-old windows.
Yeah.
And were replacement windows approved previously. And then the application of all this is actually going onto the existing T111. It's basically being encased. And we will have new window trim, waterproofing, and treatment at the jambs, heads, and so forth.
I'm sorry, so the T111 remains?
you will never see it again,
Yeah,
but it's
it'll
going
be
to stay
covered
on
up.
it.
Okay.
It's a viable substrate.
Okay.
It'll stay there.
Okay. Are you also removing the existing fascia? Because
I believe so.
you would probably need to with these,
I
the
would
board
say
and
with
batten.
99% confidence, the fascia is going to go along with all the other trim and siding replacement.
And gutters and
roofing.
downspouts too would be replaced. They gotta all
Correct.
be replaced.
Roofing stays, except the shingling will be redone, which will involve gutter and fascia work and the replacements associated. Yeah.
And you said that you're wanting to paint these different siding schemes in different colors. Is that in?
Yeah, the thinking is that the setup of the compositions would lend itself to being able to create a 2 or even 3 tone of coloration. Instead of, the stark cream or the stark army green that was there from years ago. We feel like in the Victorian world and the Fourth Ward world, there are lots of colors, there are lots of variations and tones within a same house or a structure. So it seemed like an important thing to consider here.
Christy, can we request paint samples or paint colors?
No,
Okay.
not unless it's integral to the material, like a metal roof or a brick.
Understand.
Yep.
Okay. All right. And moving on to is that the club, the 1-story building? Is that the clubhouse? Is that what that is? Okay. Yeah, I got a couple of questions on that as well. So over the new front porch area, is that going to be let's skip to the slide, the appropriate slide. I think it would be slide 24, 25 and 26 of the slides. So looking at 24, let's see, that's the trellis. Okay, yeah, looking at 24. So you got a flat, you're extending that to create that porch, you're extending that roof with a flat roof. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
Okay, okay.
And those pieces front and back I'm glad you asked about it. I didn't mention earlier, a couple of new pieces of addition. Yes.
Okay. And then on the gable, you're raising that up and you're doing like a post and beam type construction there. Yeah, I would like to see more details on that. Also for the floor, the ceiling, the beams, excuse me, the beam and the columns and the railing too, details and materials for that. And then on the back side, the other side, which I guess would be a couple slides down. No, right there. Are you extending the roof line? Because if you look at the existing, that roof, it looks like it's being extended downward, and then you're creating a flat roof that extends out. So that roof is.
Yeah, it's deceptive. That original sketch of that is a bit older now.
Oh, is it?
So that
Okay.
roof should not
Okay.
change. It's a the trellis you're seeing is an additional piece to
Okay.
basically just create a back porch
Okay.
experience there that's an
Okay.
improvement to the park side.
And then once again,
And it's
trellis details, also the railing, and any the floor that's underneath the trellis. So, all the questions that I had.
expected that.
Yes, okay. All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Very helpful.
Did you talk about the HVAC screening too?
I did not, but would you consider screening the HVAC units on the 3-story buildings?
Certainly can consider it. Yeah, I believe, was there some dialogue we had with that?
Yeah, so the most current iteration of the HVAC we've been discussing, and like was said, we're working with NCHFA, and as we did a site tour with them, we were recommended to use a VTAC system, which would not require those units. So all of those would be removed from the site. So we wouldn't need any screening because those would be VTAC units inside the buildings.
Okay.
There's no condensing units required for
It's all contained within it's like if you think of it almost as like a wall unit for a hotel room. It's not exactly that, but it's all contained within that equipment. So it takes away the outdoor condenser.
Well, that would be helpful. There's quite a few condensing units out there right
Yeah.
now. And you
they're-
need to, if
some
you
are
don't,
screened by some landscaping and shrubs, but that's spotty.
okay, according to our standards, you can use, if you do leave the condensing units there, you can screen them with either plants or some kind of fencing.
Okay. Yeah,
You have that option.
All right, thank you, Commissioner. Any other questions of the applicant? Commissioner Wojcik?
Can I just ask about leaving the T111? Somebody, Christie might have said the word that it was not fixable or replaceable, or I'm not sure. I'm not trying to put words in your mouth,
Yeah,
but
T111's that particle board.
Yeah.
Basically.
Well,
and it's like a big sheet, so you can't really too thin new siding like you can with lap siding.
I have it on my.
Okay, so you're very familiar.
Well, not my office. Well, so that's, my question is, like, once it starts to kind of fall apart, it doesn't hold anymore. So is it really a good idea to just cover it up? I mean, obviously you've evaluated the shape of it, but
And we do have a waterproofing consultant already doing evaluations with us, and they'll be reviewing drawings and details that are forthcoming for our permitting and everything else and constructability. So that has been discussed at length about the viability and basically, concealing, covering it up and making it kind of void, if you will.
and for us, it really doesn't matter. We're just approving what we can see. So I was just wondering about that. Thank you.
All right. Commissioner Lineberger?
I just had a comment. I was so excited to see this because I used to live a block from here, and it was kind of nice that it was army green because it just disappeared with the landscape. So it looks wonderful. Nice project.
Thanks.
All right. If there are no other questions for the applicant, we'll close for deliberation. Commissioner Goodwin, you want to kick us off? You had a very thorough list there.
I guess one of my first questions is to staff, if you would, I feel comfortable. I think we have enough information for the 3-story buildings to make a motion. On the 1-story building, there's a lot of detail missing, and I just don't know if the staff would feel comfortable with that much detail missing, or do we need to?
We can do railings, and if you direct us on porch floor, and I think the other issue was you want an accurate drawing of what the roof is gonna look like. What were some of the other?
Column and beam details.
I can do that.
Yeah.
We can do the alignment. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
It's detail.
Yeah, and the trellis detail.
Well, if you're okay with it being, traditionally detailed, like a traditional trellis, we have many examples of that from past applications. Actually, the most recent one, sorry, Krista, was done by Kent Lineberger on the corner of Worthington and Park. We had you approved a trellis in the backyard, and that was an approved detail, so we can always reference past approvals as well. But it's up to you as the commission what you'd like to allow staff to approve.
Commissioner Wojcik?
So the drawing that they're presenting in front of us looks a little bit more modern. So if they bring you something and you're not comfortable with it, then you would just bring it back to us, right?
As always, yes. See?
I guess the other option there is, a motion to approve for the work on the 3-story buildings and then continue the 1-story building.
That's absolutely.
I think I might feel a little bit more comfortable with that because again, there's so much detail missing in the porch floors and ceiling. And
Yeah,
everything.
you always can break up applications for sure.
Sounds like we're gonna get two motions. Okay.
What did want to ask, maybe some of the other commissioners, if you all are okay, this is kind of a unique design on the three-story buildings, well, the one-story building too, with regard to the vertical board and batten, and then two different siding widths, and then the frames around the windows, architecturally, is that copacetic with the historic district?
I had no issue with that because it's not a historic structure and because of the period of the building. And as Christy mentioned, the several buildings, the several residential homes that were built around the same era that were, were not traditional materials and not historic as well.
And I think that there's a tremendous improvement, especially on the side elevations of elongating those windows because they look so lost. It just looks like one huge mass of P111. And to do what you're doing, I think is a big improvement. So with that, I could go ahead and move with a motion.
All right,
Chairman.
take it away.
I'd like to make a motion to approve this application for the three-story buildings. This is applying to the three-story buildings only, and that it is not incongruous with the district and meets the standards for new construction, Chapter 6, with the following conditions. Submit permit-ready drawings to staff for final review. Supply specifications for siding, all exterior trim that meets HDC standards. And I would make a specific I would accept a specific specification, for the hardy artisan, if it is hardy. Anyway, the thinner material, the 5/16 inch cementitious material. Also, if the HVAC condensing units are to remain, then provide screening for those.
Commissioner Goodwin, do you want to mention anything about the fact that we are allowing this configuration of siding because it's kind of indicative of its time? It's a little different from the other properties in the district.
I think that it's an improvement over the T111, and in this particular case, would be, just given all the other circumstances, that this would be a viable solution.
And did we mention any standards?
I can mention standards, okay, for the 6.18, number 2.
And any masonry needs to remain unpainted. We probably want to mention that. That's 5.5, number 3.
So brick is to remain unpainted. And what was that standard?
5.5, number 3.
Okay, and then we also have 6.14, numbers 1 and 2. That is for cornices and trim. And then for the screening, that's 8.9, number 1.
Okay. All right. We have a motion by Commissioner Goodwin. Do we have a second?
Second, but did you say that all the details to be,
Yes.
you did say that, okay, sorry.
Yeah, all the specifications for siding, all the exterior trim that meets meets HTC standards.
Well, to be approved by staff.
Yeah, to work
Could be
with staff.
yeah,
Mhm.
okay.
Yeah, to work with staff.
All right, it's been moved and properly seconded. Do we have any discussion on the motion? Okay, let's vote. Commissioner Goodwin,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati,
Yes.
Commissioner Walker,
Yes.
Commissioner Wheat,
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins, yes. Motion to approve the three-story portion of the application passes 8-0. Okay,
I'd like to make a motion to continue the application for the one-story building for the following. We need drawings and specifications for the front porch and rear trellis. The new gable with post and beam construction. The porch and the trellis flooring. The porch ceiling. The railings on both the porch and for the trellis, and also to include column and beam sections. And that's citing standard 6.17 for porches, numbers 2, 3, and 7.
okay. All right, we have a motion by Commissioner Goodwin, second by
Second.
Commissioner Wojcik. Any discussion on the motion? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Goodwin,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati,
Yes.
Commissioner Walker,
Yes.
Commissioner Wheat,
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins, yes. Vote to continue the one-story building passes 8-0. Thank you.
Send you an email. The last application is. Have you been sworn in?
Officially, no.
Officially, no?
All right. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Thank you.
Thanks. State your names and your addresses for the court reporter, and I'll let you jump right in.
Don Duffy, 301 Providence Road. Nathan Steinhauer, 301 Providence Road, Don Duffy Architecture.
Before the applicants begin, I would just note for the record that Commissioner Taylor has recused himself from this case.
Thank you. I can't keep up, Commissioner Taylor, I'm sorry. Okay, over to y'all. I'm on slide 7, which I believe is the site plan.
Let me present.
Yeah, go ahead and
Oh,
present.
Okay, so
Yep.
the project is very straightforward. We're adding on to the right rear of the house. It's an expansion to a galley kitchen and a laundry room that's been in the kitchen for many years. We have the significant tree on the right. We also have 2 trees in the back that are kind of wrapping the house.
Excuse me, Don, could you bring the microphone closer to you? Speak into it. Thank you.
That hasn't changed, no.
Sorry. So we're adding to the right rear. There's no work to the front. No work to the left side, except maybe a low window. And it's right there. And so that's the project. The project's about 5 feet out of the ground. We're actually going to use helical piers for the foundations to respect the tree, to minimize our footprint on the ground. We do have a masonry foundation under where the bottom picture on slide 9 is, that new gable, that's a masonry foundation. And then we were going to use lattice, which is consistent with the lattice that's there today as we build out the kitchen addition with the single pier on the end. It's going to be on the helical pier. The triple window in the middle is reusing the existing windows that are on the original house at the top that are above the sink. They're going to continue to be above the sink. We're adding the gabled hip shed roof to the back of the gable. The introduction of the gable over the single window in the middle was to receive that roof. And that's the extent of the work on this right side elevation. The back of the house, you can see the double window. That's where we're adding on to the left. That window wraps the corner just to get more light in the breakfast area. And then we're replacing the steps. The steps are where the double window is now on drawing number 3, bottom right. That go to the street. We're removing those for the addition and we're replacing them with steps down to the backyard. And
Just it.
yeah. You can see our boxing details there. We're matching the existing boxing and brackets, sheathing, overhangs. The dimensions of that are being consistent with the original house. Street views, so there's some work interior. And it's not really even visible here, but there is a small surface chimney we're asking to remove that is in the middle of the house. That is very small. It shows up in the drawing better than the reality. And we're asking to remove that. It is failing on the interior. We're dealing with mold and moisture, and we would rather remove it than deal with it. And it's also in the middle of a hallway to access this front room. That front room is not accessible from the interior of the house. You have to go through bedrooms to get to it, and we're reframing the hallway to access that room in a public way. So we felt like that was a very small, non-contributing element to the house and would not be missed. And that's the project. Yeah. Questions?
All right. Do we have anybody on to speak for or against?
Nope.
I believe the Andersons are probably online. I don't know that they want to speak.
I think Candace did say Bill was online. Yep.
Okay. So they're out there.
Yes, we're both on the line. Bill and Corby.
Would you like to speak? If so, we'll need to swear you in.
We just wanted to be here to answer questions. We've have a 30-year or so history with the house. So if there's anything anybody wants to know that we can answer, we're here to answer.
Thank you so much.
All right. Commissioners, any questions of the applicants? Will there be a tree protection plan in place?
Yes, we've noted it, and it will actually be constructed like the orange fence barricade.
Okay.
Go ahead.
The owners use Schneider, and they've already come out to the site, and they're going to come out before we start construction as well. So there's an arborist already involved.
Okay, thank
I was
you.
going to say that would be, extremely beneficial, just given the proximity of those trees, to the construction zone. So certified arborist to provide guidance on the screening.
Snyder's been caring for these trees for quite a while now.
Oh, good. Okay. I did have one more quick question. There was something in the staff, there was a note in the staff notes about the Marvin Ultimate series. You all plan on using the wood windows. I'm sorry. There was a question on the staff notes about the windows being potentially clad or fiberglass, but these are Marvin Ultimate series, and you're kind of using the wood because you can get those in either clad or wood, but you plan on using wood.
We're using the wood version SDL, so the divisions are buttons on the outside and the inside are permanent.
But they're wood, not clad wood.
Wood on the exterior.
Wood on both sides. Okay. All right.
That's good. Yeah, the question was, it was labeled as Marvin Elevate was labeled on one page and Marvin Ultimate. And we just weren't sure what was happening, so thank you.
Yeah, it does say elevate on one of the pages and then ultimate wood on another. So thanks for the clarification.
So which one will it be?
The ultimate.
Ultimate, okay.
It, just in terms of the bidding process, it could be an alternate to Marvin. I think Gel would make some wood window and so does Colby and Colby. So I think we could say confidently it will be a wood window. SDL.
And this is for staff. I noticed in the notes that it's mentioned that Marvin Windows has not yet been approved. Is that something that we?
I mean,
Just-
here's the thing, I don't think the commission has officially approved a Marvin window. But I know our commissioners have used them in projects. Heather, Commissioner Wojcik sent us stuff on Marvin windows and met with a rep, I believe recently, and it was gonna be something I was gonna ask you to talk about at a retreat. And actually, before this meeting, Commissioner Goodwin and I were talking about Marvin windows, and Commissioner Goodwin was extolling their virtues. So with the close personal experience with these windows that the commissioners have had, I defer to you all.
No concern, it sounds like.
I would say Marvin's probably the most historic window of a nationally produced window on the market, and they're used heavily in the collegiate world, like Ivy League schools to match their.
I can't hear you.
It's really hard to hear you.
Marvin's, it's an excellent product. It's at the upper end of the nationally produced windows, and they're very sensitive to the historic detailing of a window. They still have wood in their window. Their mutton profiles track from the sash onto the mutton. Most window companies now are not making that connection, which gives it more of a snap-in feel, even though it's permanent. That's one reason we prefer Marvin, is it's still true to the historic windows. As any Nashville window can be. They're not inexpensive, but we can.
Oh, never mind.
We push for that.
And so whereas we would usually, if it was the first time that we approved something, a material, we would ask that you bring it in. But because we've had commissioners who have used it closely, then that will suffice.
Okay.
So we'd be happy to get a sample of it. We have one in our office. I didn't even think to bring it. I think if you put it up against the other windows the commission has approved, it would stand aside from those as a better product than the ones that we've been.
Then yeah, it would be
using in the
wonderful to have a sample so that the rest of us can know what Commissioner Wojcik and Goodwin know.
Full disclosure, we leaned heavily on former Commissioner Duffy to help us write some window specifications that staff uses when evaluating windows on projects. So as a staff, I have no hesitation in trusting his expertise and guidance in this arena.
And should we say yes to this, we should include all of that in the motions.
All right. Any other questions for the applicant before we close for deliberation? Commissioner Lineberger?
I just have a comment because I just want to say how much we appreciate seeing an application that is thorough and complete and goes by the standards. And we've been reviewing this for what, no more than 10 minutes. It's pretty significant renovation. So I just wanted to put that on the record, that how much we appreciate that.
It's almost like former commissioners really know what they're doing when it comes to historic districts.
Would expect no less, Dawn, but you know.
All right, well, let's go ahead and close for deliberation. Commissioners, it seems like we have what we need. Does anyone have?
I'm ready to make a motion.
All right, go ahead, Commissioner Walker.
I'll second that motion.
I would like to make a motion to approve this application as it is not incongruous with the district and it meets our standards for additions. 6.20, numbers 1, 2, 3, and I would imagine a few others, but I think that will suffice. Also, it meets Secretary of the Interior Standards 2.5, and that the windows that will be replaced,
New windows.
I'm sorry?
They're new
No,
windows.
I'm sorry, the windows that will be used, we will go by the advice of the applicant, considering the applicant's history with the Historic District Commission in years past.
Friendly amendment?
Sure.
If we could throw in our current commissioners and not just the applicant's expertise, which is extensive, but if we could also mention that current commissioners have had experience with these windows too, that would be.
Okay. Should I reword that, or did you get that, Candace? Okay.
And mentioning of the tree protection plan, 8.5.
And that the applicant include a tree protection plan for subject trees.
And that the new brick foundation and piers remain unpainted.
5.5.
And that the brick foundation piers remain unpainted per guideline 5.5.
And just one more thing about the windows, that they are using the Marvin Ultimate Line wood double hung window.
Okay.
I don't know that I can make a friendly amendment.
And that they're using the Marvin Ultimate Windows
Wood double hung.
wood double hung.
I'll second that.
All right, we've got a motion and it's been seconded. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, let's go ahead and vote. Commissioner Goodwin,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati,
Yes.
Commissioner Walker, Commissioner Wheat,
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins, yes. Motion to approve passes 7-0.
Thanks, Nathan. Thanks, Don.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, minutes?
Sure.
Has anyone reviewed them? Yes? Kim?
I know. I know.
This is why I keep saying we should move the consideration of the minutes to the beginning of the agenda.
I think that that's a good idea.
Just as a suggestion from the board's attorney.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right.
Homework for October.
Yes, minutes, yes. Okay, we have reached the end of our agenda. Is there any further business to discuss?
Nope.
Okay, this meeting is adjourned at 7:20 PM.
Thank you, Commissioner Hawkins.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Hawkins.